And sorry for the late start, everybody. I was zoning out, spending too many blood points. Are there any new outfits? I actually haven't checked. Oh right, there's the new pyramid head outfit. Creepy. Why was that so loud? Weird. Oh. Ew. Is that all? Eh, got it. New Kate outfit. Oh, it's just the hair. Yeah, it looks cool. I'm not gonna get it, but it looks cool. That's cute. The little bug net. It's like, I'm gonna get him, and there's one on his back. He has no idea. Oh, if you fucking get the blood moon this week, that's nice. So if you don't have the blood moon, and you want it, it's part of this bundle. You should go get. I love the blood moon charm. As soon as I had it, I never took it off. Anyway, and we're still waiting. I have a message. What water bottles in the way. There we go. I need to find new things to paint about, because like I really want to paint. Like got the urge to brush on canvas. But I need like topics, because I've got one that I'm working on that's like right now I've just got like a painted on frame around the edges, and I'm trying to add detailing, but I'm kind of running out of ideas on that. So I gotta figure out what I want to put in some of the spaces for the details. But and then I gotta figure out what I'm gonna put in the middle, because right now it's just got like a gold background. I gotta figure out what I want to do with that, because I do not know. I just kind of started painting and just went, and I kind of didn't get anywhere. Like I got the frame, so that's like not nothing, but I didn't like craft any like grand ideas of what to put in the frame. And I could leave the middle blank, but I don't want to do that. I feel like maybe I should leave it blank. Well, blank. Just the gold. Have the painting just be the frame. Maybe. I'll think about it. I don't know. I don't know what I want to do with it. I also keep like staring at my pile of like multicolored markers and be like, maybe I should do something with markers. But then I just want to paint, because that gives me even more colors. Because like that's the great thing about paint over other mediums, is they just mix infinitely. You can make any color, and I love that. Like sure, you can like layer colors on top of each other with markers and pens and pencils and things like that, but I just feel better using paint. For me, it's like I can put a color in my mind and then go and grab a combination of my paint supplies and just make it, just create it. Hi Nicktoons, welcome back. Hi, Hero. Congrats on getting first. Are you ready? Ready for the book? Do we have another message? What? Oh. Let's see. I don't remember where we left off, actually. Oh, we're in the middle of the chapter. Oh, I should have just kept going. We were like right there at the end of chapter 21. Oh. Well, you have to let me know that you're actually ready for the book. I don't want you to miss any. I suppose you could rewatch, so I could just read and then you wouldn't have to. You can just go back in the VOD. I think I'm just gonna make you do that. Because then if you're not paying attention, that's on you. Anyway. Don't drop the book. As we're loading in, I'm gonna at least get to finish the chapter. So, Fire talking to Briggan on the roof about the bubbies. Mila is devastated. Fire said so. I could kill him for that. I believe she's too angry or too despairing to think straight. She won't take his money, so I'm taking it myself, and I'll hold it for her, and hope she changes her mind. She may keep her job if she wants it. I won't force her out of it. We'll work something out. He shot her a wry glance. Don't tell Garen. And then, grimly, ah, lady, it's a mean time to be welcoming babies into the world. Babies, Fire thought to herself. Babies to the world. She sent it out into the air. Welcome to you, babies. And found, with great frustration, that she was crying. It seemed a symptom of her friend's pregnancies that Fire should not be able to stop crying. Briggan was transformed from hard to soft, his hands scrambling through pockets for a handkerchief that wasn't there. He came to her. Lady, what is it? Please, tell me. I've missed you, she blubbered, these past 2 months. He took her hands. Please, tell me what's wrong. And then, because he was holding her hands, she told him all of it, quite simply. How desperately she wanted children, and why she decided she mustn't have them, and how, out of fear of changing her mind, she arranged quietly with Clara and Moose's help to take medicines that would make it forever impossible. And she hadn't recovered, not nearly, for her heart was small and shivering, and it seemed that she couldn't stop crying. Hi, Felix. I was hoping we had a little more time. That's fine. Nemmy. Oh, I spotted him. we go. Beautiful. I hear you missed about 1 page. Yeah, let's go. Oh my gosh. Beautiful. Yeah. Here we go. Just a quick little body block. Oh, not the frickin' dedicated grab. Yeah. Thanks. How is he still sprinting? What the fuck? Damn, I thought I fully uncloaked. That's not bad. Oh, what? Yeah. Rebuilding it behind me. They're a little better, but not by much. Medium vault. Oh, they got a save off of him. That sucks. Okay, dude. Oh well. Really? You're a child. I was really hoping he was gonna backflip like a dumbass. Just because I think it would be funny. Anywho. Yeah, I don't know what the dude's problem was. 4 sprint boosters, holy. Should have been spreading out injuries if I'd have been paying attention. We continue. He listened quietly, growing more and more amazed. And when she finished, he was silent for some time. He considered her mittens with something of a helpless expression. He said, "I was insufferable to you the night we met. I've never forgiven myself." It was the last thing Fire had expected him to say. She looked into his eyes, which were pale as the moon. "I'm so sorry for your sadness," he said. "I don't know what to tell you. You must live where many people are having babies and adopt them all. You must keep Archer around. He's quite a useful chap, really, isn't he?" At that, she smiled, almost laughed. "You've made me feel better." I thank you. He gave her hands back then, carefully, as if he were afraid they might drop to the roof and shatter. He smiled at her softly. You never used to look at me straight, but now you do, she said, because she remembered it and was curious. He shrugged. You weren't real to me then. She wrinkled her forehead. What does that mean? Well, you used to overwhelm me, but now I've gotten used to you. She blinked, surprised into silence by her own foolish pleasure at his words, and then laughed at herself for being pleased with the suggestion that she was ordinary. Chapter 22. The next morning, Fire walked into Nash's office with Musa, Mila, and Neil to meet the royal siblings and Archer. The gala was only weeks away, and the extent of Fire's involvement in the assassination plan was a matter of ongoing debate. To Fire's mind, it was simple. She should be the assassin in all 3 cases because she was far more likely than anyone else to be able to lure each victim to a solitary and unguarded place, and she might also manage to learn a great deal from them before killing them. But when she stated her case, Garen argued that Fire was no sword fighter, and if any of the 3 proved to be strong-minded, she would end up on someone's blade. And Clara did not want the assassin to be a person with no killing experience. You'll hesitate, Clara said today. When you see what it really means to stick a knife in someone's chest, you won't be able to do it. Fire knew herself to be more experienced than anyone in this room save Archer realized. It's true I won't want to do it, she responded calmly. But when I have to, I will do it. Archer was fuming darkly in a corner. Fire ignored him, for she knew the futility of appealing to him, especially these days when his attitude toward her ranged from high dudgeon to shame, because her sympathies and her time were tied up with Mila, and he sensed it and resented it, and knew it was his own fault. We can't send a novice to kill 3 of our most fearsome enemies, Clara said again. For the first time since the topic had been broached, Mergen was present in person to convey his opinion. He leaned a shoulder against the wall, arms crossed. But it's obvious she must be involved, he said. I don't think Genshin will give her much resistance, and Gunnar's clever, but ultimately he's led by his father. Mergda may prove difficult, but we're desperate to learn what she knows. Where's my dog hiding his army, in particular? And Lady Fire is the person most qualified for that job. And, he said, raising his eyebrows to stop Clara's objections. The lady knows what she's capable of. If she says she'll go through with it, she will. Archer wheeled on Brigand then, snarling, for his mood had found what it was searching for, an outlet that was not fire. Shut up, Archer, Clara said blandly, cutting him off before he even began. It's too dangerous, Nash said from his desk, where he sat gazing worriedly at Fire. You're the swordsman, Brigand. You should do it. Brigand nodded. All right, well, what if the lady and I did it together? She to get them to a private place and question them, and I to kill them and protect her. Except that I'll find it much harder to trick them into trusting me if you're there. What if I hid? Archer had been approaching Brigand slowly from across the room, and now he stood before the prince, barely seeming to breathe. You've no compunctions whatsoever about putting her in danger, he said. She's a tool to you, and you're heartless as a rock. Fire's temper flared. Don't you call him heartless, Archer. He's the only person here who believes me. Oh, I believe you can do it, Archer said, his voice filling the corners of the room like a hiss. A woman who can stage the suicide of her own father certainly can kill a few Delians she's never met. It was as if time slowed down and everyone else in the room disappeared. There was only Fire and Archer before her. Fire gaped at Archer, disbelieving and then understanding, like coldness that starts in your extremities and seeps to your core. That he truly had just said aloud the words she thought she'd heard. And Archer gaped back, just as stunned. He slumped, blinking back tears. Forgive me, Fire, I wish it unsaid. But she thought it through in slow time and understood that it couldn't be unsaid. It was less that he'd exposed the truth, and more the way he'd exposed it. He'd accused her, he who knew all that she felt. He'd taunted her with her own shame. I'm not the only one who's changed, she whispered, staring at him. You've changed too. You've never been cruel to me before. She turned, still with that sense that time had slowed. She glided out of the room. Time caught up with Fire in the frozen gardens of the greenhouse, where it occurred to her after a single shivering minute that she had a compulsive inability to remember her coat. Musa, Mila, and Neil stood quietly around her. She sat on a bench under the big tree, great round tears seeping down her cheeks and flopping into her lap. She took the handkerchief Neil offered. She looked into the faces of her guard, one after the other. She was searching their eyes to see if, behind the quiet of their minds, they were horrified, now that they knew. Each of them looked calmly back. She saw that they were not horrified. They met her eyes with respect. It struck her that she was very lucky in her life's people, that they should not mind the company of a monster so unnatural that she'd murdered her only family. A thick, wet snow began to fall, and finally the side door of the greenhouse opened. Bundled in a cloak, Brigand's housekeeper, Tess, marched out to her. "I suppose you intend to freeze to death under my nose," the woman snapped. "What's wrong with you?" Fire looked up without much interest. Tess had soft green eyes, deep as two pools of water, and angry. "I murdered my father," Fire said, and pretended it was a suicide. Clearly, Tess was startled. She crossed her arms and made indignant noises, determined, it seemed, to disapprove, and then, all at once, she softened, like a clump of snow in a thaw that collapses from a roof, and shook her head, bewildered. "That does change things. I suppose the young prince will be telling me I told you so. Well, look at you, child, soaked right through. Pretty as a sunset, but no brain in your head. You didn't get that from your mother. May as well come inside." Fire was mildly dumbfounded. The little woman pulled her under the cloak and pushed her into the house. The Queen's house, for Fire reminded herself that this was Rowan's house, not Brigand's, seemed a good place to soothe an unhappy soul. The rooms were small and cozy, painted soft greens and blues, and full of soft furniture. The fireplaces huge, the January fires in them roaring. It was obvious a child lived here, for her school papers and balls and mittens and playthings and Blotchy's nondescript chewed-up belongings had found their way into every corner. It was less obvious Brigand lived here, though there were clues for the discerning observer. The blanket Tess wrapped Fire in looked suspiciously like a saddle blanket. Tess set Fire on a sofa before the fireplace, and her guard in armchairs around their lady. She gave them all cups of hot wine. She sat with them, folding a pile of very small shirts. Fire shared the sofa with two monster kittens she'd never seen before. One was crimson and the other copper with crimson markings. They were sleeping tangled together so that it was hard to tell which head or tail belonged to which. They reminded Fire of her hair, which was bound now under a scarf that was clammy and cold. She pulled the scarf free and spread it beside her to dry. Her hair slid down, a blaze of light and color. One of the kittens raised its head in the brightness and yawned. She wrapped her hands around her warm cup and blinked wearily into its steam, and found, once she started talking, that confession was comfort to her small and ragged heart. "I killed Cancerel to stop him from killing Brigand, and to stop Brigand from killing Cancerel, because that would have damaged his chance for any alliance with Cancerel's friends. And, for other reasons. I doubt I need to explain to any of you why it was best for him to die." Tess stopped her work, her hands resting on the pile in her lap, and watched Fire closely. Her lips moved as Fire talked, as if she were testing the words in her own mouth. "I tricked him into thinking his leopard monster was a baby," Fire said. "His own human monster baby. I stood outside the fence and watched him open the door of the cage, cooing to it as if it were helpless and harmless. The leopard was hungry. He always kept them hungry. It happened very fast." Fire went silent for a moment, struggling against the picture that haunted her dreams. She spoke with her eyes closed. "Once I was sure he was dead, I shot the cat. Then I shot the rest of his monsters because I hated them. I always hated them, and I couldn't stand them screaming for his blood. And then I called the servants and told them he killed himself, and I hadn't been able to stop him. I entered their minds and made sure they believed me, which wasn't difficult. He'd been unhappy since Nax's death, and they all knew he was capable of mad things." The rest of the story she kept to herself. Archer had come and found her kneeling in Cancerel's blood, staring at him, tearless. When he tried to pull her away, she'd fought against him desperately, screaming at him to leave her alone. For several days, she'd been savage to Archer and Brocker, too, vicious, out of her mind and her body. They'd stayed with her and taken care of her until she'd come back to herself. Then had followed weeks of listlessness and tears. They'd stayed with her through all of that as well. She sat numbly on the sofa. She wanted Archer's company suddenly so that she could forgive him for telling them the truth. It was time other people knew. It was time everyone knew what she was and what she was capable of. She didn't notice herself nodding off to sleep, even when Musa jumped forward to stop her drink from spilling. She woke hours later to find herself stretched out on the sofa, covered in blankets, kittens sleeping in a tangle of her hair. Tess was absent, but Musa, Mila, and Neil had not moved from their seats. Archer stood before the fireplace, his back to her. Fire half sat up and tugged her hair out from under the kittens. "Mila," she said, "you don't have to stay if you don't want to." Mila's voice was stubborn. "I want to stay and guard you, lady." "Very well," Fire said, studying Archer, who'd swung around at the sound of her voice. His left cheekbone was bruised purple, which alarmed her at first and then struck her as intensely interesting. "Who hit you?" she asked. "Clara." "Clara?" "She wailed me one in return for upsetting you. Well," he added, his voice dropping low, "at least that was the main reason. I suppose Clara had several to choose from." He glanced at Mila, who'd suddenly taken on the look of a boxer who'd been punched in the stomach one too many times. "This is awkward." "By your own doing," Fire thought to him furiously. "And your careless words only make it worse. They don't know about each other yet, and it's not yours to reveal their secrets." "Fire," he said, his eyes low and dismal. "It's been some time since I did anyone any good. When my father arrives, I won't be able to look him in the face. I'm dying to do something worthwhile, something I needn't be ashamed of, but I don't seem to be capable of it while you're within my view, and not needing me anymore, and in love with someone else." "Oh, Archer," she said, and then stopped, choked up with how frustrating he was, and how funny it seemed, and sad that he should accuse her of love, and for once in his life, be right. "I'm going west," he said, to cut her. "What?" she cried, dismayed. "Now, by yourself?" "No one's paying any attention to that boy and that Archer, and I know it's a mistake. The boy's not to be trifled with, and maybe you've forgotten, but 20-some years ago, that Archer was in jail for rape." And now Fire was near crying again. "Archer, I don't think you should. Wait until after the gala and let me come with you. I believe it's you they're after. Please, Archer, don't go." "I must," he said suddenly, explosively. He turned away from her, held up a hand against her. "Look at you," he said, tears thick in his voice. "I can't even bear to look at you. I must do something. Don't you see? I must get away. They're going to let you do it, you know, you and Brigand together, the grand assassination team. Here," he said, yanking a folded paper from his coat pocket and pinching it savagely onto the sofa beside her. "What's that?" Fire asked, bewildered. "A letter from him," Archer practically yelled. "He was at the desk just before you woke, writing it. He told me if I didn't give it to you, he'd break both my arms." Tess appeared suddenly in the doorway and jabbed a finger at Archer. "Young man," she barked, "there's a child that lives in this house, and you got no cause to yell the roof off." She turned and stomped away. Archer stared after her in amazement. Then he spun to the fireplace and leaned against the mantel, head in his hands. "Archer," Fire pleaded, "if you must do this, take as many soldiers as you can. Ask Brigand for a convoy." He didn't answer. She wasn't even sure he'd heard. He turned to face her and said, "Goodbye, Fire." He stalked out of the room, abandoned her to her panic. Her thoughts clamored after him desperately. "Archer, keep a strong mind. Go safely. I love you." Brigand's letter was short. "Lady, I have a confession. I knew that you killed Cancerel. Lord Brocker told me the day I went to your house to escort you here. You must forgive him for betraying the confidence. He told me so that I might understand what you were and treat you accordingly. In other words, he told me in order to protect you from me. You asked me once why I trust you. This is not the entire reason, but it's a part. I believe you have shouldered a great deal of pain for the sake of other people." The rest of his letter in a bit. got her. Man, she was so desperate for that flashlight blind. Holy. Go cut this guy off. Beautiful. Nice, nice. Fantastic. All right. Beautiful, beautiful. Okay, buddy. I wanted the pallet gun, so... Perfect. Okay. Beautiful. That doesn't work, buddy. Let's see. Oh, got that. Beautiful. Damn. I don't know where you went. I couldn't track the blood through the grass. Okay, we're on good pace. We should have this. Fantastic. And that is gonna be GG's. Oh. What? Oh, that's so stupid. That really fucking sucks. I should still get my points. It's not my fault. I definitely think if we get a dedicated server area, you should get all the points you've earned up until then. Well, we still won. I wonder why that happened. Very strange. All right. Continuing Bergen's letter. I believe you have shouldered a great deal of pain for the sake of other people. I believe you're as strong and as brave as anyone I've met or heard of, and wise and generous in the use of your power. I must ride suddenly to Fort Blood, but will return in time for the gala. I agree you must be involved in our plan, though Archer is wrong if he thinks it pleases me. My siblings will tell you our thoughts. My soldiers are waiting, and this is hastily written, but meant sincerely. Yours, Brigham. P.S. Do not leave this house until Tess has told you the truth, and forgive me for keeping it from you. I made a promise to her, and have been chafing under it ever since. Fire breathed shakily as she walked into the kitchen, where she sensed Tess to be. The old woman raised green eyes from the work of her hands. What does Prince Brigand mean? Fire said, frightened of the question. When he says you must tell me the truth? Tess put down the dough she was kneading and wiped her palms on her apron. What an upside-down day this is, she said. I never saw this coming, and now that we're here, for such a sight I am intimidated. She shrugged, quite at a loss. My daughter, Jessa, was your mother, child, she said. I'm your grandmother. Would you care to stay for dinner? I swear, God. Congrats on passing. I knew you could do it. Good job, good job. Right, on to chapter 23. This one is a little bit longer than 22 was. Fire glided through the following days in a state of wonderment. To learn she had a grandmother was staggering enough, but to sense from their first hesitant dinner together that her grandmother was curious to know her and open to her company, it was almost too much for one young human monster who had experienced so little joy to bear. Hi, Jay. Welcome back. How were all the foods? Were they good? I hope so. So I got to plug my phone in. It's dying. All charged up. No, charging. Hit 100 follows. Hey, that's awesome. Alright, I'm going to continue reading for you guys. She ate dinner every night in the kitchen of the greenhouse with Tess and Hannah. Hannah's stream of chatter filled the spaces in the conversation between grandmother and granddaughter and soothed somehow their awkwardness as they tried to find the way to relate to each other. It helped that Tess was straightforward and honest, and that Fire could sense the sincerity of every mixed-up thing she said. I'm mostly unflappable, Tess said over their first dinner of dumplings and raptor monster stew. But you flapped me, monster lady. I've told myself all these years you were Cancerel's daughter, and not truly Jessa's. A monster, not a girl, that we were better off without you. I tried to tell Jessa, too, though she would never listen, and she was right. Plain as day, I can see her in your face. Grandma gave you 200 monies for passing? Good job. Where? Hannah demanded. What parts of her face? You have Jessa's forehead, Tess said, brandishing a spoon at Fire helplessly, and the same expression in your eyes, and her lovely, warm skin. You take after her eye and hair coloring, though yours is 100 times what hers was, of course. The young prince told me he trusted you, she finished weakly, but I couldn't believe him. I thought he was ensnared. I thought you'd marry the king, or worse, him, and it would begin all over. It's all right, Fire said softly, immune to grudges, because she was newly fallen in love with having a grandmother. She wished she could thank Brigham, but he was still away from court and unlikely to return before the gala. She wished more than anything that she could tell Archer. Whatever else he might feel, he would share her joy in this. He would laugh in astonishment at the news. But Archer was bumbling around somewhere west with the smallest of guards. According to Clara, he'd taken only 4 men, getting into who knew what kind of trouble. Fire determined to make a list of all the delights and confusions of having a grandmother to tell him when he returned. She was not the only person worried about Archer. It wasn't such a terrible thing, really, that he told you your secret, Clara said. Forgetting, Fire thought dryly, but at the time Clara had found it terrible enough to punch him. We're all more content with you in the plan, now we knew, and we admire you for it. Truly, lady. I wonder you never told us before. Fire didn't respond to this, for she couldn't explain that the admiration was part of the reason she hadn't told. It was not rewarding to be the hero of other people's hatred for Cantrell. She had not killed him out of hatred. Archer's an ass, but still, I hope he'll be careful, Clara finished, one hand resting absently on her belly while the other rifled through a pile of floor plans. Does he know the terrain in the west? There are great crevices in the ground. Some of them open to caves, but some of them are bottomless. Trust him to fall into one. She stopped rifling for a moment, closed her eyes, and sighed. I've decided to be grateful to him for supplying my child with a sibling. Gratitude takes less energy than anger. When the truth had come out, Clara had indeed accepted it with a generous equanimity. It had not been easy for Mila, though she hadn't taken to anger either. In her chair now beside the door, more than anything, Mila looked dazed. Ah, well, Clara said, still sighing. Have you memorized anything above level 6? You're not afraid of heights, are you? No more than the next person. Why? Clara pulled 2 enormous curling pages from the pile of floor plans. Here are the layouts for 7 and 8. I'll have Welkley verify I've labeled the guest rooms correctly before you start learning all the names. We're trying to keep those floors empty for your use, but there are those who like the views. Memorizing the palace's floor plans was different for Fire from what it would be for other people, because Fire couldn't get herself to conceive of the palace as a map flat on the page. Palace was a 3-dimensional space that whirled around from her head, full of moving minds, walking down corridors, passing laundry chutes, and climbing stairways Fire couldn't sense, but was expected to fill in now from her memory of a map on a page. It wasn't enough now for Fire to know, for example, that Welkley was on the eastern end of the palace's 2nd level. Where is he precisely? What room was he in, and how many doors and windows did it have? How close was it to the nearest servant's closet or the nearest stairway? The minds that she sensed near Welkley, were they in the room with him, or were they in the hallway, or the next room over? If Fire needed to give Welkley mental directions to guide him to her own rooms this instant without anyone seeing him, could she do it? Could she keep 8 levels, hundreds of hallways, thousands of rooms, doorways, windows, balconies, and her perception of a court full of consciousnesses, all in her mind at once? The simple answer was that no, she couldn't, but she was going to have to learn to do it as best she could, because the assassination plan for Gala Knight depended on it. In her rooms, in the stables with Small, on the roofs with her guard, she practiced and practiced all day long, constantly, proud of herself sometimes for how far she moved beyond her early days in this palace. She would certainly never get lost wandering these halls again. The success of the plan hinged rather nerve-wrackingly on Fire's ability to isolate Genshin, Gunnar, and Murgda separately or together, secretly, somewhere in the palace. It was imperative that she managed to do this, because the backup plans were messy, involved too many soldiers, and too many scuffles, and would next be impossible to keep quiet. Once alone with them, Fire would learn whatever she could from each and all of them. In the meantime, Brigand would find a discreet way to join her and ensure that the information exchange ended with Fire alive and the other 3 dead. And then news of the entire escapade would have to be contained somehow for as long as possible. This would also be one of Fire's jobs, monitoring the palace for people who suspected what had happened, and arranging for those people to be quietly captured before they said anything, because no one on the wrong side of the crown could be permitted to know where matters stood or what Fire had learned. Information would only be valuable as long as no one knew they knew it. Brigand would ride through the night to Fort Flood. The instant he got there, the war would begin. The day of the gala, Tess helped Fire into her dress that had been commissioned, fastened hooks, smoothing, and straightening bits that were already smooth and straight, and all the time murmuring her pleasure. Next, a team of hairdressers yanked and braided Fire to distraction, exclaiming at ranges of reds and oranges and golds in her hair. Its occasional astonishing strands of pink, its impossibly soft texture, its luminosity. It was Fire's first experience of trying to improve her appearance. Very quickly, the process grew tiresome. Nonetheless, when it finally ended and the hairdressers left and Tess insisted on pulling her to the mirror, Fire saw and understood that everyone had done the job well. The dress, deep, shimmering purple and utterly simple in design, was so beautifully cut and so clingy and well-fitting that Fire felt slightly naked. And her hair. She couldn't follow what they'd done with her hair. Braids thin as threads in some places, looped and wound through thick sections that fell over her shoulders and down her back, but she saw that the end result was a controlled wildness that was magnificent against her face, her body, and the dress. She turned to measure the effect on her guard, all 20 of them, for all had roles to play in tonight's proceedings, and all were awaiting her orders. 20 jaws hung slack with astonishment. Even Musa's, Mila's, and Neil's. Fire touched their minds and was pleased and then angry to find them open as the glass roofs in July. Take hold of yourselves, she snapped. It's a disguise, remember? This isn't going to work if the people meant to help me can't keep their heads. It will work, Lady Granddaughter. Tess handed Fire 2 knives in ankle holsters. You'll get what you want from whomever you want. Tonight, King Nash would give you the Winged River as a present if you asked for it. Dallas, child, Prince Briggan would give you his best warhorse. Fire strapped a knife to each ankle and did not smile at that. Briggan couldn't give gifts until he'd returned to court, and that was a thing. 2 hours before the gala, he had not yet done. One of several staging areas reserved by the royal siblings for the night was a suite of rooms on the 4th floor with a balcony overlooking the large central courtyard. Fire stood in the balcony with 3 of her guard, deflecting the attention of hundreds of people below. She had never seen a party before, let alone a royal ball. The courtyard sparkled gold from the light of thousands upon thousands of candles, walls of candles behind balustrades at the edges of the dance floor, so the ladies wouldn't set their dresses on fire. Candles and wide lamps hanging from the ceiling by silver chains. Candles melted to the railings of every balcony, including her own. Light flickered over the people, turning them beautiful in their dresses and suits, their jewelry, the silver cups they drank from. The sky was fading. Musicians turned their instruments and began to play over and through the tinkle of laughter. The dancing began, and it was the perfect picture of a winter party. How absolutely the look of a thing it could differ from its feel. If Fire had not had such intense need to concentrate, if she hadn't been so far from humor, she might have laughed, for she knew herself to be standing above a microcosm of the kingdom itself, a web of traitors, spies, and allies in fancy costumes, representing every side, watching each other with calculation, trying to hear each other's conversations, and keenly aware of everyone who entered or exited. It began with Lord Genshin and his son, the focal center of the room, even though they stood at its edges. Gunnar, medium-sized and nondescript, had a way of blending into the corner, but Genshin was tall with bright white hair and too famously an enemy of this court to be inconspicuous. Surrounding him were 5 of his attendants, men with the look of vicious dogs stuffed into formal clothing. Swords were not fashioned at balls such as this. The only visible weapons were on the palace guards stationed at the doorways. Fire knew that Genshin, Gunnar, and their thinly disguised bodyguards had knives. She knew they were wound tight with distrust. She could feel it. She saw Genshin tugging his collar repeatedly, uncomfortably. She saw him with his son turning sharply at every noise, their social smiles, false, frozen almost to the point of crazedness. She thought that Genshin was a nice-looking man, finely dressed, seemingly distinguished, unless you were in the position to feel his screaming nerves. Genshin was regretting the plan that had brought him here. Okay. Damn, all right. I don't know how she squeezed past me. There should not have been room there, but all right, whatever. Jesus Christ. There we go. Beautiful. Dang it. Think. Damn, I thought I had her there. But it was on the other side. I was hoping Legion was gonna turn around and... Beautiful. What? How did I not get her there? Oh, that sucks. Beautiful. We did. Awesome, awesome. Not gonna work. We're both just standing over here looking down. Oh, that's so funny. That was fun. It was a good one. All right. Genshin was regretting the plant that had brought him here. It overwhelmed fire to keep track of everyone in this courtyard, and stretching herself beyond this courtyard was positively dizzying. But as best as she could, and using whatever minds gave her access, she was compiling a mental list of people in this palace she thought might be sympathetic to Lord Genshin or Lady Margda. People who were not to be trusted, and also people who were. It was a cute legion, I agree. He communicated the list to his secretary in Garrett's offices, who took down names and descriptions and communicated them to the master of the guard, whose many jobs this night included knowing where everyone was at all times and preventing any unplanned appearances of weapons or disappearances of significant people. The sky was dark now. Fire sensed archers moving into the shadows of the balconies around her. Both Genshin and Mergda had been housed on the palace's third level, overlooking this very courtyard. The rooms above, below, across, and to either side of them empty of guests and temporarily occupied, with a royal military presence that made Fire's guard seem quite shabby. These had been Brigand's orders. Fire wasn't certain which she was dreading more, what it would mean for her and his family personally if he did not arrive in time, or what it would mean for their night's work and the war. She thought these might be pieces of the same fear. If Brigand didn't come, he was probably dead, and with that, all things would fall apart anyway, whether they be big, like tonight's plans, or small, like her heart. And then, only a few minutes later, she stumbled upon him as he materialized at the edges of her range in the nearest city bridge. Almost involuntarily, she sent him a surge of feeling that began as fury but turned immediately to worry, and also relief at feeling him. All of it so uncontrolled that she couldn't be sure some of her deeper feeling hadn't gotten through. He sent back assurance and exhaustion and apology. And she reached back to him with apology of her own, and he apologized again, more insistently this time. Brigand has arrived, she thought hurriedly to the others, and pushed their own expressions of relief out of her mind. Her focus was unraveling. She scrambled to regain control of the courtyard. Lady Mergda was keeping a lower profile than Genshin. Like Genshin, she'd arrived with attendants, at least 20 of them. Servants who had the feeling of persons used to fighting. A number of these persons were in the courtyard below. Others were spread throughout the palace, presumably watching over whomever Mergda had instructed them to watch. But Mergda herself had gone straight to her rooms at her arrival and had not emerged since. She was holed up there, now, a level below Fire and across from where Fire stood, though Fire could not see her. She could only feel her sharp and intelligent, as Fire had known she would be. Harder than her two enemies below, and more guarded, but buzzing with a similar edginess, and burning with suspicion. Clara, Garen, Nash, Welkley, and several guards entered Fire's room. Sensing them, but not turning from the balcony, Fire touched their minds in greeting and, through the open balcony door, heard Clara muttering. I figured out who Genshin's got tailing me, Clara said, but I'm not so sure of Mergda's tail. Her people are better trained. They're Pickian, some of them, Garen said. Sarah tells me she saw Pickian-looking men and heard their accents. It is possible Lord Genshin could be daft enough to have no one watching Lady Mergda. His entourage is pretty obvious, and none of it seems trained on her. There's no sense in watching Lady Mergda, Lady Princess, Welkley said. She's barely shown her face. Lord Genshin, on the other hand, has asked for your audience 3 times, Lord King, and 3 times I've brushed him off. He's quite eager to tell you in person all kinds of made-up reasons why he's here. We'll give him the opportunity to explain once he's dead, Garen said. Fire listened to the conversation with one fraction of her attention and monitored Brigand's progress with the other. He was in the stables now, dancing all the while around Genshin, Gunnar, and Mergda. So far, she had only played around their minds, searching for ways in, approaching but not taking hold. He instructed a servant below, one of Welkley's people, to offer wine to Genshin and Gunnar. Both men waved the serving girl away. Fire sighed, wishing the elder were not so plagued with indigestion and the younger so austere in his habits. Young Gunnar was a bit troublesome, actually, stronger-minded than she'd like. Genshin, on the other hand, she wondered if it was time to enter Genshin's mind and begin pushing. He grew more and more anxious, and she got the sense that he had wanted the wine he'd refused. Brigand pushed into the room behind her. Brother, Fire heard Garen say. Cutting it a bit close this time, even by your standards, don't you think? Everything in place at Fort Flood? Poor boy, Clara said. Who punched up your face? No one relevant, Brigand said shortly. Where's Lady Fire? Fire turned from the courtyard, went to the balcony door, stepped into the room, and came face to face with Nash, very handsome, very smartly dressed, who froze, stared back at her unhappily, turned, and strode into the next room. Garen and Welkley stared also. mouths agape, and Fire remembered that she was dressed up. Even Clara seemed dumbstruck. All right, Fire said, I know. Pull yourselves together and let's get on with things. Is everyone in position? Brigand asked. Mud splattered and radiating cold. He looked like he'd been fighting for his life not 10 minutes ago, and had nearly lost. His cheekbones scraped raw, his jaw bruised, and a bloody bandage across his knuckles. He directed his question at Fire, searching her face with gentle eyes that did not match the rest of his appearance. Everyone's in position, she said. Do you need a healer, Lord Prince? He shook his head, peering down at his knuckles with mild amusement. And our enemies? Anyone we weren't expecting? Any of Cutter's foggy friends about, lady? No, thank the devils. Are you in pain? All right, Clara said. We have our swordsmen, so let's get moving. Brigand, could you attempt at least to make yourself presentable? I know this is a war, but the rest of us are trying to pretend it's a party. The third time, Fire instructed Welkley's serving girl to offer Genshin wine. Genshin grabbed the cup and downed it in 2 gulps. Fire was fully inside Genshin's mind now. It was not a stable place. He kept glancing at the balcony belonging to Murgda. When he did this, his entire handsome being flashed with anxiety and with a peculiar wishfulness. Fire began to wonder why, if Genshin was so anxious about Lady Murgda's balcony, he'd assigned none of his men to monitor Murgda. For Clara had figured right. Fire knew the feeling of every person in Genshin's entourage, and with a small effort she could locate each of them. They were lurking around the doors and the persons of various gala guests. They were lurking near the guarded entrances to the royal residences and offices. None of them were lurking around Murgda. Murgda, on the other hand, had spies on everyone. 2 of them were milling around Genshin this moment. Genshin took another cup of wine, glanced one more at Murgda's empty balcony. It was so odd, the emotion that accompanied these glances. Something like a frightened child looking for reassurance from an adult. Why would Genshin look to the balcony of his enemy for reassurance? Suddenly, Fire very much wanted to feel what would happen if Murgda came onto her balcony and Genshin saw her, but Fire was not going to be able to compel Murgda onto her balcony without Murgda knowing she was being compelled. And then it would be only one more step to Murgda figuring out why. It seemed to Fire that if she couldn't sneak up on Murgda, she may as well be direct. She sent a message. Come out, Lady Rebel, and tell me why you're here. Murgda's response was both immediate and startling. An ironic, hard pleasure at being so hailed. An utter lack of surprise or fear. A desire unmistakable to meet with the Lady Monster in person, and a blatant and unapologetic mistrust. Well, Fire thought, her tone deliberately careless. I'll meet with you if you go to the place I specify. Amusement and contempt in response to this. Murgda was not fool enough to be led into a trap. Hey, Drifter. GG's. That was a lot of fun. It was a little chaotic there at the end, but we made it work. If I were in DBD, could I solo? I don't know. I probably would not survive very long. I can't run. Hell, I can hardly walk. That'd be funny to watch, but I still probably wouldn't. I'm not very good at handling scary things at all. I'm quite the scaredy cat. Right, back to our book. And I'm not keen enough to see you, Lady Murgda, that I would let you choose the meeting place. Stubborn refusal to leave her self-created fortress. You don't imagine I'd come into your rooms, Lady Murgda. No, I begin to think we are not meant to meet after all. a determination, a need to meet Lady Fire, to see her. It was intriguing, this need, and Fire was content to use it for her own purposes. She breathed to calm her nerves, for her next message must be perfect in tone, amused, delighted even, to the point of mild acquiescence, and somewhat curious, but rather indifferent as to where all of this might lead. I suppose we could start by getting a look at each other. I'm on the balcony just across from you and up. Suspicion. Fire was trying to lure Mergda out again. Very well then, Lady Mergda. If you think our plan is to kill you publicly at our winter party and start a war in the court, then by all means, don't venture onto your balcony. I cannot blame you for caution, though it does seem to disallow your own interests. Goodbye, then. A burst of irritation in response to this, which Fire ignored, then scorn, then mild disappointment, and finally, silence. Fire waited. Minutes passed, and her sense of Mergda shrank, as if Mergda were pulling her feelings away and closing herself tight. More minutes passed. Fire was beginning to try to cobble together a new plan when suddenly she felt Mergda moving through her rooms toward her balcony. Fire nudged Genshin to a place in the courtyard where he would not be able to see Fire, but would have an unobstructed view of Mergda's balcony door. Then Fire stepped forward into the light of the candles on her own railing. Mergda stopped behind her balcony door and peeked out at Fire through the glass pane. She was, as Fire remembered her, a short, plain-faced woman, straight-shouldered and tough-looking. Fire was pleased, oddly, by the strong and purposeful sight of her. Mergda didn't emerge to the balcony. She didn't even crack the door open. But this was what Fire had expected, and the most she dared to hope for. And it was enough, for down below, Genshin's eyes caught hold of Mergda. His reaction came to Fire plain as a pail of water thrown in her face. His confidence surged. His nerves were immensely comforted. She understood now why Genshin wasn't spying on Mergda, and why Lord Mydog's ally, Captain Hart, had known so much about Genshin. She understood a good many things, including why Mergda had come. She had come to help Genshin and see his plans through. For somewhere along the line, Mydog and Genshin had become allies against the king. And Fire was reading something from Mergda as well, something less surprising. Whether Genshin knew it or not, his ally had come for one other reason. Fire read it in Mergda's eyes, which stared across the courtyard at her, and in the feeling Mergda was releasing now without meaning to. Stupefaction, wonderment, and lust. Though not the lust Fire was used to. This lust was hard and scheming and political. Mergda wanted to steal her. Mydog and Mergda wanted her for their very own monster tool, had wanted her since the first moment they'd seen her last spring. Knowledge, even the knowledge that your enemies had unified to outnumber you, was strengthening. Fire saw now quite assuredly what she must do, what she could do, if she took care and kept hold of all the stray ends. You see, she thought now charmingly to Mergda, you've shown your face, and you're still alive. A bloot! Mergda's mind sharpened and closed. She narrowed her eyes at Fire and rested her hand on her stomach in an interesting manner Fire understood, because she'd seen it before. Mergda spun around and walked out of sight, never once noticing Genshin, who was still craning his neck at her below. Fire stepped back into the shadows. Flatly, without dramatics, she communicated to the others all she had learned. They were surprised, horrified, unsurprised, eager to proceed. She answered as best she could what she believed to be their questions. I don't know if I'll ever get Lady Mergda out of her rooms, she thought to them. I don't know if Mergda will die tonight, but Lord Genshin will do whatever I say. And I can probably manage Gunnar. Let's start with them. Lord Mydog's allies can tell us Lord Mydog's plans. And then that's the end of a chapter, so we'll pause there, and then we'll get into chapter 24. We are 2/3 of the way through the book. We're getting there, we're getting there. I dropped my phone. All right. Didn't mean to fully uncloak, but it's fine. Beautiful. Oof. Fantastic. Still got him. Beautiful. Damn. Try not to get in his way. Okay, let Birkin take care of that. Wait, how? Jesus Christ, you got healed so quick. Good Lord. Oh my gosh. I'll leave the gens. Perfect. Damn, I thought it was early. Getting close. Did I remember to kick this? I did. Perfect. The two speedy boys are cleaning up. Hi, Quentin. Oh, this is the 5% haste while no one can see me. Oh my god. I'm so fast. Gotcha. Hi. Gotta get over there. Okay, well, I'm gonna go ahead and bop him. Gonna be at work till 3-ish and an hour drive home. Oh my gosh. That was funny. Can you die yet? No. Okay, come on. Off we go to ready up for the next one. And to continue, chapter 24. Fire wanted Genshin, and more particularly Gunnar, to see her clearly, so she went to the king's own living quarters, which were on the second level overlooking the courtyard, and walked right out onto the balcony. She looked straight into the dazzled faces of Genshin and Gunnar, whom she'd placed in a fine position to see her. She smiled suggestively at Gunnar and made eyes, which was ridiculous and embarrassing, but had the desired effect. And then Nash himself stormed onto the balcony, looked to see whom she was flirting with, glared at Genshin and Gunnar, took Fire's arm, and yanked her back inside. The whole thing lasted probably 9 seconds. A fortunate brevity, for the mental strain on Fire was enormous. There had been too many minds in the courtyard to control at once. She'd had help. Welkley's people had been on the floor creating distractions to deflect attention from her, but persons here and there had seen, and Fire had to make a list now of people who must be watched with extra care, on the chance they'd found it interesting that the Lady Monster seemed to be working her charms on Genshin and Gunnar. Interesting enough to talk about it, or even do something about it. Still, it had worked. Genshin and Gunnar had stared, paralyzed by the vision of her. I want to talk to you, she thought to them, as Nash had dragged her away. I want to join your side, but don't tell anyone, or you'll put me in danger. Now she sank into a chair in Nash's sitting room, her head in her hands, monitoring Genshin's eagerness, Gunnar's suspicion and desire, and skimming the rest of the courtyard and the entirety of the palace for anything relevant or worrisome. Nash went to a side table and came back, crouching before her with a cup of water. Thank you, she said, glancing up gratefully and taking the cup. You did well, Lord King. They believed you guard me jealously, and I've a wish to escape. Genshin is positively brimming with indignation. Clara, sprawled on a sofa, snorted in disgust. Gullible no-heads. It's not their fault, really, Nash said soberly, still crouched before Fire. He was having a hard time getting up and leaving her. Fire could feel that he was trying. She wanted to put a hand on his arm, out of gratitude for all the ways he always tried, but she knew her touch would be no help to him. Why don't you take water to your brother, she thought to him gently, for Garen had begun to sweat with one of the fevers that overtook him in moments of stress, and was resting on the sofa with his feet in Claire's lap. Nash bent his chin to his chest and stood to do what she said. Fire considered Briggan, who'd leaned back against a bookshelf, arms crossed, eyes closed, ignoring the argument beginning now between his sister and brothers about the whys and wherefores of Genshin's stupidity. He was neatly dressed and shaved, but the bruise on his face had darkened to something purple and ugly, and he looked so tired, as if he'd like to sink into the bookshelf and become a part of its solid, inanimate bookshelfness. When did you last sleep? She thought to him. His pale eyes came open and regarded her. He shrugged and shook his head, and she knew that it had been too long ago. Who hurt you? He shook his head again and mouthed the word across the room. bandits. Were you riding alone? I had to, he said quietly, or not get here in time. I was not criticizing you, she thought. I trust you to do what you must. He opened a memory to her. He'd promised her, one green and gold day at the start of summer, not to wander alone at night. Yet he'd ridden last night alone, and most of the day. It was within her right to criticize. I wish, Fire began, and then stopped, because she could not think to him that she wished they did not have this task to do. She wished she could comfort him and help him to sleep. She wished this war away, that he and Nash would fight, hacking with swords and fists on a frozen field against too many men. These brothers. How would they get out of such a thing alive? Panic bunched inside her. Her tone grew tart. I've grown quite fond of your warhorse Big. Will you give her to me? He stared at her with as much incredulity as such a question, posed to the army's commander on the eve of battle, rightly deserved. And now Fire was laughing, and the sudden, unexpected lightness soothed her aching brain. All right. I was only testing that you were awake and in your right mind. The sight of you taking a nap against the bookshelf doesn't inspire confidence. He was still looking at her as if she might be half crazy, but he flexed his hand and rested it on his sword hilt, pushing himself upright, ready to go whenever she told him to. He cocked his head at the doorway leading to Nash's other rooms, where Fire's guard, a group of messengers, and a small army of soldiers were waiting to assist however they were needed. Fire stood. The others stopped their chatter and looked to her. Levels 7 and 8, she said to Briggan, the far northern wing. The rooms overlooked the smallest courtyard. At this moment, it's the emptiest part of the palace, and it has been all day. That's where I'll take Genshin and Gunnar. You and Clara go there now, find whatever empty room you can, on whichever level is easier to get to without being seen, and I'll try to lead them as close to you as I can. If you need my help getting through the halls, or if Murgda's tales give you trouble, call for me. Briggan nodded and went to the side room to collect his soldiers. Fire sat back down and dropped her head again into the palm of her hands. Every stage of this process required focus. Right now, she must monitor Briggan and Clara and their soldiers and their tales and everyone who noticed any one of them, while keeping stock of Genshin, Gunnar, and Murgda, of course, and perhaps sending Genshin and Gunnar occasional blips of helpless desire, and holding on to a sense of the palace as a whole. In case anything anywhere, at any time, should feel wrong for any reason. She breathed through a mild headache forming above her temples. She stretched out with her mind. 15 minutes later, Clara, Briggan, and a number of soldiers had found their way to an unoccupied suite of rooms on level 8 in the far northern wing. 3 of Murgda's spies and 3 of Genshin's were also with them also, several unconscious, and the conscious ones boiling with fury, presumably at the indignity of being bound and gagged and shoved into closets. Briggan sent assurance that all was well. All right, Fire said to Nash and Garen. All right, she thought to all those involved throughout the palace. I'm beginning. She hunched in her chair and closed her eyes. She touched Genshin's mind and then entered it. She touched on Gunnar and decided that he was not oblivious enough for sneakery. Gunnar, she thought to him, warm and flirtatious and gushing herself at him, and then thrusting herself into the cracks that opened with his involuntary rush of pleasure. Gunnar, I want you to come to me. I need to see you. Can I trust you to be kind to me? Suspicion washed along the edges of his gladness, but Fire murmured at it, lulled it, and took harder hold. You must go to where I direct you, and tell no one. Shield both him and Genshin. Now, leave the courtyard through the main arch and climb the central stairway to level 3, as if you were returning to your rooms. I'll lead you to a place that's safe for all of us, far away from the king and his tiresome guards. Genshin began to move, and then, more reluctantly, Gunnar. Their 5 henchmen moved with them, and Fire expanded her reach, stepping into each of their minds. The 7 proceeded toward the exit, and Fire skimmed the rest of the courtyard. It didn't matter who noticed, but it did matter very much who followed. 3 consciousnesses separated themselves casually from the dancing and fell in behind Genshin's guard. Fire recognized 2 as Murgda spies, and the other as a minor lord she'd identified earlier as a probable Murgda sympathizer. She touched their minds, tested, and decided they were too guarded for her to enter without them noticing. She would have to lead the others and trust these 3 to follow. 10 men. She thought she could handle that while holding onto the floor plan and thousands of moving figures in her mind. Now her power had grown with practice. She could not have done this a year ago. Only last spring the first branch had utterly overwhelmed her. Her party of 10 ascended the steps to the 3rd level. Now move down the hallway and turn into the corridor containing your rooms. Fire thought to Genshin and Gunnar. Her mind raced ahead to that very corridor and found it alarmingly full of people. She sped some up, slowed some down, and sent some into their rooms, forcefully in the case of the strong-minded, for there was no time to take the proper care. When Genshin, Gunnar, and their 5 attendants turned the corridor to their rooms, the hallway stretched emptily before them. The hallway was still empty moments later when Genshin and Gunnar came abreast of their rooms. "Stop there," she told them, and switched to the minds of the soldiers hiding in the suites around Genshin's. When Mergda's men rounded the corner, she sent the soldiers a message. "Go, now." Soldiers piled into the hallway and set about capturing Genshin's 5 guards and Mergda's 3 spies. "Run!" Fire screamed at Genshin and Gunnar, perhaps unnecessarily, as they seemed already to be running. "They're on to us! Run! Run! Down the hallway! Turn left at the lantern. Now, down that corridor. Look for the green door on the left. Through the green door and you're safe. Yes, you're safe. Now up, climb the stairs. Quiet. Slow. Slow down. Stop," she thought. "Stop for a minute." Genshin and Gunnar stopped, baffled, frantic, and alone, on a spiral stairway somewhere between levels 5 and 6. Fire kept a finger on them, petted and soothed them, and stretched back to the hallway where the short, nasty scuffle had taken place. "Did you get everyone?" she asked the soldier in charge. "Did anyone see you?" The soldier communicated that all had gone well. "Thank you," Fire said. "Well done. If you have any trouble, call for me." She took a long, steadying breath and returned to Genshin and Gunnar. "I'm sorry," she murmured soothingly. "Are you all right? I'm sorry. I'll take care of you." Gunnar was in no good humor, breaking loose a bit from her hold. He was angry about the loss of his guards, angry to be huddled in a narrow stairway, furious with himself for allowing a monster to commandeer his intentions and put himself in danger. Fire flooded him, overwhelming him with heat and with feelings and suggestions designed to stop him thinking. Then she sent him a steely and certain message. "You knowingly put yourself in danger when you came traipsing into the palace of the king. You have nothing to fear. I've chosen you, and I am stronger than the king. Take hold of yourself. Think how much easier it'll be to injure him with me on your side." Simultaneously, Fire checked the corridors to which this spiral stairway led. Gala guests walked and mingled in the corridor of level 8. Level 7 was empty. Brigand was on level 8, but Fire's mind was growing sluggish with fatigue. Brigand, she thought, too weary to concern herself with manners. "I'm taking them to level 7 to the unoccupied rooms just below you. When the time comes, you may have to climb down the balcony." Brigand's response came quickly. This was perfectly fine. Fire was not to worry about him or the balcony. "Go up," Fire told Genshin and Gunnar. "Climb, yes, one more level. Now quietly through the door. Down the corridor, yes, and turn left. Slowly, slowly." Fire strained to remember the guest plan, to feel where Brigand was. "There," she said, finally. "Stop. Enter the room to your right." Gunnar was still spluttering. She gave him an unaffectionate shove. Inside the room, Gunnar's anger changed to puzzlement, and then, quite abruptly, to contentment. Alright, here are you. Hello. This was odd, but Fire had no energy to contemplate it. "Sit down, gentlemen," she told them numbly. "Stay away from the windows and the balcony. I'll be there in a few minutes, and we can talk." Fire did one more sweep of the corridors, one of the courtyards, of Mergda and Mergda's people, reassuring herself that no one was suspicious and nothing was out of place. With a great sigh, she turned her mind back to the room to find Mila kneeling on the floor before her, gripping her hand, and others in her guard, and Garen and Nash watching her anxiously. It was a comfort to find herself still with them. "All right," she said. "Now for my own journey." Hi, Kitsunari, welcome back. We're reading a book while we wait for a match. We're in a quite dramatic part of it. Political assassinations. It's all quite daring. It is really good. I love these books so much. Fire floated down the hallway on Nash's arm, flanked by members of both their guards and attracting a great deal of attention. The couple climbed the central stairway to level 3, as Genshin had done, but turned in the opposite direction and wound through the corridors, stopping finally before the entrance to Fire's room. Yeah, I mean, I enjoy the time because it gives me a chance to take a break, and we're getting to read, so I'm enjoying it. "Good night to you, lady," Nash said. I hope you'll recover from your headache. He took her hand, raised her fingers to his mouth, and kissed them, then dropped them and slumped darkly away. Fire looked after him with true fondness, not on her face, but into his mind, for he was playing his part very well tonight, and she knew it was hard on him, even if the love-struck and jealous monarch was not much of a stretch. Then Fire smiled sweetly at Mergda's and Genshin's tails, several of whom smiled back at her idiotically, and went into her rooms. Fire pressed to her temples, and she forced her mind through an examination of the grounds and skies outside her window. There's no one out there, she told her guard, and no raptor monsters. Let's begin. Musa creaked Fire's window open and took a blade to the screen. Cold air poured into the room, bits of slush spitting onto the carpet. Fire spared a thought for Brigand and his guard, who would be riding later in that sleet. Musa and Mila lowered a rope ladder out the window. The ladder's in place, she thought to the soldiers in the room below. She heard their windows squeak open and checked the skies and grounds again. No one was there, not even the greenhouse guard. All right, she said. I'm going. She felt then, suddenly, how loath Musa was to let Fire go. How it pained Musa to send Fire anywhere alone and unguarded. Fire held Musa's hand harder than was necessary. I'll call for you if I need you, she promised. Tight-lipped, Musa helped her out the window and into the cold. Her dress and slippers were not made for winter, nor for anything approximating weather, but rather clumsily she managed the descent to the window below. Soldiers pulled her inside and tried not to stare as she straightened her dress. Then they tucked her under the cloth of a wheeled cart bearing food bound for level 7. It was a fine, sturdy cart, and Nash's floors were strong and smooth, and a minute or two of determined shivering under the tablecloth warmed her. The servant pushed her through the halls and then wheeled her onto the lift, which rose on its ropes without a single creak or jolt. On level 7, another servant rolled her out. He followed her mental directions down hallways and around corners, finally pushing her into the far northern corridor, stopping outside the room containing Genshin and Gunnar. She reached upward to find Brigand. He was not there. Swooping around in a panic, she realized what she'd done. Rocks, she seethed to Brigand. Monster rocks. I miscalculated. I did not send them into the rooms directly below yours. They're one suite over to the west. Brigand sent assurance that he wasn't worried about this. He could scale the balconies to the neighboring rooms. Oh, hi? Oh, I missed. Whoopsie. There we go. I guess spotted somebody this way. Must have been a crow. I've fudged it. Beautiful. Jesus Christ. What? Holy auto aim. I'm gonna go help him. He's got 3 people over here. Wow. Damn. There we go. Man, I am not doing well this match. Oh my gosh. These gens are just going so fast and I can't seem to close things out fast enough. Oh my gosh, what a rough match. Seems like they're all at the other gate. Oh well. Would have been a good attempt. That sucks. Hey, those gens flew. Holy. My God. Give me just a second, guys. Okay. Shboop. Okay. In one suite over to the west, Brigand sent assurance that he wasn't worried about this. He could scale the balconies to the neighboring rooms. They're occupied rooms. He was certain they weren't. Not the ones on your level, Brigand. The ones on mine. I've led Genshin and Gunnar to occupied rooms. Quisland? Someone beginning with a Q. Her head stabbed with pain. Should I try to move them again? I think Gunnar would refuse. This is dreadful. I'll spread the word that the fellow beginning with Q must be kept from his room somehow. And his wife and servants and guards too. I can't think what I'll do with Genshin and Gunnar's bodies now. She thought bitterly, overwhelmed almost to tears with the consequences of her mistake. Quislam? Brigand offered. Lord Quislam from the south? Yes, Quislam. But isn't Quislam Genshin's ally? Fire strained to remember. Yes, Quislam is Genshin's ally, but it makes no difference other than to explain why Gunnar stopped fighting once he entered the room. But Brigand thought, if Gunnar thinks himself safe in the room of an ally, perhaps he'll be easier to handle. Perhaps her mistake had been fortunate. Fire was turning hysterical. It isn't. It's not fortunate. It creates countless problems. Fire. Her concentration was fracturing to pieces, and she grasped wildly at a thing that seemed suddenly and senselessly to matter. Brigand, your mental control is as strong as anyone's I've ever encountered. Look at how well you're able to communicate. You're practically sending me sentences, and you don't need to explain why you're so strong. You made yourself that way out of necessity. My father... Fire was impossibly drained. A fist in her head was punching at her brain. My father hated you more than anyone. Fire. Brigand, I'm so tired. Fire. Brigand was saying her name, and he was sending her a feeling. It was courage and strength, and something else too. As if he were standing with her, as if he'd taken her within himself, letting her rest her entire body for a moment on his backbone. Her mind in his mind, her heart in the fire of his. Fire of Brigand's heart was astounding. Fire understood and almost could not believe that the feeling he was sending her was love. Pull yourself together, he thought to her. Get yourself into that room. She climbed out from under the cart. She opened the door to the room. Ooh, it's getting intense. Both Genshin and Gunnar sat in chairs facing the entry. As she shut the door, Gunnar rose to his feet and edged sideways against the wall in a direction that brought him slightly nearer to her. A shield with Quislam's color was propped against a footstool. Fire saw that the carpet was a patchwork of squares in rust, brown, and red. The curtains red, the sofa and chairs brown. At least they wouldn't have to worry about bloodstains. She soaked in the feeling of these two men, and knew immediately where the trouble would lie in this room. Of course, it would not be with Genshin, so charming and so blitheringly happy to see her. So easy for even her torpid mind to invade that she would have wondered how such a man could have ever risen to a place of power. Had the answer not stood scowling before her in the form of Gunnar. He was a bit like Nash used to be, unpredictable, confusing, too much for her to control, but not entirely under his own control either. He began to prowl back and forth along the wall, his eyes always on her, and though he was not a big man or imposing, something tight and smooth in his movements caused Fire to see suddenly why others had been worried. He was a calculating creature with a capacity for strong, fast viciousness. "Won't you sit down, Gunnar?" Fire murmured, moving herself sideways, away from both of them, and seating herself calmly on the sofa. Which was a mistake, because more than one person could fit on a sofa, and the sofa was where Gunnar now seemed inclined to sit. She fought him with her mind, which felt puffy and stiff, pushed him back towards the seat nearer his father, but he would not sit if he couldn't sit with her. He retreated to his wall and resumed prowling. "And what can we do for you, darling child?" Genshin said, slightly drunk and bouncing in his seat with happiness. How she wished she could go slowly, but her time in this room was borrowed from Lord Quislam. "I want to join your side," she said. "I want your protection." "You're not to be trusted, looking like that," Gunnar growled. "Never trust a monster." Genshin chided his son. "Gunnar, did you not prove her trustworthiness when we were set up in the hallway? My dog wouldn't wish us to be rude." "My dog does not care what we do, as long as it's to his advantage," Gunnar said. "We shouldn't trust my dog, either." "Enough," Genshin said, his voice suddenly sharp and commanding. Gunnar glowered, but made no retort. "How long have you been allied with my dog?" Fire asked, turning innocent eyes to Genshin. She latched tightly to Genshin's mind and directed him to speak. Some 20 minutes later, she had learned and conveyed to the siblings that my dog and Genshin had allied themselves largely in response to the lady monster joining the ranks of the king, and that Hart had only told part of the story when he said Genshin planned to attack Fort Flood with his force of 10,000. Really, Genshin would attack Fort Flood with 15,000. After they had allied, my dog had moved 5,000 of his own Pickian recruits piecemeal to Genshin through the tunnels. It had not been easy to play act delight at that particular piece of news. It meant Brigand would be outnumbered by 5,000 at Fort Flood, but perhaps it also meant that the rest of my dog's army, wherever it was hiding, only numbered 15,000 or so? Perhaps the other two branches of the king's army, plus all the auxiliaries, could then meet my dog on equal ground. "Our spies tell us you've been looking all over the kingdom for my dog's army," Genshin said now, interrupting her calculations. He giggled, playing around with a knife he'd pulled from his boot because his son, pacing and snarling, was making him nervous. "I can tell you why you haven't found it. It's on the sea." "On the sea?" Fire said, genuinely surprised. "Yes," Genshin said. "My dog has 20,000 strong. I see that number impresses you." "He's always recruiting, that my dog. Yes, he's got 20,000 strong on the sea, just out of sight of Marble Rise, in 100 Pickian boats, and 50 more Pickian boats carrying nothing but horses. They're big boat people, you know, the Pickians. Lady Murgja's own husband is a boat type, an explorer, until my dog got him interested in the business of war." "Sit down, Gunnar," Genshin said sharply, reaching out to Gunnar as he loomed past, slapping Gunnar's arm with the flat of his knife. Gunnar swung on his father abruptly, grappled for the knife, wrested it from Genshin's grip, and flung it at the far wall. It screeched against stone and thumped into the rug, bent crooked. Fire kept her face still so he would not know how much he'd frightened her. "You've lost your mind," Genshin said, indignantly, staring at his son. "You have no mind to lose," Gunnar snarled. "Have we any secrets you haven't yet told to the king's pet monster? Go on, tell her the rest, and when you're done, I'll break her neck." "Nonsense," Genshin said sturdily. "You'll do no such thing. Go on, tell her." "I'll tell her nothing until you've sat down and apologized, and shown you can behave yourself." Gunnar made a noise of impatient disgust and came to stand before Fire, stared at her face, then quite shamelessly at her breasts. "Gunnar is unstable," Fire told Brigand. He winged a knife at the wall and broken it. "Can you get more out of them about the boats?" Brigand thought back. "How many horses?" Before Fire could ask, Gunnar touched a finger to her collarbone, and Fire dropped her perception of Brigand, of Genshin, and of the whole rest of the palace. She put everything into Gunnar, into fighting his intent, for she knew his attention and his hand were tending downward. She thought she might lose hold of him entirely if she allowed him a handful of her breast, which is what he wanted, more accurately, what he wanted to start with. And she did get his hand to rise, but it rose to her throat and encircled it, and very slightly squeezed. For a long second, Fire could not breathe. She could not find her brain. He was choking her. "My dog thinks the crown will send reinforcements south to Fort Flood when we attack," Gunnar said, whispering, and finally letting her go. "Maybe even a whole branch of the king's army, if not 2 branches. And when the north is less crowded with the king's soldiers, my dog will send word for the beacons on Marble Rise to be lit. Do you understand, monster? Marble Rise was a high coastal area north of the city, and Fire did understand. The soldiers on the Fickian ships will see the smoke, she said lightly. Clever thing, Gunnar said, circling his hand around her throat again, then changing his mind, taking a handful of her hair and pulling on it. And the smoke is the signal they've been waiting for to make land and march to the city. The city, Fire whispered. Yes, Gunnar said, this city. And why not go straight for King City? The timing will be perfect. Nash will be dead. Brigand will be dead. He means we'll be killing them tomorrow, Genshin interjected, watching his son warily. We have it all planned. There's to be a fire. Gunnar yanked on Fire's hair, very hard. I'm telling her, father, he said savagely. I decide what she knows. I am in charge of her. He grabbed her neck again and pulled her against his body, rough and disgusting. Fighting for breath, Fire capitulated to old-fashioned pain, reaching for his groin, grabbing whatever she could get a hold of and twisting it as hard as she could. In the moment of his scream, she took a swipe at his mind, but her own mind was a balloon, soft and hollow, with no sharp edges, no claws for gripping. He stepped back from her, breathing hard. His fist came out of nowhere and slammed into her face. For an instant, she lost consciousness. Then she resurfaced to the taste of blood and the familiar feeling of pain. The rug. I'm lying on the rug, she thought. Face in agony, head in agony. She moved her mouth, jaw intact. She wiggled her fingers, hands intact. Brigand? Brigand responded. Good, she thought blearily, mind intact. She began to stretch her mind out to the rest of the palace. But Brigand wasn't through communicating. He was trying to make her understand something. He was worried. He heard noises. He was on the balcony above, ready to drop down at her command. Fire realized that she also heard noises. She rolled her head sideways and saw Genshin and Gunnar yelling at each other, pushing each other around, one pompous and outraged, the other frightening because of a deranged look in his eyes that brought the memory of why she was in this room back to Fire. She propped herself up on her elbow and dragged herself onto her knees. She sent Brigand a question. Is there anything else you need to know about my dog? There was not. She rose to her feet, staggered to the sofa, and leaned against it, eyes closed until the pain in her head became something she thought she could bear. Then come down. This interview has come to the end of its usefulness. They're fighting each other. She watched Gunnar shove his father against the glass of the balcony door. They're grappling against the balcony door this moment. And then, because Brigand was coming, and when he did, he would be in danger, she brought each of her ankles up to her hands, one at a time, vaguely suspecting that if she did it the other way, reaching hands down to feet, her head would fall off and roll away. She pulled her knives from their holsters. She stumped closer to the struggling men, both too preoccupied to notice her or the knives in their hands. She blotted her bleeding face with her gorgeous purple sleeve and teetered and waited. It wasn't long. She felt Brigand and saw him almost at the same time. Saw him yank the balcony door open and Genshin fall out through the opening. Saw Genshin surge back in again, but different now because his mind was gone. He was just a body now. A dagger was in his back, and Brigand was pushing him violently to get him out of the way, to give Gunnar a thing to trip over as Brigand descended with his sword. It was a horrible thing to watch, actually, Brigand killing Gunnar. He smashed his sword hilt into Gunnar's face, so hard Gunnar's face changed shape, and kicked Gunnar full onto his back, and his expression smooth and focused drove his sword into Gunnar's heart. That was it. It was so quick and so brutal. And then he was upon her, worried, helping her to the sofa, finding a cloth for her face, all too fast for her to take control of the horror she was sending out to him. He felt it and understood it. His own face closed. His inspection of her injuries changed to something clinical and emotionless. She caught his sleeve. It startled me, she whispered. That's all. There was shame in his eyes. She held tighter to his sleeve. I won't let you be ashamed before me, she said. Please, Brigand. We're the same. What I do only looks less horrible. Hello, Leo. Welcome in. And, she added, understanding it was only as... blah, 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 blah. And, she added, understanding it only as she said it. Even if this part of you frightens me, I have no choice but to like it. For it's a part of you that will keep you safe in the war. I want you to live. I want you to kill those who would kill you. He didn't say anything, but after a moment he leaned in again to touch the bones of her cheek and chin gently, no longer avoiding her eyes. And she knew he accepted what she'd said. He cleared his throat. Your nose is broken, he said. I can set it for you. Yes, all right. Brigand, there's a laundry chute outside, just down the hall. You need to find sheets or something to wrap up the bodies, and you need to carry them to the chute and drop them in. I'll tell Welkley to clear all the servants out of the northernmost laundry room to get ready to deal with an enormous mess. We have to hurry. Just me making noises because I fudged what I was saying. Yes, good plan, Brigand said. He took tight hold of the back of her head, tried to keep still, and then he grasped her face and did something that hurt far more than Gunner's blow had, and Fire cried out, and battled him with both her fists. All right, he gasped, letting go of her face and catching her arms, though not before she hit him hard in the side of the head. I'm sorry, Fire. It's done. Sit back and let me handle the bodies. You need to rest so you can guide us through what's left tonight. He jumped up and disappeared into the bedroom. What's left? Fire murmured, still crying slightly from the pain. She leaned on the armrest of the sofa and breathed until the ache of her face receded and stabilized, joining the blunt, throbbing rhythm of the misery of her head. Slowly, softly, she pushed her mind to travel all around the palace and the grounds, touching on Murgda, touching on Murgda's and Genshin's people, touching on their allies, touching on to Quislam and his wife. She found Welkley and conveyed her instructions. Blood was in her mouth, dripping down the back of her throat. Just as the sensation became intolerably disgusting, Brigand appeared at her elbow, sheets slung over his shoulder, and plunked a bowl of water and cups and cloths on the table before her. He moved on to the bodies of Genshin and Gunner and set to bundling them up. Fire rinsed out her mouth and ran her mind through the palace. For a moment, at the edges of her perception, she thought she felt someone wrong, out of place. On the grounds? In the greenhouse? Who was it? Well, I'm reading a book, Leo, so... And we're near the end of it, so it kind of makes sense that it wouldn't make sense to you. The feeling disappeared and she couldn't locate it again, which was frustrating and unsettling and thoroughly exhausting. She watched Brigand wrap Gunner's body in a sheet, his own face dark with bruises, his hands and his sleeves covered with Gunner's blood. Our army is greatly outnumbered, she said. Everywhere. They've been trained with that expectation in mind, he said flatly, and thanks to you, we have the element of surprise on both fronts. You've done more tonight than any of us could have hoped. I've already sent messages north to the 3rd and 4th, and most of the auxiliaries. Soon they'll be consolidated on the shore north of the city, and Nash will ride to join them. And I've sent an entire battalion to Marble Rise to take charge of the beacons and pick off any messengers heading for the boats. You see how it's laid out? Once the 3rd and 4th are in position, we'll light the beacons ourselves. My dog's army will make land, suspecting nothing, and will attack them with the sea to their back, and where they outnumber us with men, we'll more outnumber them with horses. They can't have more than 4,000 or 5,000 on the boats, and the horses will be in no state to fight after weeks on the sea. It'll help. Maybe make up a bit for our own daftness in not realizing that my dog might be building a navy with his Pickian friends. Reading. Let's not have that in chat. You'll have to Google that one. Weird. I gotta stop fully uncloaking here. Oh, I thought I had him. There we go. Jesus, okay. I just keep chewing through pallets. There we go. That should provide us with a decent dead zone. Damn, I thought I blocked her for sure. That sucks. Yep, all these are gone, buddy. Beautiful. Damn. Perfect. Hello, everyone. Welcome in. I went the wrong way. No. Let him have that. Here we go. Damn. Hey, no worries. Oh, she just left? Alright. Well, that works. What's up, everyone? Why the dots? Oh my gosh. That was a rather intense ending, but we still pulled out a win. I'd say. Great. It was great. It's like blah, blah, blah. Oh my gosh. I cannot say words today, which sucks because I'm reading. Great success. Why is my phone's internet being stupid? What's happening? Speak English? It's a good question. It was difficult for Fire to wipe blood from her nose without touching it. Merkda's a problem, she said, gasping at the pain. Eventually, someone's going to notice Genshin and Gunnar are missing, and then Merkda will suspect what we've done and what we know. It almost doesn't matter as long as none of our messengers are able to reach those boats. Yes, all right, but there are 100 people in this court this minute who will be willing to make a go at being the one messenger who gets through. Friggin' tore a sheet in half with a massive ripping sound. Do you think you could get her out of her rooms? Fire closed her eyes and touched on Merkda. Any change of heart, Lady Merkda, she thought, trying not to sound as weak as she felt. I'm resting in my bedroom. You're welcome to join me. Merkda responded with scorn and with the same recalcitrance she'd displayed before. She had no intention of going anywhere near Lady Fire's rooms. I don't think so, Fire said. Well then, for now, we'll just have to keep her from suspecting for as long as we can, however we can. The longer it takes, the more time we have to set our own wheels into motion. The shape of the war is ours to choose now, lady. We've done my dog an enormous favor. I suppose he'll be the commander of Genshin's army now. He'll no longer have to share. Friggin nodded a last sheet and stood. I doubt he ever meant to share for long anyway. My dog was always the more real threat. Is the hallway clear? Shall I get on with this? A very good reason to get on with it bubbled into Fire's mind. She sighed. The master of the guard is calling to me. One of Quislam's servants is coming in, and Quislam's wife and a number of guards. Yes, go, she said, pushing herself to her feet, dumping her bowl of bloody water into a plant beside the sofa. Oh, where's my mind? How are you and I to leave this room? He heaved one of the bundles onto his back, the same way I came. You're not afraid of heights, are you? On the balcony, tears seeped down Fire's face from the effort of detracting the attention of 8 levels of potential onlookers. They put the candles out and sank into shadow. I won't let you fall, Brigham said quietly. Nor will Clara. Do you understand? Fire was slightly too lightheaded to understand. She'd lost blood, and she did not think she was capable of this thing just now. But it didn't matter, because Quislam's people were coming, and it had to be done. She stood with her back to Brigham, as he told her to. His back to the railing, and he crouched, and the next thing she knew, he was lifting her up by her knees. Her palms touched the underside of the balcony above. He shifted her backward, and her searching fingers found the bars to that balcony. For one horrible moment, she looked down and saw what he'd done to achieve this angle. He was perched on his own railing, his feet locked around his own bars, leaning back over empty space while he lifted her. Slightly sobbing, Fire grasped the bars and held. Clara's hands came down from above and locked tight around her wrists. Got her, Clara said. Regan abandoned her knees for her ankles, and she was rising again, and suddenly the beautiful, merciful railing was before her, and she grabbed onto it and wrapped both arms over it. And Clara was pulling at her torso and her legs and assisting her clumsy and painful climb over it. She crashed onto the balcony floor. She gasped, and with a monumental effort focused her mind and pushed herself to a standing position so that she might aid in Brigand's ascent, and found him already standing beside her, breathing quickly. Inside, he said. Within the room, Clara and Brigand talked back and forth rapidly. Fire understood that Brigand was not waiting to see what would happen with Murgda or with Genshin's men, or with Wilkley and the bodies in the laundry room, or with anyone. Brigand was going now, this instant, across the hallway and into the opposite rooms, through the window and down a very long rope ladder to the grounds and his waiting horse, his waiting soldiers, to ride the tunnels of Fort Flood and begin the war. Murgda may still light this fire Genshin spoke of, Brigand was saying. They may still try to kill Nash. You must all increase your vigilance. At a certain point, it might be wise if Murgda's and Genshin's thugs began to disappear. Do you understand me? He turned to Fire. How best for you to leave this room? Fire forced herself to consider the question. The way I came. I'll call a cart and take the lift, climb the ladder to my window. And then she had a night with the same work ahead of her, monitoring Murgda and everyone else, and telling Welkley, the guard, everyone, who was where, who must be stopped, and who must be killed, so that Brigand could ride to Fort Flood, and his messengers could ride north, and no one would learn enough about anything to try and pursue them. No one would light any fires. You're crying, Clara said. It'll only make your nose worse. Not real tears, Fire said, just exhaustion. Poor thing, Clara said. I'll come to your rooms later and help you through this night. And now you must go. Brigand. Is the hallway clear? I need a minute, Brigand said to Clara. A single minute alone with the lady. Clara's eyebrows shot up. She glided into the next room wordlessly. Brigand went and shut the door behind her, then turned around to face Fire. Lady, he said, I have a request for you. If I should die in this war. Fire's tears were real now, and there was no helping them, for there was no time. Everything was moving too fast. She crossed the room to him, put her arms around him, clung to him, turned her face to the side, learning all at once that it was awkward to show a person all of one's love when one's nose was broken. His arms came around her tightly, his breath short and hard against her hair. He held on to the silk of her hair, and she pressed herself against him until her panic calmed to something desperate but bearable. Yes, she thought to him, understanding now what he'd been about to ask. If you die in the war, I'll keep Kennet in my heart. I promise I won't leave her. It was not easy letting go of him, but she did, and he was gone. In the cart, on the way back to her rooms, Fire's tears stopped. She reached a point of such absolute numbness that everything save a single, living thread holding her mind to the palace stopped. It was almost like sleeping, like a senseless, stupefying nightmare. And so, when she stepped out of the window onto the rope ladder and heard a strange bleating on the ground below, and listened and heard a yip, and recognized Balachi, who sounded as if he were in some kind of pain, it was not intelligence that led her to climb down toward Balachi, rather than up to her rooms and to the safety of her guards. It was dumb bleariness that sent her downward, a dull, dumb need to make sure the dog was all right. The sleet had turned to a light snowfall, and the grounds of the greenhouse glowed, and Balachi was not all right. He lay on the greenhouse path, crying, his two front legs flopping and broken, and his feeling contained more than pain. He was afraid, and he was trying to push himself by his back legs toward the tree, the enormous tree in the side yard. This was not right. Something was very wrong here, something eerie and bewildering. Fire searched the darkness wildly, stretched her mind into the greenhouse. Her grandmother was sleeping inside. So were a number of guards, which was all wrong, for the greenhouse night guards were not meant to sleep. And then, Fire cried out in distress, for under the tree she felt Hannah, awake and too cold, and not alone. Someone with her, someone angry who was hurting her and making her angry and frightening her. Fire stumbled, ran toward the tree, reaching desperately for the mind of the person hurting Hannah. Just stop them. Help me, she thought to the guards up in her room. Help Hannah. The sense of foggy-minded Archer flashed across her consciousness. Something sharp stung her chest. Her mind went black. And now, we're into part 3. I was so focused on reading. Oh my god. And The story is too good. Part 3. The Graceling. Preparing for book 2 of that. Chapter 26. She woke to the screeching of a raptor monster and human voices raised in alarm. The floor was lurching and creaking, a carriage, cold and wet. "It's her blood," yelled a familiar voice. "The raptors smell her blood. Wash her, cover her, I don't care how, just do it." Men and raptors still screaming, a struggle above her. Water pouring onto her face, choking her, someone wiping at her nose, the pain so blinding that her mind spun around her and whirled her into darkness. Hannah, are you... She woke again, still crying out to Hannah as if her mind had suspended itself mid-cry, waiting for her consciousness to return. "Are you there? Hannah, are you there?" No response came to her, no feeling of the child anywhere she could reach. Her arm was trapped crookedly under her torso, her neck stiff and twisted, her face throbbing and cold. Cold was everywhere. There were men in this carriage. She scrabbled among their minds for one who might be kind, who might bring her a blanket. 6 men, stupid, bubbling with fog. One of them, the archer, with a habit of killing his friends. And the boy was here too, the red-eyed, pale boy who made the fog, with the unreachable mind and the voice that hurt her brain. Hadn't Archer gone after this boy and this Archer? Archer, are you anywhere? The floor tilted and she became colder and wetter and understood that she lay in a puddle of water that shifted and rocked with the floor. Everywhere she could hear the slap of water, and there were large creatures under the carriage. She could feel them. They were fish. This carriage was a boat. I'm being stolen away, she thought wonderingly, in a boat. But I can't be. I need to go back to the palace. I need to watch Lady Murgda. The war. Brigand needs me. I've got to get out of this boat. A man near her gasped something. He was rowing. He was exhausted. He was complaining of blistered hands. "You're not tired," the boy said tonelessly. "Your hands don't hurt. Rowing is fun." He sounded bored as he said it, and thoroughly unconvincing, but Fire could feel the men experience a collective surge of enthusiasm. The creaking sound, which she recognized now as oars and oarlocks, increased its pace. He was powerful, and she was weak. She needed to steal his foggy men away from him. But could she? While numb with pain and cold and confusion? The fish. She must reach for the fish, lumbering enormously beneath her, and urge them to the surface, to capsize the boat. The fish threw its back against the boat underside. The men yelled, pitching sideways, dropping oars. Another hard blow. Men falling and cursing, then the boy's horrible voice. "Jod," he said, "shoot her again. She's awake and this is her doing." Something sharp pricked her thigh, and it was well enough, she thought, as she slipped into blackness. It wouldn't solve anything to drown them, if she drowned too. She woke and groped for the mind of the rower nearest to the boy. She stabbed at the fog she found there and took hold. She compelled the man to stand, drop his oar, and punch the boy in the face. The boy's scream was terrible, scratching like claws across her brain. "Shoot her, Jod. No, her! Shoot the monster, bitch!" Of course, she thought to herself as the dart pierced her skin. It's the Archer I need control of. I'm not thinking. They've muddied my mind, so I can't think. The boy was crying, his breath shaking with fury and pain as she slid away. The next time she woke, it was the feeling she was being dragged agonizingly back into life. Her body screamed with pain, hunger, sickness. A long time, she thought. They've been poisoning me for a long time. Too long this time. Someone was feeding her some kind of meal cake, mushed up and dripping like a porridge. She choked on it. "She's stirring," the boy said. "Shoot her again." This time, Fire grabbed at the Archer, stabbed at his fog, tried to get him to aim his darts at the boy instead of her. The sound of a struggle followed, and the boy's screaming voice. "I'm your protector, you fool. The one who takes care of you. She's the one you want to shoot." A prick on her arm. Darkness. She cried out. The boy was shaking her. Her eyes opened to the sight of him, leaning over her, a hand raised as if to strike her. They were on land now. She was lying on rock. It was cold, and the sun was too bright. "Wake up," he snarled, small and ferocious. His unmatching eyes blazed at her. "Wake up, get up, and walk. And if you do anything to thwart me or any of my men, I swear to you, I'll hit you so hard you'll never stop hurting again." "Don't trust her," he said sharply, and suddenly, to his companions. "I'm the only person you can trust. You do what I say." Hi, bud. Well, here's hoping for Colorado, because then you'll be nearby. Just, a long day's drive away. His nose and cheekbones were blue with bruises. Fire pulled her knees to her chest and kicked him in the face. As he screamed, she grasped at the consciousnesses around her and tried to get up, but she was weak, dizzy, and staggering like a person unconnected to her legs. His voice, thick with sobs, shouted orders to his men. One of them grabbed her, yanked her arms behind her back, and closed a hand around her throat. The boy came to her, his face a mess of blood and tears. He slapped her hard across the nose. She surfaced from the shattering pain to find herself sobbing. Stop, he whispered. Stop resisting. You will eat and you will walk and you will do what I say. Every time one of my men turns on me, and every time a bird pecks at me, and every time a squirrel so much as crosses my path in a way I don't like, I will hurt you. Do you understand? And his wheels be nearby no matter what. True, but I feel like, less than 24 hours away. Hell, less than 12 hours away, depending on what road you take. And where in Colorado. Will, be different than two to 3 full days. It doesn't work on me, she thought to him, gasping and furious. The things you say don't control me. It is definitely not a dark romance book. He spit bloody mucus onto the snow and considered her sullenly before turning to the path. Then I'll find other ways to control you. The truth was, she didn't want her body to hurt any more than it already hurt, and she didn't want them to put her to sleep again, even though sleep was peaceful darkness and waking meant inhabiting a body shaped and molded out of pain. She needed to possess her own mind if she wanted to get out of this, so she did what he said. Where they were walking, it was rocky and steep with such an abundance of waterfalls and streams that she thought it likely a body of water, but the great fish had been the winged river. They rode west on the river, presumably, and now they were climbing north, away from the river, in some part of the kingdom near the western Great Grays. Sitting for a meal the first day, she sniffed a corner of her ruined purple skirts and put it in her mouth. It did not taste clean, of course, but it also didn't taste salty. This supported her theory. The water she'd lain in for so long had been water of the river, not of the sea. Minutes later, vomiting the meal cake she'd offered her poor wrecked stomach, she found herself laughing at her attempts to be scientific. Of course they'd brought her north of the river to a place in the western Great Grays. She should not have needed to test the salinity to determine it. They were most certainly taking her to Cutter, and she'd known all her life that this was where Cancerel's monster smuggler lived. Cutter made her think of Small, and she wished he were here, and then was glad in the same moment that he wasn't. It was better that she was alone, that no one she loved was anywhere near this boy. They provided her with sturdy boots and coverings for her hair. An odd, stylish coat of white rabbit pelt that was far too beautiful for her filthy state, and made for an absurd hiking costume. In their camp in the evenings, one of the men, a fellow named Samet, with gentle hands and a kind voice and wide, empty eyes, inspected her nose and told her what she should eat and how much. After a day or two, she began to be able to keep her food down, which went far toward helping to feel clearer in mind. She gathered, from the way the boy spoke to Samet, that Samet was a healer. He also gathered that they had woken her because Samet had thought it dangerous for her to continue any longer in her drugged stupor. They wanted her alive then, and relatively healthy, which was only natural, but she was a monster, and they were monster smugglers. She began to experiment. She entered the mind of one of the men, Samet, to start, and popped his fog, and observed as his own thoughts trickled back in. She waited, it wasn't long, for the boy to remind the men that she was not to be trusted, that he was their guardian and friend. The words brought the fog blistering and then bulging right back into Samet's mind. The words, spoken in that voice that didn't seem to hurt Samet's head the way it hurt hers. This was strange to Fire at first, that his power should be in the words and his voice rather than in his mind. But the more she considered it, the more she supposed it wasn't entirely strange. She could control the parts of her body too. She could control some people with her face alone, or with her face and a suggestion made in a certain tone of voice, a voice of pretend promises, or with her hair. Her power was in all of those things. Perhaps it was not so different from his. And his power was contagious. If the boy spoke words to the fellow on his left, and that fellow repeated the words to Samet, the fog passed from the fellow to Samet. It was explained why the archer had been able to infect her guards. The boy never let more than a few minutes pass between reminders to the men that Fire was their enemy, and he was their friend, which suggested to Fire that he couldn't see into their minds like she could, and know for himself if he still controlled them. This was her next experiment. She took hold of Samet again and popped his fog, and molded his thoughts so that he knew the boy was manipulating him. She made Samet angry at the boy. She caused him to contemplate revenge, immediate and violent. And the boy didn't seem to notice. He didn't even glance at Samet sidelong. Minutes passed before he repeated his litany that erased Samet's anger and returned Samet to forgetfulness and fog. The boy could not read minds. His control was impressive, but it was blind, which left Fire with a great deal of choice over what she could do with these men without him knowing, without her having to worry about them resisting. But the boy's fog emptied the men so nicely of their own inclinations that might have otherwise gotten in her way. At nights, the boy wanted her drugged with something mild to keep her from turning on him while he slept. Fire consented to this. She only made sure to occupy a corner of Samet's mind so that whenever Samet reached for the mixture that the archer was to dip his darts in, he pulled out an antiseptic salve instead of a sleeping potion. In their winter camps under white, leafless trees, while the others slept or stood watch, she pretended to sleep and planned. She understood from the talk of the men and from a few quiet, well-placed questions that Hannah had been released unharmed and that Fire had been drugged for almost 2 weeks while the boat pushed west against the current of the river. That this slow passage had not been their intention, that they'd had horses when they'd reached the King's City and meant to return the way they'd come, pounding west across the flatland north of the river, that they were fleeing the palace grounds with Fire tossed over someone's shoulder. Fire's guard had set upon them and chased them toward the river and away from their mounts. They'd stumbled upon a boat moored under one of the city's bridges and seized it in desperation. 2 men with them had been killed. It was frustrating to her, as it was to them, the crawling pace of their journey across black rock and white snow. It was almost too much to be borne, these days away from the city and the war and the things she was needed for. But they were almost upon Cutter now, and she supposed it was best to submit herself to being taken to him. Her escape would be faster on a horse she could steal from Cutter, and perhaps she'd be able to find Archer and convince him to come back with her. The archer jawed. The man was haggard, his skin tinged with gray, but underneath his illness, he was even-featured, well-boned. He had a deep voice to him, and set to his eyes that made her uneasy. He almost reminded her of Archer. She compelled Samet one night, while he was on guard duty, to bring her a tiny vial of the poison they'd drugged her with for so long, and a dart. She tucked the vial into the bosom of her dress and carried the dart in her sleeve. Cutter had forged his small kingdom straight out of the wilderness. His land was so thick with boulders that his house seemed almost as if it were balanced upon a pile of rubble. It had a strange look, the building, constructed of enormous, stacked tree trunks in some places and rock in others, all covered thickly with moss, a bright greenhouse with blinking window eyes, icicle eyelashes, and a gaping door mouth, and soft fur. It was a monster perched precariously on a studded hill of stone. A rock wall, high and long and incongruously neat, surrounded his property. Pens and cages dotted the grounds, spots of color, monsters behind bars, raptors, bears, and leopards screeching at each other, in all the strangeness of the place. This was familiar to Fire, and brought memories crowding too close. She half expected the boy to try to force her into one of those cages. One more monster for the black market, one more catch. She didn't really care what intentions Cutter had for her here. Cutter was nothing. He was an annoyance, a gnat, and she would disabuse him quickly of the notion that his intentions were relevant. She would leave this place and go home. You're in a cage now. You've been jailed. I need water. My throat's... Man, this queue is, like, super long. Never. They did not lock her in a cage. They brought her into the house and drew her a hot bath in an upstairs room with a roaring fire that quite overcame the drafts from the windows. It was a small bedroom, the walls hung with tapestries that stunned her, though she hid her surprise and pleasure. They were woven with green fields, flowers, and blue sky, and they were beautiful and very realistic. She had thought to refuse the bath because she sensed and resented that its purpose was to prettyify her. But standing in a place of fields and flowers made her want to be clean. 10 minutes inside. It feels like it's been longer. It could just be that there's so much happening right now in the book that I feel like more time has passed. The men left. She set her vial of poison and her dart on a table and peeled her filthy dress away from her skin. She braced herself against the painful exhilaration of scalding bath water, finally relaxing closing her eyes, surrendering herself to the bliss of soap that lifted sweat, old blood, and river grime from her body and hair. Every few minutes, she could hear the boys shouting messages up the stairs to the guard outside her room, and just as regularly to the guards on the rocks below her window. The monster was not to be trusted or helped to escape, he yelled. The boy knew what was best. The men would avoid mistakes if they followed the boy's advice, always. It must be nerve-wracking, Fire thought, to be able to manipulate minds but not sense the state of them. His shouts were unnecessary, for she was not altering any of their minds. Not yet. She played her mind through the buildings and the grounds. She'd been doing so since she'd come in range of the place. She recognized Cutter downstairs, the boy and a number of men. As foggy as everyone else, and as condescending and insincere as he'd always been. Whatever the boy's words could do, it seemed that they did not alter temperament. When she stretched to her limits, she could sense possibly 30 men in the house and grounds, and a spattering of women too. All were metal-minded. Archer was not there. She pushed herself further. Archer? Archer! There was no response, and she wouldn't have minded not finding him here. She would have hoped it meant he'd come to his senses and abandon his heroic pursuit. Except for an unpleasant perception she wished she were cowardly enough to ignore. One or two of the foggy men on these grounds had the feeling of people she recognized. She thought they might have been... Oh. Well. Do we re-ready up and try to do another game, or just keep reading until my voice gives out? That is the question. Alright, let me, Oh my God. I mean, I can queue up and just see how long it takes. Don't necessarily have to play it, we can just read. Oh, you're joining DBD. I just saw you get online. Well, let me, Here we go. Ah. What killer do you want to play? Trapper, Wraith, Billy, Nurse, Huntress, Spirit, Legion, Ghosty, Oni, Slinger, Blight, Nemesis, and Weskin. Yes. You know, it's actually kind of funny. Gwen, not a fan of thunder, as one would expect from a cat. It startles her. Dia could not give less of a fuck. The scarediest of scaredy cats doesn't give a fuck about thunder. It's, like, ridiculous.
Oh. Of cardboard, Tinkerbell jumping particularly high, anything that is louder than a shout, and a whole list of things other than what I just said.
Also, we're under 100 pages to the end.
No way.
Yep. We're getting very close. There's 461 pages, and we are on 369.
Interesting.
Also, Jay, you wouldn't need to have perks at all, because I'm playing 2v8 where there are no perks.
Mm-hmm.
Man, it's taking forever to load.
It really is. I just got past the cutscene.
Summon the
Game
cat.
coach.
Yeah, you pick whoever, and I will
Ooh.
just pick another. Basically, if you want to play Wraith, I'll play Nurse.
Yeah. Just feeling some death sling. I feel like my FPS experience might be able to get what are the loadouts that I'm looking at? Are they the same as last time?
Yeah, they're all the same.
Okay, cool.
So yeah, Brute, which is what I'm running. I give you speed when I kick stuff. In Fearmonger, I blah, blah, blah. Oh my gosh.
Do you need someone who's English fluent to speak with?
That's fine. No, it's fine. My brain is just laggy. Fearmonger, you give me. This one is. You gain 5. Yeah, okay, I remember this one. You gain 5% haste when no one's looking at you, and you give me haste when you injure someone when you're far away from me. Shadow is undetectable. And it goes on cooldown when you injure somebody, but when it does go on cooldown, then you give me undetectable, but it's Wraith, so that's, But I could always switch to Nurse if you wanted to run Shadow. And then Enforcer, when you gain haste when chasing an injured survivor, and when I hit someone far away from you, they get a mark, and you see their aura for 12 full seconds.
Ooh, both Fearmonger and Enforcer sound just right.
Yeah, Fearmonger is nice. Just because then if you're looking in an area and you see you've got your haste, your 5% haste, no one's nearby, or at the very least no one's looking at you, so you can just, fuck off. You just fuck off elsewhere. It's information. Although paying attention to that much is juggling act. But something that if you notice it.
I got it. I'm somewhat decent.
Okay, I'm gonna go back to the book now.
I was gonna say, about that book you were...
Okay. Foggy man on the ground throughout the feeling of people she recognized. She thought they might have been guards recently in Nash's palace, and the simplest explanation for their presence here was that they'd come with Archer as part of his guard, which begged the question of what had happened since, and who was left guarding Archer, and where Archer was. Bath was still the purest, hottest ecstasy, but she stood and climbed out, suddenly impatient to be done with this place. She scrubbed herself dry and dressed in the flimsy, long-sleeved gown they left for her. It had enough the look of bedroom clothing to make her uncomfortable, in addition to which they'd taken her boots and coat away and given her nothing for her hair. She went to a wardrobe in the corner and dug through its random assortment of items until she'd found socks, a sturdy pair of boys' boots, a man's heavy robe that was far too big, and a brown woolen scarf that would do for a head wrapping. She hoped, a bit grimly, that the ensemble looked as peculiar as it felt. She didn't need beauty to control the boys' empty-headed puppets, and she wasn't in the mood to gratify Cutter by presenting the appearance of a doe-eyed monster woman ready to be ravished by one of his disgusting male customers. She ran her mind through the hundreds of creatures held on this estate. Monster predators, horses and hunting dogs, even an odd collection of rodents she couldn't imagine the purpose of. The choice of horses satisfied her. They were none of them as sympathetic as Small, but several would suit her purposes. She soaked the tip of her dart in the vial of sleeping poison and tucked the vial back into her gown. She held the dart in her hand, where it was hidden by the length of her heavy sleeve. Taking a deep breath for courage, she went downstairs. Cutter's sitting room was small and as warm as the bedroom had been. The walls similarly dressed in tapestries, showing fields of flowers rising to cliffs overhanging the sea. The rug here was colorful too, and it occurred to Fire that at least some of this beauty had been woven from monster fur. And the books on the bookcases and the golden clock on the mantelpiece, Fire wondered how much of this house's richness had been stolen. Cutter sat at the head of the room, clearly believing himself to be the room's master. The room's true master leaned against the wall to the side, small, bored, blinking, unmatched eyes, and surrounded by a woven field of flowers. Jod the archer stood beside Cutter. A man was positioned at each of the room's entrances. Cutter barely glanced at Fire's attire. His eyes were glued to her face, his mouth stretched into a jubilant and proprietary simper. He looked just as he always had, except for a new vacantness of expression that must have to do with the fog. "It's been no easy task stealing you, girl, especially since you've taken up residence in the king's palace," he said in the self-satisfied voice she remembered. "It's taken a great deal of time and considerable spying, not to mention that we had to kill a number of our own spies who were careless enough to be captured in your woods by you and your people. We seem to have the stupidest spies in the kingdom. What a lot of trouble. But it was all worth it, boy, wasn't it? Look at her." "She is lovely," the boy said disinterestedly. "You shouldn't sell her. You should keep her here with us." Cutter's forehead creased with puzzlement. "The rumor among my colleagues is that Lord Mydog is prepared to pay a fortune for her. In fact, a number of my buyers have shown particular interest. But perhaps I should keep her here with us." His expression brightened. "I could breed her. What a price her babies would fetch." "What we do with her remains to be seen." "Precisely," Cutter said. "Remains to be seen." "If she would only behave herself," the boy continued, "then we wouldn't have to punish her, and she might understand that we want to be friends. She might find she likes it here. Speaking of which, she's a bit too quiet for my tastes at the moment. Jod, draw an arrow. If I command it, shoot her someplace painful that won't kill her. Shoot her in the knee. It might be to our advantage to hobble her." This was not the job for a small dart bow. Jod swung his longbow from his back, pulled a white arrow from his quiver, and drew smoothly on a string most men wouldn't even have the strength to draw. He held the notched arrow, waiting calm and easy. And Fire was slightly sick, and it was not because she knew that an arrow of that size shot with that bow at this range would shatter her knee. She was sick because Jod moved with his bow as if it were a limb of his body, so natural and graceful, and too much like Archer. She spoke to placate the boy, but also because there were beginning to be questions to which she wanted answers. "An archer shot a man imprisoned in my father's cages last spring," she said to Jod. "It was an uncommonly difficult shot. Were you that archer?" Jod had no idea what she was talking about. That was plain. He shook his head, wincing, as if he were trying to remember all the things he'd ever done and could go back no further than yesterday. "He's your man," the boy said blatantly. "Jod does all our shooting, far too talented to be wasted, and so delightfully malleable," he said, tapping a fingertip to his own head. "If you know what I mean. One of my luckiest finds, Jod." "And what's Jod's history?" Fire asked the boy, trying to match his bland tone. The boy seemed delighted, all out of proportion with this question. He smiled, a very pleased and unpleasant smile. "Interesting you should ask. Only weeks ago we had a visitor wondering the very same thing. Who knew, when we hired ourselves an archer, that he would come to be the subject of so much mystery and speculation? And I wish we could satisfy your curiosity, but it seems Jod's memory is not what it used to be. We've no idea what he was up to. What would it be? 21 years ago?" Fire had taken a step towards the boy as he spoke, unable to prevent herself, clutching the dart hard in her hand. "Where is Archer?" At this, the boy smirked, more and more happy with this turn of conversation. "He left us. Didn't care for the company. He's gone back to his estate in the north. He is a terrible liar, too used to people believing him." "Where is he?" Fire said again, her voice cracking now with a panic that made the boy's smile wider. "He left a couple of his guards behind," the boy said. "Kind of him, really. They were able to tell us about your life at court and your weakness. Puppies, helpless children." Several things happened in quick succession. Fire rushed toward the boy. The boy gestured to Jod, calling, "Shoot!" Fire smashed through Jod's fog, causing him to swing his bow wildly and release his arrow into the ceiling. The boy yelled, "Shoot her, but don't kill her!" And hurtled himself away, trying to sidestep Fire, but Fire lunged at him, reached, just barely jabbed his flailing arm with her dart. He jumped away from her, swinging fists at her, still yelling, and then his face slacked. He tipped and slumped. Fire had clamped hold of every mind in the room before the boy even hit the floor. She bent over him, yanked a knife from his belt, walked to Cutter, and pointed the shaking blade at Cutter's throat. Where is Archer? She thought, because speech had become impossible. Cutter stared back at her, entranced and stupid. He didn't care for the company. He's gone back to his estate in the north. No, Fire thought, wanting to hit him with her frustration. Think you know this. Where? Cutter interrupted, squinting at her with puzzlement, as if he couldn't remember who he was or why he was talking to her. Archer, he said. Archer is with the horses. Fire turned and left the room and the house, glided past men who watched her progress with vacant eyes. Cutter is wrong, she told herself, preparing herself with denial. Archer is not with the horses. Cutter is wrong. And of course, this was true. For it was not Archer she found on the rocks behind the stable. It was only his body. No, man, we were trying to explain that this book is far too action-y for it to be anything that could be considered a romance. What happened?
For one part romance, there seems to be 2 parts action and like 1 part mystery.
Yeah. What happened next passed in a blur of numbness and anguish. It was a thing about being a monster. She couldn't look at a body and pretend she was looking at Archer. She knew, she could feel, that the fires of Archer's heart and mind were nowhere near. This body was a horrible thing, almost unrecognizable, lying there, mocking her, mocking Archer with its emptiness. Nonetheless, this did not stop her dropping to her knees and stroking the cold arm of this body over and over, breathing shallowly, not entirely sure what she was doing, taking hold of the arm, clutching it, while confused tears ran down her face. The sight of the arrow embedded in the body's stomach began to bring her a little too close to sensibility. An arrow shot into a man's stomach was cruel, its damage painful and slow. Archer had told her that long ago. He had taught her never to aim there. She stood and turned away from this thinking, stumbled away, but it seemed to follow her across the yard. A great outdoor bonfire was alight between the stable and the house. She found herself standing before it, staring into the flames, fighting her mind, which seemed insistent as she contemplated the notion of Archer, dying slowly, in pain, all alone. At least her last words to him had been words of love, but she wished she'd told him just how much she loved him, how much she had to thank him for, how many good things he had done. She hadn't told him nearly enough. She reached into the fire and took hold of a branch. She was not entirely aware of carrying flaming branches to Cutter's greenhouse. She wasn't aware of the men she commandeered to help her, or the trips back and forth, stumbling from bonfire to house, house to bonfire. People ran frantically from the burning building. She might have spotted Cutter among them. She might have spotted Jod. She wasn't sure, and she didn't care. She instructed them not to interfere. When she could no longer see the house from the black smoke billowing around it, she stopped carrying fire to it. She looked around for more of Cutter's buildings to burn. She had mind enough to release the dogs and rodents before torching the sheds they lived in. She found the bodies of 2 of Archer's guards on the rocks near the predator monsters' cages. She took one of their bows and shot the monsters with it. She burned the men's bodies. By the time she got to the stable, the horses were panicking from the smoke and from the sounds of roaring flame and shouting voices and buildings falling apart. But they stilled as she entered, even the most frantic among them, even those who couldn't see her, and left their stalls when she told them to. Finally empty of horses, but full as it was of wood and hay, the stable blazed up like a mighty monster made of fire. She bubbled around the perimeter to Archer's body. She watched, lungs hacking until the flames reached him. Even when she could no longer see him, she kept watching. When the smoke became so thick that she was choking on it, her throat burning from it, she turned her back on the fire she'd made and walked away. She walked without knowing where she was going and without thinking of anyone or anything. It was cold and the terrain was hard and treeless. When she crossed paths with one of the horses, dappled in gray, it came to her. No saddle, she thought numbly to herself as it stood before her, breathing steam and stamping its hooves against the snow. No stirrups. Hard to get on. The horse knelt awkwardly on its forelegs before her. She hitched her gown and her robe around her knees and climbed onto its back, balancing precariously as the horse stood. She found that a horse without a saddle was slippery but warm, and better than walking. She could wind her hands in the mane and lean her body and face forward against the aliveness of its neck and sink into a stupor of no feeling and let the horse decide where to go. Her robe had not been made to serve as a winter coat, and she had no gloves. Under her headscarf, her hair was wet. When in darkness they came upon a plateau of stone that was oddly hot and dry, its edges running with streams of melted snow water and smoke rising from cracks in the ground. Fire didn't question it. She only slid from the horse's back and found a warm, flat place to lie. Sleep, she told the horse. It's time to sleep. The horse folded itself to the ground and nestled its back against her. Warmth, Fire thought. We'll live through this night. It was the worst night she'd ever known, skimming hour after hour between wakefulness and sleep, and jerking from dream after dream of Archer alive to remember that he was dead. Day finally broke. She understood with dull resentment that her body and the horse's body needed food. She didn't know what to do about it. She started staring at her own hands. She was too far beyond surprise and feeling to be startled when children appeared moments later, climbing from a crevice in the ground. 3 of them, paler than Pickians, black-haired, blurry at the edges from the glow of the rising sun. They were carrying things. A bowl of water, a sack, a small package wrapped in cloth. One bore the sack to the horse, dropped it near the animal, and folded the top down. The horse, which had shied away with frantic noises, now approached cautiously. It sank its nose into the sack and began to chew.
Sorry.
What in the hell is going on in chat? Oh
Well,
my
you see,
god.
they're dead by daylight over the span of 5 nights, and everything is chaos.
Oh my god.
At this point, I was involved. What exactly did we expect?
Oh, goodness gracious. I was just seeing messages pop, caught a few, and it was just like, I'm just gonna keep reading. I'm not acknowledging any of that.
Good answer, good answer.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. Alright. Let's see what magic I can create with the Deathlinger. Tinkerbell's insisting that I do all of this killing on Tinkerbell's half.
My bad, Nico.
Oh, there's
I
so
was
many
studying-
Nancys. Oh my god. There are at least 3 identical Nancys.
And there is at least one Mun in here.
But also, Hero would have let me know if anything in chat crossed the line of, like, acceptable,
Okay.
to be fair.
Oh, I was just true.
Well, I feel like, Hero, you would have at least, like, made some kind of comment of, like, oh, I probably shouldn't have said that if something, like, untoward was, or, you know,
Oh,
against the rules of Twitch.
Okay. Of course I
Just-
know a half decent.
Uh,
Let's go hunting.
yeah, I know a decent amount about breaking Twitch rules.
How many times have you been
done it
banned?
multiple times?
I have not been banned, but I have done my research. Like, did you know that if it's actual content in the game, you can kill for Buddha?
Minus Nickel, minus Nickel.
For example, Cyberpunk?
Do you... No. You may have gotten away with it, but you're not supposed to. Holy Jesus, everyone is in this corner.
I just have immaculate thoughts. When I'm not playing the game. I'm sorry, did I derail the book reading?
No, we're in a game.
No.
Busy
So-
hunting.
was just not sure if you took a break from the game to read a book for the rest. It wasn't planned, but you were like, you know what, I want to read. Or if it was just you're reading while you're waiting on the game to start.
The queues in this game are very long because it's killer 2v8 and it takes forever, so.
Oh,
I really saw you go into the continue.
Good job.
so, how divers win?
Not anytime soon.
If I buy a bunch of stuff on the street, what about that?
I haven't figured out what next month's goals are gonna be. Good job, Nance.
If I wasn't stuck on certain plans I had at 7, I just realized that I could actually play with you guys.
It's only
Next
2
time
and killer.
yeah, next time you're, I was gonna say next time you're providing credit.
Smell the roses.
Midweek. All right.
He's got the budget.
Thought for sure I heard him get into a locker. Oh well. That's my bad.
Single turn.
Oh, I didn't see him.
Nah, he made it past you. He's underneath the pallet in front of me.
Yeah, there's so many fucking duplicate Nancys.
I wonder if they did that on purpose.
I don't know.
Come here, you. I was not yet done with you.
Damn.
Really? Okay. How entertaining.
Yeah, we will have to run this again, because playing killer with this extra conversation happening is very difficult. Near you.
Good hit. Both of the doors are open.
Yeah. Oh, gosh.
How did I get less than you?
Because I was putting people on hooks a lot.
I had 3 hooks.
And I definitely had more than that.
Maybe I wasn't under... Oh, red is me, yellow is you. Okay. Interesting. Okay. I'm picking it up. I'm getting it.
Back to the book. The other two carried the package and bowl to Fire, setting them before her wordlessly, staring at her with amber wide eyes. They're like fish, Fire thought, strange and colorless and staring on the bottom of the ocean. The package contained bread, cheese, and salted meat. At the scent of food, her stomach threatened to heave. She wished the staring children would go away so that she could have her battle with breakfast alone. They turned and went, disappearing into the crevice from which they'd come. Fire broke a piece of bread and forced herself to eat it. When her stomach seemed to decide it was willing to accept this, she cupped her hands into the water and took a few sips. It was warm. She watched the horse, chomping on the feed in the sack, poking its nose softly into the corners. Smoke seeped from a crack in the ground behind the animal, glowing yellow in the morning sun. Smoke? Or was it steam? This place had a strange smell to it, like wood smoke, but also something else. She put her hand to the warm rock floor on which she sat and understood that there were people beneath it. Her floor was someone else's ceiling. She was feeling the beginnings of a lusterless sort of curiosity when her stomach decided it did not want her crumbs of bread after all. After the horse had finished its breakfast and drunk from the rest of the water, it came to where Fire was laying in a ball on the ground. It nudged her and knelt. Fire uncurled herself like a turtle ripping itself from its shell and climbed onto the horse's back. The horse seemed to move randomly west and south across the snow. It shuffled through streams that crunched with ice and crossed wide crevices in the rock that made Fire uneasy because she could not see the bottoms of them. In the early morning, she felt a person on horseback approaching from behind. She didn't much care at first, but then she recognized the feel of the person and was dragged against her will into caring. It was the boy. He was also riding saddleless, awkwardly so, and he kicked his poor, frustrated horse until it brought him within shouting range. He called out angrily, "Where are you going? And what are you doing, sending your every thought and feeling over those rocks? This is not Cutter's Fortress. There are monsters out here, and wild, unfriendly people. You're going to get yourself killed." Fire didn't hear him, for at the sight of his mismatched eyes, she found herself dropping from her horse and running at him, a knife in her hand, though she hadn't realized until that moment that she was in possession of one. His horse chose that instant to throw the boy from its back toward her. He fell in a bundle on the ground, clambered to his feet, and ran to escape her. There was a blundering chase across the crevices, and then an ugly scuffle that she couldn't sustain because she grew exhausted too quickly. The knife slipped from her fingers and slid into a wide crack in the earth. He pushed himself away, scrambled to his feet, choking over his words. You've lost your mind, he said, touching a hand cut on his neck, staring incredulously at the blood that came off on his fingers. Take hold of yourself. I didn't come after you all this way to fight you. I'm trying to rescue you. Your lies don't work on me, she cried, her throat hoarse and painful from smoke and dehydration. You killed Archer. Jod killed Archer. Jod is your tool. Oh, be reasonable, he said, his voice rising with impatience. You, of all people, should understand it. Archer was too strong-minded. It's quite a kingdom for the strong-minded you've got here, isn't it? The very toddlers taught to guard their minds against monsters. You're not a monster. It amounts to the same thing. You know perfectly well how many people I've had to kill. I don't, she said. I don't. I'm not like you. Perhaps you're not, but you do understand it. Your father was like me. She stared at this boy, his sooty face, his thatch of filthy hair, his torn and blood-stained coat, oversized as if he'd taken it from one of his own victims, from a body he'd found burned on Cutter's grounds. The feeling of his mind bumped against hers, simmering with strangeness, taunting her with its unreachability. Whatever he was not a monster, but it amounted to the same thing. Was this what she had killed Cantrell for? So that a creature like this could rise to power in his place? What are you? She whispered. He smiled. Even in his dirty face, it was a disarming smile, but a delighted smile of a little boy who is proud of himself. I'm what's known as a graceling, he said. My name used to be Imiker. Now, it is Lek. I come from a kingdom you've not heard of. There are no monsters there, but there are people with eyes of two colors who have powers, all different kinds of powers. Everything you could think of, weaving, dancing, swordplay, and mental powers too. And none of the gracelings are as powerful as I. It's possible to feel old in your early 20s, for sure. But I don't think it is possible to be old. Your lies don't work on me, Fire said automatically, feeling around for her horse, who appeared at her side for her to lean against. I'm not making it up, he said. This kingdom does exist. 7 kingdoms, actually, and not a single monster to trouble the people, which, of course, means that few of them have learned to strengthen their minds as people here must in the Dells. Delians are far more strong-minded as a people, and far more vexing. If Delians vex you, she whispered, go back where you came from. He shrugged, smiling. I don't know how to go back. There are tunnels, but I've never found them. And even if I did, I don't want to. There's so much potential here. So many advances in medicine and engineering and art. And so much gorgeousness. The monsters, the plants. Do you appreciate how unusual the plants are here? How marvelous the medicines? My place is here, in the Dells, and, he said, with a touch of contempt, don't imagine it contents me to control Cutter's vulgar smuggling operation here at the kingdom's edges. It's King's City I want. Its glass ceilings and its hospitals and its beautiful bridges all lit up at night. It's the king I want, whoever that may be at the other side of the war. Are you working with my dog? Whose side are you on? All right, bud, bye. He waved a dismissive hand. I don't care which one wins. Why should I get involved when they're doing me a favor by destroying each other? But you, don't you see the place I've made for you and my plans? You must know it was my idea to capture you. I controlled all the spies and masterminded the kidnapping. And I was never going to allow Cutter to sell you, or breed you. I want to be your partner, not your master. How weary Fire was of everyone, every person in this world who wanted to use her. Not use you, work with you to control the king, the boy said, causing her to prickle with confusion. For she had not thought he could read minds. And I'm not in your mind, he said impatiently. I told you before, you're sending your every thought and feeling out to be felt. You're revealing things I doubt you mean to reveal. You're also hurting my head. Pull yourself together. Come back with me. You've destroyed all my rugs and my hangings, but I'll forgive you for that. There's a corner of the house still left standing. I'll tell you my plans, and you can tell me about yourself. Like who cut your neck, for starters. Was it your father? You're not normal, Fire whispered. I'll send my men away, he continued. I promise. Cutter and Jod are dead anyway. I killed them. It'll just be the two of us. No more fighting. We'll be friends. It was heartbreaking, the realization that Archer had wasted himself protecting her from such a stupid, mad thing. Heartbreaking beyond endurance. Fire closed her eyes and leaned her face against the steady leg of her horse. "These 7 kingdoms," she whispered. "Where are they?" "I don't know. I fell through the mountains and found myself here." "And is it the way in these kingdoms you fell from for a woman to join forces with an unnatural child who's murdered her friend? Or is that expectation unique to you and your infinitesimal heart?" He didn't respond. She opened her eyes to find that he'd shifted his smile carefully to something unpleasant that was shaped like a smile, but did not have the feel of one. "There is nothing unnatural in this world," he said. "An unnatural thing is a thing that could never happen in nature. I happened. I am natural, and the things I want are natural. The power of your mind and your beauty, even when you've been drugged in the bottom of a boat for 2 weeks, covered in grime, and your face purple and green. Your unnatural beauty is natural. Nature is horrifying. And," he continued, his strange smile gleaming, "as I see it, our hearts are not so different in size. I murdered my father, you murdered yours. That's something you did with a large heart?" Fire was becoming confused because it was a cruel question, and at least one of the answers to it was yes, which she knew made no sense. She was too wild and too weak for logic. "I must defend myself with illogic," she thought to herself. Illogically. Archer had always been one for illogic, though he never sees it in himself. Archer. She had taught Archer to make his mind strong, and the strong mind she had given him had gotten him killed. But he had taught her, too. He had taught her to shoot an arrow fast and with greater precision than she could have ever learned on her own. She stood, reaching for the quiver and bow she suddenly realized she had on her back, forgetting that she was broadcasting her every intention. Lek grabbed for his own bow, and he was faster than she was. He had an arrow aimed at her knees before her own arrow was notched. She braced herself for an explosion of pain, and then, beside her, Fire's horse erupted. The animal sprang at the boy, rearing, screaming, kicking him in the face. The boy cried out and fell, dropping his bow, clasping one eye with both hands. He scrambled away, sobbing, the horse fast after him. He seemed unable to see. There was blood in his eyes, and he tripped and sprawled headlong. Fire watched, stunned and fascinated, as he slid across a patch of ice and over the rim of a crevice, slipped through its lips, and disappeared. Fire stumbled to the crack. She knelt, peering in. She could not see to its bottom. She could not see the boy. The mountain had swallowed him. She was too cold. If only the boy had died in the fire and never come after her. For he'd woken her, and now she perceived things like coldness and weakness and hunger, and what it meant to be lost in a corner of the western Great Grays. She ate the rest of the food the children had given her, without much hope of her stomach submitting to it. She drank water from a half-frozen stream, and she tried not to think about the night that would come to an end of this day because she had no flint, and she had never started a fire without one. She never even started a fire that hadn't been in a fireplace. She'd lived a pampered life. Shaking with cold, she unwrapped her headscarf and wrapped it again so that it covered not just her hair, still slightly damp, but her face and neck as well. She killed a raptor monster before it killed her, a scarlet creature that came screeching suddenly out of the sky, but knew it was no use trying to carry the meat, for the smell of its blood would only attract more monsters. This reminded her the gala had taken place in the second half of January. She couldn't be certain how much time had passed, but surely it was well into February. Her bleeding was due. Fire understood, with her new walking logic that was blunt and unsympathetic, that she was going to die soon, from one thing or another. She thought about this on her horse. It was comforting, and gave her permission to give up. "I'm sorry, Brigand," she thought to herself. "I'm sorry, Small. I tried." But then a memory and a realization jarred her out of this. People. She might live if she had the help of people, and there were people behind her, in the place where smoke rose from the rocks. There was more there, too. Her horse was still plodding purposefully southwest, propelled by nothing more than a drab sense of duty not to die if she didn't have to. Fire turned the animal around. As they started back the way they'd come, snow began to fall. Her body ached from her rattling teeth, her rattling joints and muscles. She ran through music in her mind, all the most difficult music she'd studied, forcing herself to remember the intricacies of complicated passages. She didn't know why she was doing this. Some part of her mind felt it was necessary and would not let her stop, though her body and the rest of her mind begged to be left alone. When a golden raptor monster dove at her, screaming through the falling snow, she fumbled with her bow and couldn't notch the arrow properly. The horse killed the bird, though Fire didn't know how it managed the job. She'd slid off its rearing back and was lying in a heap on the snow when it happened. Sometime later, she slid off the horse's back again. She wasn't sure why. She assumed it must be another raptor monster and waited patiently, but almost immediately, her horse began pushing at her with its nose, which confused Fire and struck her as deeply unjust. The horse blew angrily in her face and shoved her repeatedly until, defeated, she dragged herself shaking onto its proffered back. And then she understood why she'd fallen. Her hands had stopped working. She had no grip on the animal's mane. I'm dying, she thought disinterestedly. Ah well, I may as well die on the back of this lovely, dappled horse. The next time she fell, she was too senseless to realize that she'd fallen onto warm rock. She was not unconscious. She heard the voices, sharp, urgent, and alarmed, but she could not get up when they asked her to. She heard her name and grasped that they knew who she was. She understood when a man lifted her and carried her underground. She understood when women undressed her and undressed themselves and wrapped themselves with her in many blankets. She had never in her life been so cold. She shook so hard she felt she would shatter. She tried to drink the warm, sweet liquid a woman held to her face, but had the impression she sprayed most of it onto her blanket companions. After an eternity of gasping and shaking, she noticed that she was no longer shaking so hard. Embraced by two pairs of arms enfolded between the bodies of two women, a merciful thing happened. She fell asleep. Chapter 28. She woke to the sight of Moose's face and the feeling that her hands were being crushed by mallets. Lady, Moose said grimly, I have never been more relieved in all my life. How do you feel? Her voice was a croak. My hands hurt. Yes, they're frostbitten, lady. You're not to worry. The people here have thawed them and bandaged them and taken very good care of you. Memory came back to Fire, seeping into the spaces around her. She turned her face away from Musa. We've been searching for you from the minute you were taken, lady. We wasted some time following false leads, for Princess Hannah never saw who took you. And the men we killed had no identifying marks, and your grandmother and the greenhouse guards were drugged before they even knew what was happening. We had no idea where to look, lady, and the king and the prince and princess were sure it was some plot of Lady Murgda's. But the commander's communications were doubtful. It wasn't until one of the palace guards got hold of a blurry memory in his head of a red-eyed boy lurking on the grounds that we began to suspect what had happened. We reached Cutter's yesterday. I can't tell you how it frightened us, lady, to find the place burned to the ground and charred bodies we couldn't recognize. Fire spoke hollowly. I lit a fire for Archer. He's dead. Musa was startled by this. Fire felt it and understood at once that Musa's allegiance was with Mila, not the careless lord who fathered Mila's baby. This was just a death to Musa, of someone she'd known only by bad behavior. Fire pushed Musa's feelings away. We'll send word to the commander at Fort Flood about Lord Archer, lady. Everyone will be so relieved to hear you're all right. Shall I tell you of the progress the commander has made in the war? No, Fire said. A woman appeared at Fire's side with a bowl of soup and said gently, the lady must eat. Musa rose from her chairs so that the woman could sit down. She was old, her face whitish and lined, her eyes a deep yellow-brown. Her expression shifted softly in the light from a fire stoked in the middle of the stone floor, its smoke rising to the ceiling and escaping through a crack above. Fire recognized the feeling of the woman. This grandmother was one of the two who'd saved her life with the gift of her own body heat. The woman spoon-fed the soup to Fire, murmuring quietly, catching the bits that ran down Fire's chin. Fire consented to this kindness and to the soup, because they came from a person who didn't want to talk about the war, and had never known Archer, and could receive her grief easily with uncomplicated acceptance. Her bleeding came, delaying their journey. She slept and tried not to think, and spoke very little. She watched the lives of the people who lived in the darkness of these underground caves, poor and scrabbling through winter, but warm from their fires and from what they called the furnace of the earth, which sat very close to the surface here and heated their floors and walls. They explained the science of it to Fire's guard. They gave Fire medicinal concoctions to drink. As soon as you're able, Musa said, we'll move you to the army's healers at Fort Flood, lady. The southern war is not going badly. The commander was hopeful and terribly determined when we saw him last. Princess Clara and Prince Garn are there with him. and the war is raging on in the North Front as well. King Nash rode north in the days after the gala, and the 3rd and 4th, and most of the auxiliaries and Queen Rowan and Lord Brocker met him there. Lady Murgda escaped the palace the day after the gala lady. There was a fire and a terrible battle in the corridors, and in the confusion she got away. It's thought she tried to ride to the beacons at Marble Rise, but the king's army had already taken control of the roads. Fire closed her eyes, trying to bear the pressure of all of this meaningless, horrible news. She did not want to go to Fort Flood, but she understood that she couldn't stay here indefinitely, imposing on these people's hospitality. And she supposed the army healers might as well look at her hands, which she herself had not yet seen, but were obviously swollen and useless and ached beneath their bandages, as if pain hung at the ends of her arms instead of hands. She tried not to dwell on what it would mean if the healers told her she was going to lose them. There was another thing she tried, and usually failed not to dwell on, a memory of an occurrence that had taken place, months ago, before the gala planning, before Archer had ever found My Dog's wine in Captain Hart's cellar. Fire had been questioning prisoners all day, every day, and Archer had watched sometimes, and they'd talked to that foul-mouthed fellow who'd spoken of a tall archer with spot-on aim, a rapist who'd been held in Nax's dungeon some 20 years ago, Jod. And Fire had been happy because finally she'd known the name and the nature of her foggy-minded archer. On that day, she hadn't remembered that some 20 years ago, Nax had handpicked a brute from his dungeon and sent him north to rape Brocker's wife, and the only happy consequence of which had been the birth of Archer. Ba, 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 ba. I had to adjust how I was sitting. Found some. Yeah, got him. There is a delay. Yeah, you're not able to insta-shoot. Oh my gosh, auto-aim. Whatever, that works. Ah, so she's one of their healers. See about putting her on second. Just so that we have somebody who's dead should the need arise. Oh, you got 2 over there. Nice. I just wasn't paying that much attention. Yep. Yoink. Oh. Oh, you must have already kicked the pellet. I was gonna kick it. Give you speed boost. Bonk, bonk. Nice. Here, have some speed. Haha. Oh, that Kate you have there is dead. I'll get the Sable. Oh. That was so good. I didn't realize the Sable was dead too. Nice. Yeah. Oh. Yeah, this is the dead Kate. Got it. Yeah. Wait. I thought for sure this was the dead one, but she's dead now. Thought for sure I'd get her there. That sucks. Damn. Ada going into shack. She's coming through. She's right at the... You should get her. Perfect. You're doing a really good job keeping this area locked down. Yeah, that happens a lot. Man, this gen that's on the far side of the map has been almost done like 3 times. I've just been hovering around it, just picking people off. Oh my gosh, okay. One more dead and then it's hatch time. I got myself stuck on random junk. Oh, there he is. Yeah. All right. Now it's look for hatch time. Yep, one's out. Okay, I'm closing hatches. I've got one. Oh, sweet, 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 sweet. I'm on my way. Oh, never mind. You don't need it. Murder time. Oh, never mind. All but one. That was much better. Locking in. Four healers. What happened? Yeah, the person who got out was a Kate. Like, what? Weird. Okay. We got 70 pages left. Do we want to save this for another night? Or do we want to push through and finish the book? I need somebody to snack. I wish I didn't have no money and could just order food. That would be great. But that's not gonna happen. Okay. I will wait to read until you return. I don't know. Let me find out. Taco Bell. And Denny's. And Pizza Hut, but I don't buy from Pizza Hut. Get delivered. It's too expensive. Like, just doing like a pizza aside and maybe like a drink or something, plus delivery fees and tip, it's like $50 to get it delivered. Yeah, it's stupid. Well, I also have to tip minimum $9 to $10, no matter what the cost of what I'm ordering, to get people to drive the fuck out here. If I don't, people won't drive out here. It's like a 24-minute drive. So, it's really cool. Hi, Jira. Yes, we bing bong. How are ya? What's up? I really hate when I misplace something that shouldn't be that hard to find, but somehow it's just like vanished off the face of the earth. Like, I don't understand how I've done this, and yet. I don't know. I am not smart. But I keep wanting to order from Little Caesars because it's like $35 total to get it delivered, and that's like 2 pizzas as well, so I can have some for later, but they close at like 9:30. Yeah, and I usually remember at like 9:35, and I'm like, ah, shit, never mind. But it keeps me from ordering pizza. And then it's too late every time. So, yeah, no. Pros and cons with that. Oh my gosh, I forgot to unmute you.
Me? I've been sitting here giving the most amazing commentary, including the most maniacal of laughter, as well as the most incredible of growling/grunts. Like,
Well, because I muted when the random noises were coming through Mun's mic while I was trying to read.
I wasn't going to say anything about it, but yeah, that was.
So I just muted Discord because I figured, you know, it was the easiest option. Because sometimes you don't have controls over the random ass noises. What? Just blah, blah, blah.
I don't know why I'm always blown away by the fact that everything is instantaneous.
Was this you?
Oh no, it's not the person who is known for filling up every single box that is available.
Look, it said anonymous. I had to confirm.
I put my freaking. Alright. They're throwing. This company's throwing.
See, it was a
I
valid
put
question.
a freaking name in there. Yeah. Yes, it was a completely unhinged name. It was like 17,000 long at least. But at the same
Jeez.
time, come on.
Okay. I mean, come on.
I
Who
mean,
else is gonna
obvious.
goofy? Who else is gonna be goofy with a given message? I always aim to give the wildest, most unhinged messages at all points in time. Plus, it's the person talking. Like, it's my job. I only give the most amazing, most important messages. There we go. Thank you.
Mhm.
Oh,
I still know that you're able to get a freaking snack off of
I
that.
no, $250 to get a snack, definitely not enough. What? No.
I just know that Twitch decides to sit there and just be like, "Oh, ha, oh,
Oh no,
you
this
thought
is
you
this
had
is
money."
PayPal. This literally goes into my
Oh,
PayPal
perfect.
instantly. Like
Perfect.
PayPal takes a little bit of a cut, but it not like Twitch with the everything
Yeah.
else.
I do regret to inform that is my entire budget for the entire subathon.
Oh my gosh. Well, I mean, that I wouldn't expect. I wasn't expecting that at all. Now I have to do math. Dang it.
Don't tell me it's something weird like every $3 is equal to like.
No, it just brings the total up to $5.90, which gets us now 4 hours of karaoke and 2 hours of Uwu games. 100% any games for 160 hours total. And then someone will be the one. Now we're just shy of making the horrible person sound alert free. So we have until the end of the month for that. So you know.
You have time to get your favorite redeems. All you have to do is give a little bit.
But that's like a permanent change. It will permanently be free. Also, Jiro, why did you go to the doctor? What happened?
Don't tell me you're like me. Don't tell me you got bit by a spider too.
Oh, jeez.
Only one of us can be Spider-Man. Not me, it might be them.
I could order pancakes. There's an IHOP that delivers.
There's an IHOP and Denny's that deliver. However, you have to spend $10 to get Pizza Hut. What kind of world do you live in?
Oh no, I have to pay that like tip no matter what, no matter which place. It's just a matter like Pizza Hut on base is already kind of expensive.
You said on base, and I sat there in my brain and was like, oh yeah, on an Air Force base. Dude,
You got bit by
a spider.
Okay, no.
No
Okay,
way.
no, just kidding. Oh my god, that would have been the most insane. Like, how does this happen to two of you?
You have the aura of people get bit by spider. It's all over.
Rebrand, join my stream, and you'll get your chance to be Spider-Man.
Yeah, really. Join Neko Andromeda for a 1 in 100 chance to become Spider-Man. Are you unhappy with your results? You can take it up with the complaints team. In return, you get bit by a second spider, and you get to join again in the 1 in 100 chance to get Spider-Man powers.
Got tested for asthma? Oh, fuck.
Came back positive. What a rough day.
I wouldn't be surprised if I had some form of asthma, especially with like how terrible I was at running before my everything went to shit. So,
However, do we want to blame that on lungs or do we want to blame that on everything going to shit?
oh, I meant like before the everything went to shit, I was already bad at running.
And do we want to blame that on everything going to shit, or do we want to blame that on asthma?
That
it could be a lifelong thing that you've been dealing with this entire time and just never realized.
could be. Very well could be. And then there's my self-esteem issues that I'm going to blame on being bullied in middle school because people are jerks. Especially middle schoolers. Here's an inhaler and pills came back. This is funny. I mean, what else are they going to do?
Asthma really do just be your lungs going, I've decided to not work today. Good luck, Chief.
I feel like asthma gives the same, is like the same level for lungs as migraines are for the brain. Just like,
Yeah, kind of.
so, sometimes random things are just like, nope, suffer. Like, you went outside and the difference between the inside light and the outside light was just a little too much, migraine.
You decided to do something that's a little different than normal? Fuck you.
Yeah.
All done.
Okay. Back to book. Oh, I await pancakes.
Would you like a live Tinkerbell reaction?
Ah, yes. Show me.
Alright,
Bye-bye.
alright. Observe the Discord.
No,
If you
the
decide-
baby. Oh.
Tinkerbell. Hold on. Live Tinker. Oh, hold on. If I go ahead and I mess with my microphone settings, you might be able to intervene. Yes, Tinkerbell.
You just see her mouth just meh.
I might be able to move the microphone. Go, microphone. Contrary to popular belief, she actually enjoys this.
For those who cannot see, which is everyone except for me, he's just very aggressively rubbing the cat like a dog.
Yes.
And she's just plopped.
Does she enjoy it? We have no freaking clue.
Well, she plopped, and she's continuing to let you do it, so I would say yes. I heard the whine. Just one of them, though.
Oh, somewhere in here. Alright. And we understand the idea. He hasn't attacked me yet.
I love how I'm just repeating the cat noises. That's just what that's what I do at mine all the time. They make a noise at me, I repeat the noise.
A live replay of what Tinkerbell has said. Wow!
Wah.
Well, what did she say next? She said, Wah! Oh, yes, Tinkerbell. We got that one too.
I was hoping they would tell you something positive. They gave you a positive test?
A positive thing they gave you was an
Uh,
asthma test.
Positive thing they did give you was an answer, rather than just saying, we don't know what's going wrong. Come back later.
Was that the result of the MRI?
There are many results to the MRI. Nothing on my brain, which is weird. Lots of things with my spine, which is very interesting.
Could be worse.
Yeah, my spine has a lot of problems, which I could have told you because pain. Let me
Studies
pull
show
up.
pain usually indicates a problem.
Let's see. We've got mild multi-level degenerative change.
Okay.
Prominent cervical lymph nodes, left greater than right. May be reactive but are non-specific. And that is my neck, which every single, like, one of the joints has disc desiccation. Every single one. So,
Okay.
not
That's actually kind of good news. It's
So-
not multiple sclerosis. It's not a form of cancer.
well.
and it's
There
not a
is
form
like the tiniest bit that it still might be MS, but they'd have to do a lumbar puncture. But it's like less than 1%,
Yeah.
or maybe less than 0.1% that it is still MS that doesn't show on an MRI of the
Yeah.
brain. So
Which is much better than it being MS.
it depends on what else they find.
Oh, what are they gonna find? Degenerative, like sclerosis or some shit. That could be worse.
And then more
Multiple
multi-level degenerative change on the rest of my back. Also, it's really funny looking at the like disc levels, and T1 through T7 all say unremarkable, and then the other ones have like a whole bunch of stuff like degenerative disc disease with mild right parasagittal posterior disc protrusion and minimal effacement of the ventral cord. And same thing as the last one. Disc desiccation with minor posterior disc bulge, disc desiccation with minor posterior disc bulge, and then unremarkable. Just like I have one section of my lower back that's just really bad. And then the rest of it's like, And then my neck's like also really bad. And then a random cyst somewhere. Probably
Well,
insignificant.
Cysts are really, really good. Cysts are so much fun to deal with.
But no fractures, which is good, but I wouldn't imagine there would be any. I have never broken a bone ever in my life. And everyone's like, oh, if you say that, you're gonna knock out wood. Like, I have fallen so many times, including down several flights of stairs. If I was going to break a bone, it would have happened by now. I'm really good at falling now. I know how to fall and not hurt myself. So I'm not gonna break a bone unless my bones.
However,
Yeah.
are you really good at this if you're actually Dead by Daylight?
Let's find out.
Tinkerbell, I know you're What's the button to cancel?
Inside, downstairs. Okay. Oh, that would have been so good. God, I love playing Wraith so goddamn much. Damn.
I'm in a hard chase with the
Okay, let me take out this Nancy if I can quickly. Nice. Oh, I thought I had that for sure. Yeah, this 10% speed should get me the hit there. Beautiful. Oh my god, there's so many filler ballots. Oh, she doesn't know the timing. Yes! Oh, I love Wraith Lunge so much. Okay. What in the world is going on with my aim? I'm getting auto-aimed to hell. Oh gosh. Take it. This sable's done. Yeah, I didn't see a second one. They might have cut towards main. Got one dead though. That's kind of huge. Yes! Oh, I spotted that just barely. Huge. Bam! Oh. It's several back here in this corner.
More than just three, yeah.
Yes, good stuff, good stuff. Yeah, there were 4 back here, so. All good. I can still keep going. It was weird I didn't get my little boost. Oh well. Still got her dead. Oh, we got this, we got this. Got this one.
There is a David, he is fine. He has a flashlight. He decided that there is a Kate and a Dwight who need to die.
That's funny.
He is indicating very heavily that the two need to die. I don't know what's going on.
I mean, the one is a bot, which is weird. Like, don't know why you'd get all worked up over a bot. Hi, Nancy. Oh. Wraith Huntress combo too strong.
Is it really?
Apparently.
I'm 100% sure I know what I'm doing. Hey, I'll take the compliment.
Yeah, last one's left is a bot who's not gonna behave like someone who wants to get out, so like it healed itself first before going and looking for hatches. I mean, it's a bot, so I'm not too worried about killing it, yeah. Yeah, I wasn't looking for hatches. I went for the player instead, so.
Sorry, Devi.
Huh?
Post-game chatter. I wanted to let him go.
Yeah, I just turned the post-game chat off because people are weird.
Huh, strange.
Okay, book for reals this time.
For reals?
Yeah.
For reals.
Okay. So, the big reveal that Jod was Archer's biological parent. The interrogation had ended with Archer punching the informant in the face. On that day, Fire had thought it was because of the man's language, and perhaps it had been. Fire would never know at what point Archer had begun to suspect Jod's identity. Archer had kept his thoughts and fears to himself, for Fire had just broken his heart. When the day came, her guards, 19 of them now, for Mila was not here, wrapped her in many blankets for the journey and strapped her arms carefully to her body so that her hands would be near her body's heat. They lifted her into Neil's saddle, and when Neil climbed up behind her, they strapped her loosely to him. The party rode slowly, and Neil was strong and attentive, but still it was frightening to trust oneself entirely to someone else's balance. And then, in time, the motion became soothing. She leaned back against him, relinquishing responsibility, and slept. The dappled gray horse, when separated from Fire and faced with the rock people, Fire's guard, and 19 military mounts, had proven to be completely wild. It had clopped around on the rocks above ground during her illness, bolting every time a person emerged, refusing to be bridled or stabled underground or even approached. But nor did it seem willing to be left behind when it saw Fire being borne away. As the party picked its way east, the horse followed, tentatively, always at a safe distance. The battles of the Southern Front were waged on the land and in the caves bounded by Genshin's holding, Fort Flood, and the Winged River. Whatever ground the commander had managed to win or lose, the fort itself was still under loyal control. Rising high on an outcrop of rock, surrounded by walls almost as tall as its roofs, it functioned as the army's headquarters and hospital. Clara came running to them as they entered the gates. She stood beside Neil's horse as the guards unstrapped Fire, lowered her to the ground, and unwrapped her from her blankets. Clara was crying, and when she embraced Fire and kissed her face, taking care to not jar Fire's hands, which were still tied to her body, Fire sank numbly against her. She wished she could wrap her arms around this woman who cried for Archer and whose belly was round with Archer's baby. She wished she could melt into her. "Oh, Fire," Clara finally said. "We've been out of our minds with worry. Riggin leaves tonight for the Northern Front. It'll relieve him greatly to see you alive before he goes." "No," Fire said, pulling suddenly away from Clara and startled by her own feeling. "Clara, I don't want to see him. Tell him I wish him well, but I don't want to see him." "Oh," Clara said, taken aback. "Well, are you certain? Because I can't think how we're going to stop him once he returns from the tunnels and learns you're here." The tunnels. Fire sensed her own rising panic. "My hands," she said, focusing on a more isolated pain. "Is there a healer with time to attend to them?" The fingers of her right hand were pinkish, puffy, and blistered, like hunks of raw poultry. Fire stared at them, tired and sick, until she sensed that the healer was cheered by their appearance. "It's too soon to know for sure," the woman said, "but we have grounds for hope." She smoothed the salve onto the hands very, very gently, wrapped it in loose bandages, and unwrapped the other hand, humming. The outer two fingers on Fire's left hand were black and dead-looking from the tips all the way down to the second knuckles. The healer, no longer humming, asked if it were true what she'd heard, that Fire was an accomplished fiddler. "Well," the woman said, "all we can do now is watch them and wait." She gave Fire a pill and liquid to swallow, applied the salve, and wrapped bandages around the hand. "Stay here," she said. She bustled out of the small dark room, which had a smoky fire in the grate and shutters over the windows to hold in the heat. Fire had a vague memory of a time when she had been better at ignoring things. It was no use to consider. She had been in control once and had not sat dismal and wretched on examination tables while the entirety of her guard stood watching her with a sympathetic sort of bleakness. And then she felt Brigand coming, an enormous moving force of emotion. Concern, relief, reassurance, too intense for Fire to bear. She began to gasp. She was drowning. As he came into the room, she slid off the table and ran into a corner. "No," she thought to him. "I don't want you here. No." "Fire," he said. "What is it? Please, tell me. Please, you must go away. Please, Brigand, I beg you." "Leave us," Brigand said quietly to the guard. "No, I need them." "Stay," Brigand said in the same tone of voice, and her guard, which by now had developed a high threshold for bewilderment, turned around and filed back into the room. "Fire," Brigand thought to her. "Have I done something to make you angry?" "No. Yes, you have," she thought wildly. "You never liked Archer. You don't care that he's dead." "That is untrue," he thought to her with utter certainty. "I had my own regard for Archer, and besides, it hardly matters because you love him and I love you, and your grief brings me grief. There is nothing in Archer's death but sadness." "That's why you must go," she thought to him. "There's nothing in this but sadness." There was a noise in the doorway and a man's harsh voice. "Commander, we're ready." "I'm coming," Brigand said over his shoulder. "Wait for me outside." The man left. "Go," Fire thought to Brigand. "Don't keep them waiting." "I will not leave you like this," he thought. "I won't look at you," she thought, pressing at the wall clumsily with her bandaged hands. "I don't want to see your new battle scars." He came to her in her corner, the stubborn, steady feeling of him unchanged. He touched his hand to her right shoulder and bent his face to her left ear, his stubble rough, his face cold against hers, and the feel of him achingly familiar, and suddenly she was leaning back against him, her arms awkwardly embracing his left arm, stiff with leather armor, and pulling it around her. "You're the one with new scars," he said very quietly, so that only she could hear. "Don't go," she said. "Please, don't go." "I desperately want not to go, but you know that I must. I don't want to love you if you're only going to die," she cried, burying her face in his arm. "I don't love you." "Fire," he said. "Will you do something for me? Will you send me word on the Northern Front? so I know how you're faring. I don't love you. Does that mean you won't send word? No, she said confusedly. Yes, I'll send word, but fire, he said gently, beginning to untangle himself from her. You must feel what you feel. Another voice, sharp with impatience, interrupted from the doorway. Commander, the horses are standing. Brigham spun around to face the man, swearing with as much exasperation and fury as Fire had ever heard anyone swear. The man scuttled away in alarm. I love you, Brigham said, very calmly, to Fire's back. I hope in the coming days it may comfort you to know that. And all I ask of you is that you try to eat, Fire, and sleep. No matter how you feel, eat and sleep, and send me word so I know how you are. Tell me if there's anyone or anything I can send to you. Go safely. Go safely, she thought to him as he left the building and his convoy pounded through the gates. What a silly thing, empty thing it was to say to anyone, anywhere. Chapter 29. Fire guessed that there was little for a person with no hands to do at Fort Flood. Clara was busy with brigands' captains and a constant stream of messengers, and Garen rarely even showed his face, scowling in his customary manner when he did. Fire avoided them as she avoided the room where endless rows of soldiers lay suffering. She was not permitted to step outside the walls of the fortress. She divided her time between two places: the bedroom she shared with Clara, Musa, and Margot, feigning sleep whenever Clara entered, where Clara asked too many questions about Archer, and the heavily guarded roof of the fort, where she stood in a warm hooded cloak, hands enclosed safely in her armpits, and communed with the gray dappled horse. The mare, for Fire was clear-minded enough now to know she was a mare, was living on the rocks north of the building. She had broken away from Fire's group as they'd approached the fort, and, despite the attempts of the horse master, would not consent to being stabled along with the other horses. Fire refused to allow anyone to subdue her with drugs, nor would Fire herself compel the horse into confinement. The horse master had thrown his arms in the air in disgust. This horse was obviously an uncommonly fine animal, but he was up to his elbows in injured horses and cast shoes and broken field harnesses, and had no time to waste on a recalcitrant. And so the mare lived free on the rocks, eating food if it was left for her, finding food if it wasn't, and coming to visit Fire whenever Fire called to her. Her feeling was strange and wild, her mind a marvelous, unbroken thing that Fire could touch and influence but never truly comprehend. She belonged alone on the rocks, unconstrained and vicious when she needed to be. And yet there was love in the feeling of her too, constraining in its way. This horse had no intention of leaving Fire. They spent time within the view of each other, their feelings connected by the tether of Fire's power. She was beautiful to look at, her coat soft patches and circles of gray, her mane and her tail thick and long and tangled and deep gray like slate. Her eyes were blue. Fire wished she were allowed out of the fort. She would like to join the horse on the rocks and climb onto her back and be carried away wherever the horse wanted to go. Garen came stalking into her bedroom one morning while she was curled under her covers, trying to numb herself to the burning of her hands and pretending to sleep. He stood over her and said, without preliminaries, "Get up, Fire. We need you." It was not said with anger, but it didn't have the feeling of a request either. Fire blinked up at him. "My hands are useless," she said. "What we need you for does not require hands." Fire closed her eyes. "You want me to question someone? I'm sorry, Garen, I don't feel well enough." "You'd feel better if you got up and stopped moping," he said bluntly. "And anyway, it's not an interrogation we need you for." Fire was furious. "You never took Archer into your heart. You cared nothing for what happened." Garen spoke hotly. "You can't see into my heart, or you wouldn't say such a stupid thing. I am not leaving this room until you get up. There's war going on, and not a stone's throw from here. And I've enough that's heavy on my mind without you wasting yourself away like a self-absorbed brat. Do you want me to send a message to Brigham and Nash and Brocker one day, telling them you died of nothing in particular? You're making me ill, Fire, and I beg you, if you won't get up for yourself, do it for me. I'm not keen on dying." Fire had pushed herself into a seated position somewhere in the middle of this remarkable speech, and now her eyes were open and seeing. Garen's skin was sweaty, and he was breathing rapidly. He was, if possible, thinner than he had been before, and pain flickered in his face. Fire reached up to him, distressed now, gestured for him to sit. When he did, she smoothed his hair with her own bandaged knob of a hand. She helped him to calm his breath. "You've lost weight," he said to her, finally, his unhappy eyes on her face. "And you have this horrible, empty look in your eyes that makes me want to shake you." Fire smoothed his hair again and chose her words carefully, finding ones that would not make her cry. "I don't think I'm moping, exactly," she said. "I don't feel entirely connected to myself, Garen." "Your power is strong," he said. "I can feel it. You soothed me right away." She wondered if a person could be powerful, but inside be broken into pieces and shaking all the time. She studied him again. He really didn't look well. He was carrying too much. "What is the work you need me to do?" she asked. He said, "Would you be willing to ease the pain of the soldiers in this fort who are dying?" The healing work of the fort took place in the enormous downstairs ward that was the residence of 500 soldiers during peacetime. The windows contained no glass, and the shutters were drawn now to conserve heat, which came from the fireplaces along the wall, and from a fire in the middle of the floor. Its smoke billowing haphazardly toward an open flue in the ceiling that led all the way to the roof and the sky. The room was dim, and the soldiers were moaning and crying out, and the place had a smell of blood and smoke and something else cloying that stopped fire at the entrance. It was too much like stepping into one of her nightmares. She couldn't do it. But then she saw a man lying on his back in a bed, his nose and ears black like her fingers, and only one hand resting on his chest, for the other was gone completely, a stump wrapped in gauze. He was gritting his teeth, hot and shaking, and fire went to him because she could not stop her compassion. At the very sight of her, some panic inside him seemed to still. She sat at the edge of the bed and looked into his eyes. She understood that he was exhausted, but too distracted with pain and fear to rest. She took away his sense of pain and soothed his fear. She helped him to fall asleep. This was how fire became a fixture in the healing room. For she was even better than the surgeon's drugs at taking pain away, and every kind of pain was present in that room. Sometimes it was enough to sit with a soldier to calm him, and sometimes, as when he was having an arrow pulled or a waking surgery, it took more. There were days when her mind was in several parts of the room at once, soothing pain where it was worst, while her body walked up and down the roads of patients, her hair loose and her eyes seeking eyes of the men and women in the beds who felt less frightened for having seen her. It surprised her how easy it was to talk to soldiers who were dying, or soldiers who would never be well again, or who had lost their friends and were afraid for their families. She had thought she'd already reached her capacity for pain and had no room inside her for more. But she remembered having told Archer once that you could not measure love on a scale of degrees, and now she understood that it was the same with pain. Pain might escalate upwards, and just when you thought you'd reached your limit, begin to spread sideways and spill out and touch other people and mix with their pain and grow larger but somehow less oppressive. She had thought herself trapped in a place outside the ordinary feeling lives of people, but she had not noticed how many other people were trapped in that place with her. She finally began to let Clara into that place. She told Clara what Clara's own grief had been yearning for, the facts of what had happened. "He died alone," she said to Clara quietly. "Hi, Jinx, thank you for lyrics." And Clara said just as quietly back, "He died believing he'd failed you, for by then he must have known their plans to kidnap you, don't you think?" "He certainly at least suspected it," Fire said, realizing as the story opened in words between them just how many parts of it she didn't know. It both hurt and soothed her, like the salve the healer spread on her raw hands, to try to fill in the missing parts. She would never know how it felt for him to be shot by his own father, whether things would have gone differently if she'd paid more attention, if she'd fought harder to keep him from going. If years ago she'd found a way to stop him loving her so much, if Archer, no matter the strength of his mind or the depth of his affection, had ever been entirely immune to her monster beauty. "I suppose we'll also never know what Jod was truly like," Clara said, when Fire quietly had conveyed all of these thoughts. "We know he was a criminal, of course," she continued robustly, "and a vicious lowlife fit to die, even if he is my child's grandfather." She snorted, saying it as an aside. "But a pair of grandfathers this child has. But what I mean is, we'll never know if Jod would have killed his own son if he'd been in control of his mind instead of under the power of that horrible boy you dropped into the mountain. A good riddance. I hope that one died in terrible agony impaled upon a jagged bit of rock." Clara was an oddly comforting person for Fire to be with in these days. Pregnant, she was even more stunning than she had been before. Almost 5 months in, her hair was thicker and glossier, her skin glowing, and extra vitality fueled her usual determination. She was completely alive, which was also painful sometimes for Fire to stand beside. But Clara was also angry at all the right things and fiercely honest, and she was carrying Archer's child in her body. Lord Brocker is also your child's grandfather, Fire said mildly. And there are 2 grandmothers you needn't be ashamed of. And anyway, Clara said, if we're to be judged by our parents and grandparents, then we all may as well impale ourselves upon jagged bits of rock. Yes, Fire thought to herself grimly. That wasn't far from true. When she was alone, she couldn't avoid thoughts of home, memories. On the roof, visiting the mayor, she fought off thinking of Small, who was far away in King's City, most certainly wondering why she had gone away and if she was ever coming back. At night, when she struggled with sleep, Cancerel and Archer kept changing places in her nightmares. Cancerel, his throat torn apart, was suddenly Archer staring at her just as balefully as Cancerel always had. Or sometimes she was luring Archer rather than Cancerel to his death, or luring them together, or sometimes Cancerel was killing Archer or raping Archer's mother, and maybe Archer found him and killed him. Whatever happened, whichever dead man died again in her dreams, she woke up to the same pitiless grief. News came from the northern front that Briggan was sending Nash down to Fort Flood, and Brocker and Rowan would follow him. Garen was indignant. I can understand sending Nash here to take his place, he said, but why is he having done with his entire strategizing team? He'll be sending us the 3rd and 4th next and taking my dog's army on all by himself. It must be becoming too dangerous there for anyone who isn't a soldier, Clara said. If it's dangerous, he should tell us. He has told us, Garen. What do you think he means when he says even in camp a night's rest is rare? Do you imagine my dog's soldiers are keeping ours out late with drinking games and dancing? And did you read the latest report? A soldier of the 3rd attacked his own company the other day, killed 3 of his fellow soldiers before he himself was killed. My dog had promised to pay a fortune to his family if he turned traitor. Fiber, ayo, what's up? Welcome to the party. Welcome to the party.
Oh, what a time for a party to start.
It's murder time.
Oh, only the slightest of bit of murder time. How does Legion work with a Wraith?
Just follow the heartbeats. Stabby, stabby. I'll clean up. If you can't get your stabby, stabby, hunt them down.
Sounds like an even easier time. Let's get it. Oh. First time in a long time for a Legion match.
It's too bad we don't get the Legion chase music, though. Stabby stabby and then hunt. See? I go on the bing bong. And because there's so many survivors, you should be able to at least get like a couple chains going. Okay. I've got only one here, so you should have the majority of them. Oh, whoops. Cool. Yoink. Love that. Anyway.
I have recognized growing as Legion.
Sable here. Don't forget you can frenzy for a speed boost. To get your first injury. Oh, no, this isn't bugged. They've changed palettes because it used to be that would block people. Oh my god, why are there so fucking many? I'm not chasing you here, this is stupid. 3 pallets in a row into Shack is disgusting. Damn. There we go. There's some speed. Get it. He's over here. Yeah, he like teleported. It was real fucking weird. Oh my god, there's so many pallets. But I mind gamed her. Fuck yeah. Yeah, you really need to get your like frenzy hits in because that's gonna be where we get the majority of our first injures. Because I can go and find these people after you've got them.
Right in front of you.
Yeah, if you see like 3 or more healthy, try to go for frenzies.
Understood. What the f- Those legs are really- That's so bad. All they have to do is just jump through a fucking wall. Just chase them. Have this. Alright, come on.
Yeah, the Renato is their strongest looper.
Gotcha. Great targets.
Got it. Damn. Nice.
No problema.
Damn.
Oh, don't think that they've escaped quite yet. Getting started.
There we go. Yeah, they're desperately trying to heal.
I haven't seen anybody quite yet.
I couldn't stop the door. Why? You're so weird. Yeah, they were off somewhere healing.
Single target, direct right.
Okay, she's in shack. She's in shack. She's in shack. Block the door. She's right here. Oh, no.
So sad.
Yeah, she was... You went to the locker. I was blocking her in so she couldn't use the vault. But they remade shack pellet, which kind of fucking sucks. Oh yeah, they're all being little turds in here. Bye. I don't know why people... See, that is also why I just skip endgame chat, because I don't want to talk to people who behave like that. No point.
Okay.
Like, what's the point of behaving like that? It makes no sense.
I suppose I might have a calling as Legion. It's weird. My calling is usually to the stealthier killers. Pig and Myers are usually my cup of tea. It's weird that I'm being drawn to Legion.
Legion's a very fun killer, though. Like,
Definitely. Yeah. Stepping away from it.
okay.
Okay.
All right. Back to the book. Wraith is best. I agree.
Do we think that Enforcer might work a little bit better on
It can, as long as I make sure to keep the proper distance and like go and close out your guys after.
If you're having to keep distance, then it's not quite the right one. I've already kind of...
Yeah, I mean, I usually am like making laps around the map the entire time anyway, so it wouldn't be bad.
I'll stick to the fear monger that I was on.
Okay. Okay. Working in the healing room, Fire could not fail to learn the things that happened in battle and in war, and she understood that despite the torn-up bodies the medics brought in from the tunnels every day, despite the difficulty of supplying food to the southern camps and carrying the injured away and repairing weapons and armor, and despite the bonfires lit every night to burn the dead, the Southern War was thought to be going well. Here at Fort Flood, it was a matter of skirmishes on horseback and on foot, one group of soldiers trapping another in a cave, quick strikes and retreats. Genshin's soldiers, who were led by one of Mydog's Pickian captains, were disorganized. Brigands, on the other hand, were finely trained to know their responsibilities in any given situation, even in the chaos of the tunnels. Brigand had left, predicting it would be only a matter of weeks before they made some kind of significant breakthrough. Hi, Ducky. Nice to see you again. How have you been? But on the northern front, the fighting took place on the open, flat terrain north of the city, where there was little advantage to cleverness of strategy. The ground and the visibility warranted full-out battle. All day until dark fell. Almost every battle ended with the royal side in retreat. They were fierce, Mydog's men, and both Mydog and Murgdo were there with them, and the snow and ice were proving to be no friends to the horses. Too often the soldiers fought on their feet, and then it began to show that the king's army was vastly outnumbered. Very slowly, Mydog was advancing on the city. And of course, the north was where Brigand had gone, because Brigand always went where things were going most badly. Fire supposed he needed to be there in order to give rousing speeches and lead the charge into the fray, or whatever it was commanders did in wartime. She resented his competence at something so tragic and senseless. She wished he or somebody would throw down his sword and say, "Enough, this is a silly way to decide who's in charge." And it seemed to her, as the beds in the healing room filled and emptied and filled, that these battles didn't leave much to be in charge of. The kingdom was already broken, and this war was tearing the broken pieces smaller. Cancel would have... Ah! Oh my god, you scared the crap out of me.
Let's go. I made Dead by Daylight scarier again.
Rude.
A new voice joins the...
It's
insert
Cyber.
word that I'm looking for.
Cyber has joined the battle.
That's what it is.
Hey.
That's a noise.
What's up?
Reading a book.
Yeah, I just
Where-
got off work.
We have a book going, and the other thing that's up is our kill to death ratio, because we have not died and we've only gotten kills. Yeah.
You know what? Fair.
It's also kind of hard to die as a killer, but at the same point,
It's also
rah.
hard to kill as a survivor, to be fair.
It's not that hard. You just kind of, stab, and then hook,
Yeah, but all the survivors are too short.
I mean, the way I think of killing in Dead by Daylight, you break their spirit.
But Spirit was already broken by her father. But,
It was the...
hashtag lore reference. Anyway. I shall continue the book.
Sorry for interrupting.
Yay!
No, you're fine. Here, I will mute Discord so y'all can continue your shenanigans and I can read and chat. And so chat will have peace and I will continue to be chaosed as per usual, at least until the game starts, and then I'll unmute you guys so your chaos can reign forth across all of Twitch. I know. I'm just Josh, you know. Cantrell would have liked it. Meaningless destruction was to his taste. The boy probably would have liked it too. Archer would have reserved his judgment. Reserved it from her, at least, knowing her scathing opinion. And whatever his opinion, he would have gone out and fought bravely for the Dells, as Briggan and Nash were doing. When Nash's front guard clattered through the gate, Fire was ashamed to find herself running up to the roof, stumbling, uncontrolled. Beautiful horse, she cried out to her companion. Beautiful horse, I can't bear this. I can bear Archer and Cantrell if I must, but I cannot bear this too. Make him go away. Why must my friends be soldiers? Sometime later, when Nash came up to the roof to find her, she didn't kneel, like her own guard and the roof guard did. She kept her back turned to Nash and her eyes on the horse, her shoulders hunched as if to protect herself from his presence. Lady Fire, he said. Lord King, I mean no disrespect, but I beg you, go away. Certainly, lady, if you wish it, he said mildly. But first, I promise to deliver about 100 messages from the Northern Front and the city. From my mother, your grandmother, Hannah, Brocker, and Mila, for starters. Fire imagined a message from Brocker. I blame you for the death of my son. A message from Tess. You've ruined your beautiful hands with your carelessness, haven't you, lady granddaughter? A message from Hannah. You left me here alone. Very well, she thought to Nash. Tell me your messages, if you must. Well, Nash said, somewhat bemused. They send their love, of course, and their heartbreak over Archer, and their relief that you're alive. And Hannah specifically asked me to tell you that Blotchy is recovering, lady. He stopped. Fire. Why will you talk to my sister and my brothers, but not to me? She snapped at him. If Briggan said we talked, he was being disingenuous. Nash paused. He didn't. I suppose I assumed, but surely you've been talking to Clara and Garen. Clara and Garen aren't soldiers. They aren't going to die, she thought to him, realizing as she conveyed it that this reasoning was flawed, for Garen could die of his illness and Clara of childbirth, and Tess of old age, and Brocker and Rowan of an attack on their traveling party, and Hannah could be thrown from a horse. Fire, please, Nash, please, don't make me talk about reasons. Please, just let me be alone, please. He was stung by this. He turned to go. Then he stopped and turned back. Just one more thing. Your horse is in the stables. Fire looked across the rocks at the gray horse, stamping its hooves in the snow, and didn't understand. She sent her confusion to Nash. Didn't you tell Briggan you wanted your horse? He asked. Fire spun around, looking straight at him for the first time. He struck a handsome figure in a fierce, tiny new scar running into his lips. His cloak, hanging over his armor of mail and leather, said, You don't mean small? Of course, he said. Small. Anyway, Briggan thought you wanted him. He's downstairs. Fire ran. She had cried so often and so much since she'd found Archer's body, cried at the slightest thing, always silent tears rolling down her face. The way she began to cry when she saw Small, plain and quiet, with his hair in his eyes, pressing against his stall door to reach her, was different. She thought she might choke from the violence of these sobs, or rip something inside her. Musa was alarmed and came into the stall with her, rubbing her back as she clung to Small's neck and gasped. Neil produced handkerchiefs. It was no use. She couldn't stop crying. It's my fault, she said to Small over and over. Oh, Small, it's my fault. I was supposed to be the one to die, not Archer. Archer was never supposed to die. After a long time, she cried herself to a place where she understood that it was not her fault, and then she cried more from the simple grief of knowing that he was gone. She woke, not from a nightmare, but to something comforting, the sensation of being wrapped in warm blankets and sleeping against a warm, breathing back that belonged to Small. Musa and several other guards were having a murmured conversation with someone outside the stall. Fire's bleary mind groped its way toward them. The someone was the king. Her panic was gone, replaced by an odd, peaceful emptiness. She pushed herself up and ran her bandaged hand lightly along Small's wonderful barrel body, swerving to touch the places where his fur grew crooked around raptor monster scars. His mind snoozed gently, and the hay near his face moved with his breath. He was a dark lump in the torchlight. He was perfect. She touched Nash's mind. He came to the stall door and leaned over it, looking at her. Hesitation and love obvious on his face and in his feeling. "You're smiling," he said. Naturally, tears were the response to these words. Angry with herself, she tried to stop them, but they squeezed out nonetheless. "Sorry," she said. He came into the stall and crouched down in the space between Small's head and chest. He stroked Small's neck, considering her. "I understand you've been crying a great deal," he said. "Yes," she said, defeated. "You must be tired and sore from it." "Yes." "And your hands, are they still very painful?" There was something comforting about this calm interrogation. "They're a bit better than they were." He nodded gravely and continued to stroke Small's neck. He was dressed as before, except now he carried his helmet under one arm. He seemed older in the darkness and the orange light. He was older, 10 years older than herself. Almost all her friends were older. Even Briggan, the youngest sibling, was almost 5 years her senior. But she didn't think it was the difference in years that made her feel like such a child surrounded by adults. "Why are you still here?" she asked. "Shouldn't you be in a cave somewhere inspiring people?" "I should," he said, shouldering her sarcasm lightly. "And I came here for my horse so that I might ride out to the camps. But now I'm talking to you instead." Fire traced a long, thin scar on Small's back. She thought about her tendency lately to communicate more easily with horses and dying strangers than with people she had thought she loved. "It's not reasonable to love people who are only going to die," she said. Nash thought about that for a moment, stroking Small's neck with great deliberation, as if the fate of the Dells depended on that smooth, careful movement. "I have 2 responses to that," he said finally. "First, everyone's going to die. Second, love is stupid. It has nothing to do with reason. You love whomever you love. Against all reason, I loved my father." He looked at her keenly. "Did you love yours?" "Yes," she whispered. He stroked Small's nose. "I love you," he said, "even knowing you will never have me. And I love my brother more than I ever realized before you came along. You can't help whom you love, lady, nor can you know what it's liable to cause you to do." She made a connection then, surprised. She sat back from him and studied his face, soft with shadows and light. She saw a part of him she hadn't seen before. "You came to me for lessons to guard your mind," she said, "and you stopped asking me to marry you, both at the same time. You did those things out of love for your brother." "Well," he said, looking a bit sheepishly at the floor, "I also took a few swings at him, but that's neither here nor there." "You're good at love," she said simply, because it seemed to her that it was true. "I'm not so good at love. I'm like a barbed creature. I push everyone I love away." He shrugged. "I don't mind you pushing me away, if it means you love me, little sister." She began to write a letter in her mind to Briggan. It wasn't a very good letter. "Dear Briggan, I don't think you should be doing what you're doing. Dear Briggan, people are swirling away from me, and I am swirling apart." The swelling of her hands had gone down, and no places had blackened that hadn't been black before. There would likely be a surgery, the healers said, when more time had passed, to remove the 2 dead fingers on her left hand. "With all your medicines," asked one of the healers, "you really have nothing to help her?" "There are no medicines to bring a dead thing back to life," the healer said crisply. "The best thing right now will be for Lady Fire to start using her hands again regularly. She'll find a person can manage quite well without 10 fingers." It was not like it had been before, but what a relief to have permission to cut her food, button her own buttons, tie back her own hair, and she would do it, even if her movements were clumsy and infantile at first, and her living fingers burned, even if she sensed pity in the feeling of her watching friends. The pity only made her more stubborn. She asked permission to help with practical tasks in the healing room, dressing wounds, feeding the soldiers who couldn't feed themselves. They never minded if she dribbled broth onto their clothing. As her dexterity improved, she even began to assist with some of the simpler aspects of surgery, holding lamps, handing the surgeon their supplies. She found that she had a strong stomach for blood and infections and men's insides, even though men's insides were rather more messy than the insides of monster bugs. Some of these soldiers were familiar to her because of the 3 weeks she'd spent traveling with the first. She supposed that some of them had been her enemies once, but that feeling seemed gone from them now that they were at war and in pain and in need of comfort. A soldier she remembered quite well was brought in one day, an arrow embedded in his thigh. It was the man who had once lent her his fiddle, the enormous, craggy, gentle tree of a man. She smiled to see him. They had quiet conversations now and then, she easing his pain as his wound healed. He saying little about her dead fingers, but an expression on his face whenever he looked at them that conveyed the depth of his empathy. When Brocker arrived, he took her hands and held them to his face and cried into them. With Brocker came not only Rowan, but Mila, for Brocker had asked the girl to serve as his military assistant, and Mila had accepted. Brocker and Rowan, old friends who had not seen each other since the time of King Nax, now were practically inseparable, and Mila was often with them. Fire saw Nash only now and then, coming to the fort for information or to strategize with Garen and Clara, Brocker and Rowan. Dirty and haggard, his smiles thin. "I believe King Nash will come back," Mila would say to Fire calmly every time he left again for the caves, even though Fire knew there was no logic backing Mila's assertion. The words comforted her. Mila had changed. She worked hard beside Brocker, quiet and intent. "I learned there's a drug to end a pregnancy when it first announces itself," she told Fire lightly one day. "It's too late for me, of course." "Do you know about it, lady?" Fire was stunned. "Of course not, or I would have told you and found it for you." "Clara told me about it," Mila said. "The King's healers are impressive, but it does seem if you need to have grown up in certain sections of King's City to even have a hope of knowing all they're capable of. I was angry when I heard," she added. "I was furious. But it's no use, really, to think about it now. I'm no different from anyone else, am I, lady? We're all walking paths we would have never chosen for ourselves, I suppose. I grow tired sometimes of my own complaining." "That boy of mine," Brocker said later in the same day. He was sitting beside Fire in a chair on the roof, where he'd consented to be carried because he'd wanted to see the gray dappled horse. He shook his head and grunted. "My boy, I expect I have grandchildren I'll never know about. Trust him to die, so instead of my being furious about Mila and Princess Clara, I'm comforted." They watched the dance taking place on the ground before them. 2 horses circling each other, one plain and brown who stretched his nose out occasionally in an attempt to plant a wet kiss on the other's elusive gray rump. Fire was trying to make friends with the 2 horses, for the mare, if she truly intended to follow Fire wherever she went, was going to need a few more souls in the world that she could trust. Today, the mare had stopped trying to intimidate Small by rearing at him and kicking. This was progress. "She's a river mare," Rocker said. "A what?" "A river mare. I've seen 1 or 2 dappled grays like that before. They come from the mouth of the Winged River. I don't think there's much of a common market for river horses, despite them being so fine. They're absurdly expensive on account of being hard to catch and even harder to break. They're not as social as other horses." Fire remembered then that Brigand had spoken once, covetously, of river horses. She also remembered that the mare had carried her stubbornly south and west from Cutter's estate, until Fire had turned her around. She had been trying to go home, to take Fire to her home where the river began. Now she was here, where she had not wanted to be, but where she'd chosen to be nonetheless. "Oh, we got a trio." "Dear Brigand," she thought to herself. "People want incongruous, impossible things. Horses do too." "Has the commander had a look at her yet?" Brocker asked, sounding amused by his own question. Apparently Brocker was acquainted with Brigand's stance on horses. "I care nothing of her value," Fire said softly, "and I will not help him break her." "You're not being fair," Brocker said mildly. "The boy is known for his kindness to horses. He doesn't break animals that show no inclination toward him." "But what horse wouldn't be inclined?" Fire said, and then stopped, because she was being silly and sentimental and saying too much. A moment later, Brocker said, in an odd, bewildered voice she didn't entirely know what to think of, I've made some grievous mistakes, and my mind spins when I try to comprehend all that has come of them. I have not been the man I should have been, not to anyone. Perhaps, he said, staring into his lap, I have been justly punished. Oh, child, your fingers break my heart. Teach yourself to finger the strings with your right hand. Fire reached for his hand and gripped it as tightly as she could, but didn't answer. She had thought of playing her fiddle opposite-handed, but it seemed very much like starting from base of nothing. 18-year-old fingers did not learn how to fly across the strings anywhere as easily as 5-year-old fingers did, and besides, a bow would be a great deal for a hand with only 2 fingers and a thumb to manage. Yeah, she lost her outer 2 fingers to frostbite. Torment Creek.
Good thing I know how to hunt without any of my fingers. This is because I am so skilled with a mouse and keyboard. Who the heck would be hunting without, like, half of their fingers? This took the same.
Yeah, it happens.
It is how it be and how it
Okay, that was a waste of a pallet, but alright, buddy.
Still got you, Meg.
Haha. Nice, 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 nice. Push him away from that. Couldn't get around him. That's my bad. Oh. Absolutely not. Yes. Oh, I needed that. Oh my god.
There is a bully squad.
Bonk.
There's one more around here. The person you just downed is
Well, here, just come over here, and then we can block the flashlight with our bodies.
1 minute. The person in front of me is the second part.
Okay. Cool. Okay, to go around and cut off.
appears to be a mask. I can't identify the person.
We can tell which ones are in it by the names, I think. Yeah, see the CC at the start of 3 of them, so those are the ones who are together.
I'm in the dead zone. I really just did nothing for the last like 20 some odd seconds. One of them is a saver. One shack, 2 just outside of shack.
En route to clean up. Perfect.
Sorry, Steve. Ears, unfortunately. Really? Alright, game. Steve between us, injured.
I've also got this bag. They're meeting up. They threw each other off. Perfect. Yeah, they messed each other up because they were too close and they panicked. That worked out beautifully. Yeah, Steve is fresh out of the cage. Damn, I thought you were still at the pallet. That's my bad.
Unfortunately, that's Steve in men's state.
Yeah. Yeah, the problem is all 4 of these guys are gonna reset if we don't pressure them.
Apply the pressure. Apply the pressure. Steve does not have any freaking scratch.
Yeah, he's a healer. That's their class skill. After they've got their first cage, they leave no scratch marks while injured. Perfect. That's exactly what I wanted to happen. Beautiful. Easy. Oh, hi. Why are you camping this pallet like a weirdo? Oh, she's the last one. Is she up here?
No chance.
Oh, is she not leaving scratch marks?
No chance. Yeah, no scratches.
Hmm.
I also didn't see any blood.
That's weird. Right. One hatch.
Got one.
Found the last, found the last. I'm gonna camp on it and see if I can't trick her into... Oh, she hid and healed. Okay. So, I'm gonna wait for her to show up, so maybe stay, like, just hover around on the periphery. Because then as soon as I close it, we can just hunt her down. And... yeah. There's another one nearby to me, to my right, and then the other one is kind of behind me. So she can't do the doors.
I touched two of them. Were there 3 doors?
Yes, there's 3 doors. If you keep going that way across,
Yeah. Yes, sir.
you'll see the last one. And then I'm just standing on the hatch, waiting for her to...
Bless my ears to see.
She's right here. Nice.
Bong, bong, bong.
Yeah, murder.
Wasn't the cleanest, but sure was fun.
I maxed out all the points. Let's fucking go. Yeah. Love that. Love that for me. Yeah, we are so close to being done. $40 pages left. Oh my gosh.
Are we pushing to the end?
I think so. I think so.
Well,
Do it. Do it.
this appears to be my calling. Let's see.
Alright. Her fiddler patient had offered another suggestion. What if she kept her fiddle in her left hand and her bow in her right as usual, but refingered her music so that it was playable with only 2 fingers? How fast could she reach the strings, and how accurately? At night once, when it was dark and her guard couldn't see, she'd pretended to hold her fiddle and pushed her 2 fingers against imaginary strings. It had seemed a bumbling, useless, depressing exercise at the time. Rocker's question made her wonder if she mightn't try again. A week later, she came to understand the rest of Rocker's words. She had stayed late in the healing room, saving a man's life. It was a thing she was able to do very occasionally, a matter of willpower in the soldiers closest to death, some in agonies of pain and some not even conscious. In their moment of giving up, she could give them mettle, if they wanted it. She could help them hold on to their disappearing selves. It didn't always work. A man who couldn't stop bleeding would never live, no matter how adamantly he fought death back. But sometimes, what she gave them was just enough. Of course, it left her exhausted. On this day, she was hungry, and knew there would be food in the offices where Garen and Clara, Rocker, and Rowan spent their days waiting anxiously for messages and arguing. Except that today, they weren't arguing. As she entered with her guard, she sensed an unusual lightness. Nash was there, sitting beside Mila, chatting, a truer smile on his face than Fire had seen there in some time. Garen and Clara ate peacefully from bowls, and Rocker and Rowan sat together at a table, drawing lines across a topographical map of what appeared to be the bottom half of the kingdom. Rowan muttered something that caused Rocker to chuckle. "What is it?" Fire said. "What's happened?" Rowan looked up from her map and gestured at a tureen of stew on the table. "Ah, Fire, sit down, eat something, and we'll tell you why the war isn't hopeless." "What about you, Musa? Neil, are you hungry?" "Nash," she said, twisting around to regard her son critically. "Come get more stew for Mila." Nash pushed himself up from his chair. "I see that everyone is to have stew but me." "I've watched you eat 3 bowls of stew," Rowan said severely, and Fire sat down rather hard, for the teasing in this room made her weak with a relief she wasn't sure yet it was safe to be feeling. And then Rowan explained that a pair of their scouts on the southern front had made 2 rather cheerful discoveries back to back. First, they'd identified the labyrinthine path of the enemy's food supply route through the tunnels, and second, they'd located a series of caves east of the fighting where the enemy was stabling the majority of its horses. Commandeering both supply route and caves had been merely a matter of a couple of well-placed attacks by the king's forces, and now it would be only a matter of days before Genshin's men ran out of food, and without horses to escape on, they would be left with no option but to surrender, allowing the majority of the 1st and 2nd to race north to reinforce Brigand's troops. Or at least, this was what the smiling faces in the office supposed would happen, and Fire had to own that it did seem likely as long as Genshin's army didn't block the king's army's own supply route in turn, and as long as anyone was left in the 3rd and 4th to be reinforced by the 1st and 2nd by the time the 1st and 2nd reached the north. "This is his doing," Fire heard Rowan murmur to Brocker. "Brigand mapped these tunnels, and before he left here, he and his scouts worked out all the most likely locations for the supply routes, and the horses specifically. He got it right." "Of course he did," Rocker said. "He surpassed me a long time ago." Something in his tone caused Fire to stop her spoon halfway to her mouth and scrutinize him, listening to his words again in her mind. It was the pride in his voice that rang strange. And of course, Rocker had always spoken proudly of the boy commander who'd followed his own path so magnificently. But today, he sounded as if he were crossing over into indulgence. He looked up at her to see why she was staring. His eyes, pale and clear, caught hers and held. She understood for the first time what Brocker had done 20-some years ago to set Nax into a rage. As she pushed away from the table, Brocker's voice carried after her, tired and oddly defeated. Fire, love, let me talk to you." She ignored him. She shouldered her way through the door. It was Rowan who came to her on the roof. "Fire," she said, "we'd like to talk to you, and it would be much easier for Lord Brocker if you would come down." Fire was amenable to this because she had questions and rather explosive things she found herself wanting to say. She folded her arms at Musa and looked into Musa's hazel eyes. "Musa, you may complain to the commander all you like, but I insist on speaking to the Queen and Lord Brocker alone. Do you understand me?" Musa cleared her throat uncomfortably. "We'll station ourselves outside the door, lady." Downstairs in Brocker's living quarters, with the door closed and locked, Fire stood against a wall and stared not at Brocker, but at the great wheels of his chair. Every once in a while, she glanced into his face, and then into Rowan's, because she couldn't help herself. It seemed to her that this was happening too often lately, that she should look into a face and see someone else's there, and understand pieces of the past that she had not understood before. Rowan's black hair with its white streak was pulled back tightly, and her face was also tight with concern. She came and stood beside Brocker, gently putting a hand on his shoulder. Brocker reached up and touched Rowan's hand. Even knowing what she knew, Even knowing what she now knew, the unfamiliarity of the gesture startled Fire. "I have never seen the 2 of you together before this war," she said. "Yes," Brocker said. "You've never known me to travel, child. The Queen and I haven't once been in each other's company since." Rowan finished for him quietly. "Since the day Nex set those brutes on you in my greenhouse, I do believe." Fire glanced at her sharply. "You saw it happen?" Rowan gave a grim nod. "I was made to watch. I believe he hoped I would miscarry my bastard baby." And so Nax had been inhuman, and Fire felt the force of it, but still, she could not get around the fact of her anger. "Archer, is your son, she said to Brocker, choking on her own indignation. Of course Archer is my son, Brock said heavily. He has always been my son. Did he even know he had any kind of brother? He could have benefited from a steady brother like Briggan, and Briggan, does he know? I won't keep it from him. Briggan knows, child, Brocker said, though Archer never did, to my regret. When Archer died, I understood that Briggan must know. We told him just weeks ago when he came to the Northern Front. And what of him? Briggan could have stood to call you father, Brocker, rather than a mad king who hated him because he was cleverer and stronger than his own true son. He could have grown up in the north away from Nax and Cancerel and never had to become... She stopped and turned her face away, trying to calm her frantic voice. Briggan should have been a northern lord with a farm and a holding and a stable full of horses, not a prince. But Brigandel is a prince, Rowan said quietly. He is my son, and Nax was the only one with the power to disinherit him and send him away, and Nax would never have done that. He would have never admitted publicly that he was a cuckold. And so, for Nax's pride, Fire said desperately, Briggan has taken on the role of savior of the kingdom. It's not fair. It's not fair, she cried, knowing it was a child's argument, but not caring because being childish did not make it untrue. Oh, Fire, Rowan said. You can see as well as any of us that the kingdom needs Briggan exactly where he is now, just as it needs you and every other one of us, whether or not our lots are fair. Rowan's voice contained terrible grief. Fire looked into her face, trying to imagine the woman she had been 20-some years ago, intelligent and fiercely capable, and finding herself married to a king who was a puppet to a maniacal puppeteer. Rowan had watched her marriage and her kingdom fall to ruin. Fire's gaze moved to Brocker then, who held her eyes unhappily. It was Brocker she could not forgive. Brocker, my father, she said, you did such an unkind thing to your wife. Would you wish it had never happened? Rowan cut in. And Archer and Briggan never born? That's a cheater's argument. But you're not the one who's been cheated, Fire. Why should it hurt you so much? Would we be at war now if you two hadn't provoked Nax into ruining his own military commander? Haven't we all been cheated? Do you imagine, Rowan said with rising frustration, that the kingdom was headed down a path to peace? Fire understood in painful fits and starts why this hurt so much. It was not the war or Archer or Briggan. It was not the punishments the perpetrators hadn't foreseen. It was still Brocker's wife, Alice. It was the very small matter of what Brocker had done to Alice. Fire had thought she had two fathers who sat on opposite poles. Yet even understanding that her bad father had been capable of kindness, she had never allowed for the possibility that her good father might be capable of cruelty or dishonor. She understood suddenly what a useless day and night way of thinking that was. There wasn't a simple person anywhere in this world. I'm tired of learning the truth of things, she said. Fire, Brocker said, his voice rough with a shame she had never heard there before. I don't question your right to be angry. She looked into Brocker's eyes, which were so like Briggan's. I find I'm not angry anymore, she said quietly, tying her hair back out of her face. Did Briggan send you away because he was angry? He was angry, but no, that's not why he sent us away. It was too dangerous there, Rowan said, for a middle-aged woman and a man in a chair and a pregnant assistant. It was dangerous, and he was there all alone, fighting a war, absorbing the truth of his parentage and the truth of history, with no one to talk to, and she'd pushed him away with words of unlove she hadn't meant. In return, he'd sent her small, knowing somehow that she needed him. She was thoroughly ashamed of herself. And she supposed that if she were going to be in love with a man who was always where she was not, then her poor recovering fingers had better grow accustomed to holding a pen, which was the first thing she wrote in the letter she sent him that night. Chapter 31. The spring melt came early. On the day the 1st and 2nd left Fort Flood for the northern front, the snow was shrinking in uneven, crusty clumps, and the sound of trickling water was everywhere. The river roared. Genshin's army at Fort Flood, still led by one of my dog's now bedraggled Pickians, had not surrendered. Hungry and horseless, they'd done something far more desperate and foolish. They'd tried to escape on foot. It was not pleasant for Nash giving the command, but he did it, because he had to. For if they were allowed to go, they would find their way to my dog and his army at Marble Rise. It was a massacre. By the time the enemy laid its weapons down, they numbered only hundreds in a force that had begun months ago as 15,000. Nash stopped to arrange the conveyance of prisoners and wounded back to Fort Flood. Fire helped Genshin's medics. Their need for her was overwhelming. She knelt in a sheen of water that slid across the rocks to the hungry river and held a man's hand while he died. Fire, her guard, several other healers, the armorers, and other staff persons, and, at a distance, the dappled gray horse, rode north on the tails of the first and second. They passed very near the city, near enough that they could see the river swollen almost as high as the bridges. Fire stretched as far as she could for Hannah and Tess, but though she could make out the black turrets of the palace rising above indistinguishable buildings, she could not reach them. They were out of her range. Soon after, they approached the vast northern camps, startlingly close to the city. The sight was not cheering, the rise was desolate, crowded with musty and soaked tents, some sitting smack in the middle of newly formed streams. Mute, exhausted-looking soldiers from the third and fourth wandered among the tents. At the appearance of the first and second, their faces lit up, slowly, hesitantly, as if they didn't dare believe in the mirage of mounted reinforcements kicking up such a spray that they seemed to be emerging from a lake. Then there followed a sort of quiet and tired jubilation. Friends and strangers hugged each other. Some in the third and fourth wept involuntarily, depleted tears. Fire asked a soldier of the third to take her to the army hospital. She went to work. The healing rooms of the northern front were situated at the south and back of the camp in hastily constructed wooden barracks, with a stone plane of marble rise for a floor, which meant that at the moment the floor was slippery with seeping water and in some places slick with blood. She saw quickly that the work here would be no different and no more desperate than what she was used to. She uncovered her hair and moved down the rows of patients, stopping at those who were in need of more than her presence. Hope and lightness came to the rooms like a clean breeze, as it had in the camp with the arrival of reinforcements, except that here the change was her doing, and hers alone. How strange it was to understand that. How strange to have the power to cause others to feel something she herself did not feel, and then catch the hint of it in their collective minds and begin to feel it herself. Through an arrow loop in the wall, she saw a familiar horse and rider tearing across the camp toward the healing rooms. Brigand pulled up at Nash's feet and dropped from the saddle. The two brothers threw their arms around each other and embraced hard. Shortly thereafter, he stepped into the healing rooms and leaned in the doorway, looking across at her quietly. Rocker's son, with gentle gray eyes. She abandoned all pretense of decorum and ran at him. After some time, a cheeky fellow in a cot nearby said aloud that he was inclined to disbelieve the rumor that the lady monster was marrying the king. "What tipped you off?" asked another fellow, one cot over. Fire and Brigand didn't let go of each other, but Fire laughed. "You're thin," she said to him between kisses, "and your color is off. You look sick." "It's just a bit of dirt," he said, kissing tears away on both of her cheeks. "Don't joke. I can feel that you're sick." "It's only exhaustion," he said. "Fire, I'm glad you're here, but I'm not sure you should be. This isn't a fortress. They attack arbitrarily." "Well, if there are to be attacks, then I need to be here. I can do too much good not to be." His arms around her tightened. "Tonight, when you're done with your work, will you come find me?" "I will." A voice outside the healing rooms called for the commander. Brigand sighed. "Come straight into my office," he said dryly. "Even if there's a queue outside the door, we'll never see each other if you wait until no one else is looking for me." As he leapt to answer the call, she heard him exclaiming in wonderment on the rise. "Rocks, Nash, is that a river mare out there? Do you see her? Have you ever laid eyes on a more gorgeous creature?" The King's army's numbers at the northern front were now practically doubled. Their plan was to launch a massive attack against My Dog in the morning. Everyone knew that it would be the battle to determine the war. That evening, an anxious pall set over the camp. Fire took a break from the healing rooms and walked among the tents, through clammy patches of fog that rose from the melting water, her guard making a loose circle around her. The soldiers were untalkative, their eyes latching onto her, wide and tired wherever she went. "No," she said when her guard made a move to stop a man who reached for her arm. "He doesn't want to hurt me." She looked around and said with conviction, "No one here wants to hurt me." They only wanted a bit of reassurance on the night before a battle. Perhaps it was a thing she could give. It was fully dark by the time she came upon Nash sitting alone in a chair outside the command tents. The stars were pricking into place in the sky, one at a time, but his head was bent into his hands, where he could not see them. Fire came to stand with him. She put her good hand on the back of his chair to steady her balance as he turned to face her. Blech, I can't read. As she turned her face. Oh my gosh. He heard her, or felt her, beside him. He reached rather absently for her other hand, stared into it, tracing the living skin at the base of her dead fingers. You have a reputation among the soldiers, he said. Not just the injured soldiers. You developed a reputation that spread throughout the entire army. Did you know? They're saying the beauty of you is so powerful, and the mind of you so warm and insistent and strong that you can call people back from death. Fire spoke quietly. There are many people who've died. I've tried to hold on, but they still let go. Nash sighed and gave her back her hand. He tilted his face up to the stars. We're going to win this war, you know, he said, now that our army's together. But the world doesn't care who wins. It'll go on spinning no matter how many people are slaughtered tomorrow, no matter if you and I are slaughtered. After a moment, he added, I almost wish it wouldn't, if we aren't allowed to go on spinning with it. Most soldiers in the camp were sleeping by the time Fire and her guard left the healing rooms and crossed again to the command tents. She stepped through the flap of Brigand's office to find him standing at a table covered with diagrams, rubbing his head while 5 men and 3 women argued a point about archers and arrows and wind patterns on Marble Rise. If Brigand's captains did not notice her unobtrusive entry at first, they came to notice, for the tent, though large, was not so mammoth that 7 newcomers could hang back in the corners. The argument dissipated and turned to stares. Captains, Brigand said, with obvious fatigue, let this be the only time I ever have to remind you of your manners. 8 set of eyes spun back to the table. Lady Fire, Brigand said. He sent her a question. How are you? Exhausted. Enough for sleep? I think so. I'll be at this for a while yet. Perhaps you should sleep while you can. No. I'll wait for you. You could sleep here. Would you wake me when you're through? Yes. Promise? Yes. Fire paused. I don't suppose there's any way for me to walk into your sleeping quarters without everyone watching. A quick smile came and went across Brigand's face. Captains, he said, cutting his attention back to his officers, who had been trying their hardest to bore their eyes into the diagrams on the table, despite their suspicions that the commander and the monster were engaged in some outlandish manner of silent conversation. Kindly step outside for 3 minutes. First, Brigand dismissed the majority of Fire's guard. Then he escorted Musa, Margot, and Fire through the flap that led to his sleeping tent and lit the braziers so they wouldn't be cold. He woke to the light of a candle and the feel of Brigand near. Musa and Margot were gone. She turned under her blankets and saw him sitting on a chest, watching her, his features plain and dear and soft in the candlelight. She couldn't help the tears that sprang to her eyes from the feeling of him alive. Did you say my name? She whispered, remembering what had woken her. Yes. Will you come to bed? Fire, he said. Will you forgive me if your beauty is a comfort? She propped herself on an elbow, looking back at him, astonished. Will you forgive me if I take my strength from yours? You may always have whatever strength I have, but you're the strong one, Fire. Right now, I don't feel so strong. I think, she said, that sometimes we don't feel the things that we are, but others can feel them. I feel your strength. And then she saw that his cheeks were wet. She had been sleeping in a shirt of his that she had found, and her own thick socks. She crawled from his bed and padded across the damp floor to him. Bare-legged and wet-footed, she climbed into his lap, took her up cold and shaking, clinging to her. His breath was ragged. I'm sorry. I'm sorry about Archer. She could feel that it was more. She could feel how much in the world he was sorry for and how much anguish, grief, and exhaustion he was carrying. Brigand, she whispered, none of this is your fault. Do you understand me? It's not your fault. She held him tightly, pulled him into the softness of her body so that he could feel the comfort of her while he cried. She repeated it in whispers, kisses, and feeling. Not your fault. This is not your fault. I love you. I love you, Brigand. After some time, He seemed to cry himself out, holding her numbly. He became aware of her kisses and began to return them. The pain in his feeling returned into a need that she also felt. He consented to be led to bed. She woke, blinking, her eyes against a torch's violent light, held over her by a man she recognized as one of Brigand's squires. Behind her, Brigand stirred. "Eyes on me, Ander," he snarled in a voice very awake and very unambiguous about its expectation of being obeyed. "I'm sorry, sir," the man said. "I have a letter, sir." "From whom?" "Lord Mydog, sir. The messenger said it's urgent." "What time is it?" 4:30. "Wake the king and my 4 first captains. Take them into my office and wait for me there. Light the lamps." "What is it?" Fire whispered as the soldier named Ander lit a candle for them and left. "Does my dog always send letters in the middle of the night?" "This is the first," Brigand said, searching for his clothes. "I expect I know the occasion." Fire reached for her own clothing and pulled it under the blankets so she could dress without exposing her skin to freezing air. "What's the occasion?" He stood and fastened his trousers. "Love, you don't have to get up for this. I can come back and tell you what it's about." "Do you think my dog's asking for some kind of meeting?" In the glow of the candle, he glanced at her keenly, mouth tight. "I do. Then I should be involved." He sighed shortly. He slapped his sword belt around his waist and reached for his shirt. "Yes, you should." The meeting was, indeed, what my dog wanted, a meeting to discuss terms of compromise with Brigand and Nash, so that all might avoid a battle that promised to be the most devastating the war had seen yet, or at least that's what it said in his letter. Their breath turned to fog in the cold air of Brigand's office. "It's a trick," Brigand said, "or a trap. I don't believe my dog would ever agree to a compromise, nor do I believe he cares how many people die." We're getting very close to the end now. I've got like 4 over here. Almost. Can't get around the edge. Where are you? It's just a bit too wide. Yep, I'm coming here to cut her off. This one's a little rough, but they're doing gens slowly. Reset that. Actually, I'm just gonna go. I backed up enough, but alright, game. Oh my god. I've got so many healers. Okay, girly pop. Nice, 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 nice. Good stuff. Okay. Come on, come on, come on. I wasn't that close, but alright. I still get you though. You're not sneaky, Steve. Yeah, using those smoke bombs on a body just means I can pick up for free because you can't see which way I'm facing. Good job, bud. Yeah, it happens sometimes. It's really annoying. Oh. Some speed for you. Damn it. Can you come cut? Never mind. She was stupid. I got her. It's all good. It's all good. Weird. I've got a bunch over here. Damn, I got stuck on a fucking rock. Oh my god, there's so many pallets. Ladder. Yes! I love knowing my lunge distance. Nice. Good stuff, good stuff. Perfect. Nice, 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 nice. She was trying to dodge me, not realizing that I had given her away so that you could... Perfect. See, it's always when we get down to 2 gens that we like lock in and just slaughter them all. Oh, I try to be locked in the whole time, but it's not exactly, you know, easy. You're gonna end your frenzy on her. I knew you were still here, you goober. Anyway. Okay, let's see. Oh wow, you had all of them there. Okay. Okay, as soon as one dies, it's hatch time. I'm on this side. One hatch. I see. I'm on the other. Got it. Nice. Oh, Oh, that sucks. Oh no. We still got 7 out of 8. That was pretty good. And nobody out the gate. Okay. I am going to take... Oh, is something funny in the chat? Oh, no. Just random giggles for no reason. Okay. I am going to leave the two of you in charge of chat momentarily. I'm going to take a short break.
Unmuted
And
in
then...
everything?
Yes. I'm going to take a short break. And then we're just going to...
I'm sorry, what?
And then I'm just going to finish the book. Because we are so close. I just want to push through, read it, and then we're going to call it for the night. So I will be right back.
They have a Roomba? Brother. At least try to upgrade all of the chat to the freaking shark eye robot. Like, okay, Roomba has the best in battery life. However, Shark has the best in, like, vacuum capabilities. Okay?
Yeah, but I can't really rhyme shark with bazumba, now can I?
Bow bark, you now have a shark. It's all over, dude. You're cooked.
There you go.
You're cooked.
I'm cooked. I'm cooked.
I'm cooked. The rhymes. Everybody has a shark, bro.
Damn.
Yep.
Damn.
It's just the superior one too. We get a bow bow.
Yeah, it's just
it's
superior. Yeah.
It's it.
Bow bark, you now have a shark. Okay.
Yeah.
And it's small. It's small.
It's smaller. I don't know. Everybody, except for me, is obviously cooked.
Because I did the magic words. They gave the magic words to the chat. They now have Roombas, but you now have a shark as well.
Yo, they're doubling down on the very convenient robotic vacuuming machines. Okay, they might be the real winners here. Hold on.
Shit, man. Wonder if they're gonna turn Ultron into a freaking shark.
Brother, Ultron shows up. Beep boop 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 boop. Just vacuuming my floor.
Just have Mitchell's versus the Machines moment. Speaking of Ultron, have you seen the trailers for him for Rivals?
I've seen the trailers for him in Rivals. I don't know how the heck they're gonna go and turn one of the most intimidating villains into a freaking support. Like, unless they're to, like, double down on the Loki or something, like the Loki aspect where there's more than one Loki. I don't know how they're gonna do it.
I've seen gameplay of him. His autos seem to be doing a lot more. And he's able to heal passively too, allowing people to group up. He's also able to give people a shield buff as well.
I don't know if I want to compare him to, like, Launch Brig or something. Like, it's a little Brigitte, but at the same time, it's still just, like, the same. The auto attacks do the healing. I don't know what to call it.
I don't know. When I first saw it, I thought he was having, like, a bit of an Invisible Woman type thing with the autos. Yeah, because when I saw a little bit of gameplay on him through, like, shorts, you're able to use those attacks to the face through your ally and hit the enemy at the same time.
Wonder if
Though
that's
that's pretty circumstantial.
Yeah, I wonder if it's maybe supposed to be like Luna Snow's piercing attacks that she has.
That might be the case.
Maybe he has like a frock or something similarly.
Yeah, that might be the case.
I don't know.
Though his range is actually pretty crazy too.
I guess I haven't been seeing the. I guess I haven't seen the trailer all the way through, because I remember it like being somewhat basic. Obviously, flying makes sense to me. A laser beam attack, much like Iron Man's alt attack. Ooh, the flying is consistent.
Yep,
There
and he has
is-
a jail free card as well, which is that little maneuverability ability of his.
Right.
Because if he ends up getting yoinked by a Wolverine, he could just whoop right out. Or he could just go back in.
Right. He seems to be a more offensive support, if anything.
Sounds like my cup of tea.
That's what I'm saying. Being an Iron Man main and everything. Oof.
Shoot the Leopard over here being an Iron Man main, me being a new Ultron main.
Well, what else am I supposed to be? Iron Man is far too much fun.
True. And you know me, I gotta go with the cybernetics, my man.
The cybernetics, and you're a Wolverine main?
Hardly now, since I'm playing on PC.
Yes.
Actually, I was more of a Star-Lord Black Panther main.
Really?
Yeah, I played a lot of Star-Lord.
I've been playing a little bit of Star-Lord. Not as bad as I was anticipating. I thought it was going to kind of be like Tracer from Overwatch. It wasn't. It was such a different feeling.
You know, for me, it's a different feeling now on PC than it is on Xbox, because I had a much bigger grasp on them on Xbox.
Right.
Now I'm gonna have to try relearning him, as well as everyone else that I played, because I was more of a flex pick.
Right. One of the things that I got when I was making my initial transition was a whole lot of like the gameplay loop was the same. However, my effectiveness just went through the roof. I don't know if it was just me or something going on.
I see.
Yeah. I assume you have it downloaded.
What, Rivals?
Rivals.
Yeah, I have it downloaded. It's currently... I think I finished uploading earlier today. Or updating.
I returned.
Updating.
Right. Yay, Neko!
Oh my gods!
What a surprise.
We totally weren't floundering and just bringing up whatever the hell we decided to bring up.
That's kind of what I expected, to be honest.
Yippee!
Oh, and just so you know, I
I
pre-have the second book of this series already right next to me for tomorrow.
Even more yippee! It's unnecessarily good. Like, I don't know what it is. Fantasy genre, that's my stuff. That's the it.
I mean, Misery was
Neko.
super good.
Yeah.
We now have a new vacuum slogan.
Oh, yes.
Okay.
So instead of Bazinga Bazumba, we now have a Roomba. It is now...
Bow Bark, you now have a shark.
Yay!
Yay!
Well. Joke's on you, I don't have a vacuum.
It would have been great if we just had this. Yeah, just Bow Bark, we have a shark, and then that.
Oh, is that some like... Oh, is it the like soundboard thing?
It was
I have soundboard turned off because it jump scares me every time it goes.
Oh.
I was gonna say for a very good reason. There's so many reasons to have that muted.
Yeah, true. There's there's some very sussy things that I don't. No, thank you. Also, can't have on stream.
Yeah.
Okay. We're down to the wire. We are on 437 of 461. We are dangerously close to the end. Let's finish it.
Mm-hmm.
Are we hard pushing for the end of the book, or?
Yeah, I'm gonna finish the book.
For the. Oh, I just had a blood web error and have been removed.
Oh. I think that's okay.
Oh no.
We're not going to be playing another one anyway, so I figured I'd finish the book and go to bed. Okay. You guys can continue to sass me while I finish the book. Chat is now only going to be hearing me. He knows that we match him in numbers now, Nash said, and far exceed him in horses, which finally matters, now that it's water on the rocks instead of ice and snow. One of the captains, small and terse, trying not to shiver, crossed his arms, and he knows the mental advantage our soldiers will have with their commander and their king leading them in battle together. Brigand rubbed his hair frustratedly. For the first time, he sees that he's going to lose. He's setting some sort of trap and calling it compromise. Yes, Nash said, the meeting is a trap. But what are we to do, Brigand? You know what the cost of this battle will be, and our enemy claims to put forth an alternative. Are we to refuse to consider it? The meeting took place on the plain of rock that stretched between both camps. The sun rose on Lord Mydog, Lady Murgda's Pickian husband, Brigand, and Nash, making long shadows that shifted on a gloss of water. Some distance behind Mydog and his brother-in-law, a small guard of bowmen stood at attention, arrows drawn and notched. Behind Brigand and Nash, a guard of bowmen did the same. The symmetry disturbed by Fire's presence, with 6 of her own guard and a group behind Brigand's. Mydog, the brother-in-law, Brigand, and Nash stood close together. This was intentional. Each was protected from his enemy's bowmen by his enemy. Fire reached an arm to Musa on one side and Neil on the other, for she was concentrating so fiercely that she didn't trust the balance of her feet. She didn't know what Mydog was planning. She couldn't find it in Mydog or in any of his men, but she could feel, as certain as fingers wound tight around her throat, that things on this plain of rock were not as they should be. She was too far back to hear Brigand's quiet voice, but Brigand sent her every word. "All right," he said. "You've gotten us out here. What do you want?" Behind Fire, too far for Mydog to see, but not too far for Fire to feel, the king's army stood mounted in position, ready to strike at the slightest message from Fire. The horses of the commander and the king were with them. "I'd like to make a deal," Mydog said, his voice high and clear, his mind tough and impenetrable. He shifted slightly, intentionally, catching sight of Fire through the barrier of guards. His eyes narrowed on her shrewdly, impressed and unimpressed together, and in those hard eyes, Fire could read nothing of why they were here. Behind Lord Mydog, too distant for Brigand to see, but definitely not too distant for Fire to feel and communicate to Brigand, Mydog's army also stood ready, Lady Murgda at the head of it, which was to Fire's quiet astonishment. Fire didn't know how pregnant Murgda had been on the day of the January gala, but assuredly she was 3 or more months pregnant now. "Well then," Brigand said, "what deal? Out with it." Mydog's steel eyes cut to Fire again. "Give us the monster," he said, "and we'll surrender our position." "It's a lie," Fire thought to Brigand. "He's made it up this moment. He wants me. Certainly he'd take me if you offered, but it's not why we're here." "Then why are we here? Can you sense anything unusual in the position of his army? What about the guards standing behind him?" Fire gripped Musa harder with her half-dead hand and leaned more heavily on Neil. "I don't know. His army seems prepared for a straightforward attack, but I can't get into Murgda's head, so I can't know for sure. His guard has no intention to strike unless you or Nash make a move. I can't find what's wrong here, Brigand, but something is wrong. I feel it. Put an end to this before we learn what it is." "No deal," Brigand said. "The lady is not a bargaining piece. Tell your archers to stand down. This meeting is over." Mydog raised his eyebrows sleekly and nodded. "Stand down," he called to his guard of archers. And as Mydog's archers disengaged, Fire's body clamored with panic to find all of them so accommodating. Something was so terribly wrong here. Brigand put his hand out sideways, the signal for his own archers to disengage, and suddenly Fire screamed with an anguish that tore through her, but she didn't know the reason for. Her cry rang out, eerie and solitary as one of Brigand's archers shot an arrow into Nash's back. Pandemonium. The traitorous archer was struck down by his companions, and his second arrow, surely meant for Brigand, flew wide, striking one of My Dog's guards. Brigand spun fiercely between My Dog and the brother-in-law, the blade of his sword on fire with morning light. Arrows soared in all directions. My Dog and his brother-in-law lay dead on the ground, and then the king's army came roaring onto the scene, where without meaning to, fire had called them. In the bedlam, everything became clear, focused on a single pinprick of purpose. Fire dropped and crawled across rock to the place where Nash lay on his side, dying, it seemed, for the arrow was lodged deep and true. She lay next to him. She touched his face with her broken hand. Nash, you will not die. I won't allow it. Do you hear me? Do you see me? We're trying to finish a book, Mud. There's too much going on. We're so close. His black eyes stared, conscious, but barely, and only barely, did he see her. Brigand tumbled down beside them, clutching Nash's hair, kissing Nash's forehead, gasping with tears. Healers in green appeared and knelt at Nash's back. Fire grasped Brigand's shoulder and looked into his face, his eyes blank with shock and grief. She shook him until he saw her. Go now and fight this battle, Brigand. Go now. We need to win the war. He surged up wildly. She heard him yelling for Big. Horses thundered on all sides of the sad little tableau, parting around Fire, Nash, and the healers like a river around a rise of rock. The sound was deafening, and Fire was soaked, drowning in hoofbeats and water and blood, gripping Nash's face and clinging harder to his mind than she had ever clung to anything before. Look at me, Nash. Look at me. Nash, I love you. I love you so much. He blinked, staring into her face, a string of blood growing at the corner of his mouth. His shoulders and neck convulsed in pain. Living is too hard right now, he whispered into her mind. Dying is easy. Let me die. She felt the very moment when the two armies met, an explosion taking place within her own being. So much fear and pain, and so many minds fading away. No, Nash, I won't let you. My brother, don't die. Hold on. My brother, hold on to me. Part 4. Chapter 32. The river had risen so high with the spring melt that finally one of the bridges with great shrieks and moans had broken loose and plunged down into the sea. Hannah said she saw it happen from the palace roof. Tess had watched it with her. Tess had said that the river was liable to wash the palace and the city and the whole kingdom off the rocks, and then there would finally be peace in the world. Peace in the world, Brigand repeated musingly when Fire told him. I suppose she's right. That would bring peace to the world, but it's not likely to happen, so I suppose we'll have to keep blundering on and making a mess of it. Oh, Fire said, well put. We'll have to pass that on to the governor so he can use it in his speech when they dedicate the new bridge. He smiled quietly at her teasing. They stood side by side on the palace roof, a full moon and a sky full of stars illuminating the city's expanse of wood, stone, and water. I suppose I'm a bit frightened by this new beginning we're supposed to be having, he said. Everyone in the palace is so fresh and bright and confident, but it's only weeks since we were hacking each other to death. Thousands of my soldiers will never see this new world. Fire thought of the raptor monster that had taken her by surprise this very morning, diving upon her and her guard as she exercised Small on the road, coming so close and fast that Small had panicked and kicked at the creature, almost losing his rider. Musa had been furious with herself, furious even with Fire, or at least with Fire's headscarf, which had loosened and released part of its property, and been the reason for the attack in the first place. It's true, we've got a great deal more to do than erect a new bridge, Fire said now, and rebuild the parts of the palace that went up in the fire. But Brigand, I do believe the worst is behind us. Nash was sitting up when I went to the infirmary to see him today, Brigand said, and shaving himself. Mila was there, laughing at his mistakes. Fire reached a hand to the roughness of Brigand's jaw because he had reminded her of one of her favorite places to touch. They came together then and forgot about the suffering kingdom for a number of minutes, while Fire's guard tried to blend even more discreetly into the background. My guard is another matter we need to discuss, Fire murmured. I must have solitude, Brigand, and it must be when I choose it, not when you do. Distracted, Brigand took a moment to respond. You've borne your guard patiently. Yes, well, I agree I do need them much of the time, especially if I'm to stand so close to the crown. And I trust them, Brigand. I'd go so far as to say I have love for some of them, but you need to be alone sometimes. Yes, and I've also promised you not to wander alone. We must both promise each other, Fire said, that we'll be thoughtful on the question and answer it for ourselves on a case-by-case basis, and try not to take undue risks. Yes, all right, Brigand said. I'll concede this point. It was a piece in the structure of the ongoing conversation they had been having since the end of the war, about what it meant for them to be together. Could the kingdom ever bear me as its queen, Brigand? Love, I'm not king. Nash is well out of danger. But it could happen someday. He sighed. Yes, well then, we must consider it seriously. In the starlight, she could just make out the towers of the bridge that men were building over the rush of the winged river. In the daylight, she watched them now and then, hanging from their ropes, balancing on scaffolding that barely seemed strong enough to withstand the current. She lost her breath every time one of them leapt over empty space. The arrangements at the greenhouse had become slightly peculiar, for Rowan had decided to take the house back from Brigand and give it to Fire. I can understand you taking it from Brigand, if that's your pleasure, Fire said, standing in the small green kitchen, having this argument with Rowan for the third or fourth time. You're the queen, and it's the queen's house, and whatever Brigand may accomplish, he's highly unlikely ever to be queen. But Nash will have a queen someday, Rowan, and the house by rights should be hers. We'll build her something else, Rowan said with a careless sweep of her arm. This is the queen's house, Fire repeated. It's my house, Rowan said. I built it, and I can give it to whomever I want, and I don't know anyone who needs a peaceful retreat from the court more than you do, Fire. I have a retreat. I have a house of my own in the north. 3 weeks away, Rowan snorted, and miserable half the year. Fire, if you're to stay at court, then I want you to have this house for your own daily retreat. Take Brigandel and Hannadel in if you like, or send them out on their ears. Whatever woman Nash marries is already going to resent me enough. Rowan spoke over her. You are queenly, Fire, whether you see it or not. And you'd be spending most of your time here anyway if I left the house to Brigand, and I'm through with arguing. Besides, it matches your eyes. The last was preposterous enough to render Fire speechless, and it didn't help that Tess, kneading dough at the table, nodded her head smartly and added, and the flowers are all in reds and golds and pinks, lady granddaughter, in case you hadn't noticed, and you've seen the big tree go all red in autumn. Maxdell tried to steal that tree twice, Rowan careening happily off the topic. He wanted it in its own courtyard. He set the gardeners to digging it up, but where the limbs touch the ground, they take root, and it was an impossible job. And bad. How did he think he was ever going to get it into the palace? Through the roofs? Nax and Canstrel could never lay eyes on a beautiful thing without needing to possess it. Fire gave up. The arrangement was not orderly, but the truth was that she loved the little greenhouse, its garden and its tree, and she wanted to live there, and she didn't want anyone who already lived there to leave. It didn't matter who owned it, and who had taken in whom. It was a bit like the dappled gray horse, who, being led through the palace and shown the grounds of the greenhouse, and being made to understand that this was Fire's home, chose it for her home, too. She grazed behind the house on the cliff above Cellar Harbor and slept under the tree, and went for rides with Fire sometimes, and Small. She belonged to herself, though it was Fire who brought her in and out, and though Hannah had named her horse, and though Brigand sat sometimes on a bench in the garden, radiating deliberate mildness, pretending not to notice the way she edged toward him, extending her nostrils almost to his very shoulder, cautiously sniffing. At night, Fire rubbed Tess's feet and brushed out the silver-white hair that reached almost to her knees. Her grandmother insisted on being her servant, and Fire understood that. When she could, she insisted on the same thing back. One person Fire spent time with had nothing to give. Lady Murgda, traitor and attempted murderer, had been kept in the dungeons since the final battle of the war. Her husband was dead. So was her brother. She was well into her pregnancy, which was the only reason she had been left alive. She lashed at Fire with bitter and hateful words when Fire visited. The Fire still continued to visit, not always certain why she did. Sympathy for a strong person who'd been brought low? Respect for a pregnant woman? At any rate, she was not afraid of Murgda's vitriol. On the day she stepped out of Mergda's cell, she met Nash being helped in by Welkley and one of the healers. Grasping his hand, looking at the message in his eyes, she understood that she was not the only person with sympathy for Mergda's miserable situation. They didn't have a lot of words for each other these days, Fire and Nash. Something unbreakable had formed between them, a bond of memory and experience, and desperate fondness that seemed not to require words. How wonderful to see him on his feet. I'll always be leaving, Brigand said. Yes, Fire said, I know. Early morning, and they were tangled together in her bed in the greenhouse. Fire was memorizing every scar on his face and his body. She was memorizing the pale, clear gray of his eyes because he was leaving today with the first to the north, escorting his mother and father to their respective homes. Brigand, she said, so that he would talk and she could hear his voice and memorize it. Yes? Tell me again where you're going. Hannah has accepted you completely, he said a few minutes later. She's not jealous or confused. She has accepted me, Fire said, but she is a little jealous. Is she? He said, startled. Should I talk to her? It's a small thing, Fire said. She does allow for you loving me. She loves you too. She does love me, really. I don't think any child could see her father beginning to love someone else and not feel jealousy. At least, that's what I imagine. It never happened to me. She lost her voice. She continued in thoughts. I was wholly and truly the only person I ever knew my father to love. Fire, he whispered, kissing her face. You did the thing you had to do. He never tried to own me, Brigand. Rowan said that Cancerel could never see a beautiful thing without wanting to possess it. But he did not try to possess me. He let me be my own. On the day the surgeons removed Fire's fingers, Brigand was in the north. In the infirmary, Hannah held Fire's good hand tightly, chattering her almost to dizziness, and Nash held Hannah's hand and reached his other hand, a bit cheekily, out to Mila, who gave him a look like acid. Mila, big-eyed, big-bellied, and glowing like a person with a wonderful secret, seemed to have a curious talent for attracting the fondness of men who far outranked her. But she had learned something from the last one. She had learned propriety, which was the same as saying she had learned to trust only herself. So much so that she was not afraid to be rude to the king when he asked for it. Garen came in at the last minute, sat down, and, through the whole bloody thing, talked to Mila and Nash and Hannah about the plans for his wedding. Fire knew that it was an attempt to distract her. She thanked them for this kindness by trying very hard to be distracted. It was not a pleasant surgery. The drugs were good, but they took away pain alone and not the sensation of her fingers being stolen from her hand. And later, when the drugs wore off, the pain was terrible. And then, over days and weeks, the pain began to fade. When no one but her guard was around to hear, she fought with her fiddle, and was astonished with how quickly the fighting turned into something more hopeful. Her changed hand couldn't do all that it had formerly done, but it could still make music. Her days were full, and end to the war had not put an end to treachery and lawlessness, particularly in the kingdom's far reaches where so much went unseen. Clara and Garen often had spy room work for her. She talked to the people they set her to, but the work she preferred was in the palace infirmary, or even better, in the city hospitals, where all kinds of folk came in with all kinds of needs. It was true that some of them wanted nothing to do with her, and in the usual way, even more of them wanted her far too much, and they all made too big a fuss over the role she had played in saving the king's life. They talked about it as if it had been all her doing, and none of Nash's, and none of the kingdom's best surgeons, and when she tried to deflect their praise, they began on the subject of how she had tricked Lord Mydog's war plans out of Lord Genshin and assured the victory of the Dells. How such rumors had gotten started, she didn't know, but it seemed there was no stopping them. So she moved among their moods calmly, building barriers against their admiration, helping where she could, and learning practicalities of surgeries that astonished her. Today, she announced triumphantly to Garen and Clara, a woman came in who dropped a cleaver on her foot and cut off her own toe. The surgeons reattached it. Can you believe it? With their tools and their drugs, I almost believe they could reattach a leg. We must give more money to the hospitals, We must train more surgeons and build hospitals all over the kingdom. We must build schools. I wish I could take my legs off, Clara groaned, until the baby is born and then have them reattached afterwards. And my back, too. And my shoulders. Fire went to Clara to rub her shoulders and to ease into Clara's mind and take away what she could of Clara's haggard feeling. Garen, who was not attending to either of them, scowled at the papers on his desk. All of the mines in the south that were closed before the war have been reopened, he said, and now Brigand believes that the miners are not paid enough. Ash agrees, the vexing rockhead. Fire slid her knuckles against the knots of muscle in Clara's neck. The metalsmiths of the palace had made 2 fingers for her that attached to her hand with straps, and helped her with picking things up and carrying. They didn't help with massage, so she pulled them off, and pulled her headscarf off too, releasing the tension of her own scalp. Mining is hard work, she said, and dangerous. Garen slapped his pen onto the table beside her metal fingers. We are not made of money. Isn't it the kingdom's gold they're mining? He frowned at this. Clara, where do you stand? I don't care, Clara moaned. No, don't leave that spot. It's exactly right. Garen watched Fire massaging his extremely pregnant sister. When Clara moaned again, his grimace began to turn up at the corners. Have you heard what people are calling you, Fire? He asked. What is it now? The monster life-giver. And I've heard all about the term monster protector of the Dells bandied about. Psst, Fire said under her breath. And there are ships in the harbor that have put up new sails in red, orange, pink, and green. Have you seen them? Those are all colors of the Delian standard, Fire said. Other than pink, she added quietly to herself, ignoring a streak of pink in her peripheral vision. Of course, Garen said, and I suppose that's your explanation for what they're doing to the new bridge. Fire took a small breath, braced herself, and rested eyes on Garen. What are they doing to the bridge? The builders have decided to paint the towers green, he said, and line the cross ribs with mirrors. Fire blinked. What's that got to do with me? Imagine, Garen said, how it will look at sunrise and sunset. A strange thing happened inside Fire. Quite suddenly, she lost her fight. She stood back from the feeling this city bore for her and saw it plainly. It was undeserved. It was based not on her, but on stories, on an idea of her, an exaggeration. This is what I am to people, she thought to herself. I don't know what it means, but it's what I am to people. I'm going to have to accept it. She had small things that Archer had given her that she used every day without thinking. Her quiver and her arm guard, soft and comfortable with the wear of years. These had been gifts ages ago from Archer. Part of her wanted to put them aside now because every time she saw them, her heart shrank around a private pain. But she couldn't do it. Replacing them with some other quiver and arm guard was impossible. She was touching the soft leather of her arm guard one day in the sunny corner of the main courtyard and thinking when she fell asleep in her chair. She woke abruptly to Hannah slapping her and yelling, which confused her entirely and alarmed her until she understood that Hannah had found a trio of monster bugs flitting across Fire's neck and arms, eating her to pieces, and was trying to rescue her. Your blood must taste awfully good, the child said doubtfully, running her fingertips over the angry welts that rose on Fire's skin and counting. Only to monsters, Fire said dismally. Here, give them to me. Are they utterly smashed? I have a student who'd probably like to dissect them. They've bitten you 162 times, Hannah announced. Does it itch? It did itch, agonizingly, and when she came upon Brigand in his bedroom, only recently returned from his long trip north, she was more combative than usual. I'll always be attracting bugs, she said to him belligerently. He looked up, pleased to see her, if a bit surprised at her tone. So you will, he said, coming to touch the bites on her throat. Poor thing. Is it uncomfortable? Brigand, she said, annoyed that he had not understood. I'll always be beautiful. Look at me. I have 162 bug bites. And has it made me any less beautiful? I'm missing 2 fingers and I have scars all over. But does anyone care? No. It just makes me more interesting. I'll always be like this, stuck in this beautiful form, and you'll have to deal with it. He seemed to sense that she expected a grave response, but for the moment, he was incapable. I suppose it's a burden I must bear, he said, grinning. Brigand. Fire, what is it? What's wrong? I'm not how I look, she said, bursting suddenly into tears. I look beautiful and placid and delightful, but it's not how I feel. I know that, he said quietly. I will be sad, she said defiantly. I will be sad and confused and irritable very often. He held up a finger and went into the hallway where he tripped over Blotchy, and then over the 2 monster cats madly pursuing Blotchy. Swearing, he leaned over the landing and called to the guard that unless the kingdom fell to war or his daughter was dying, he had better not be interrupted until further notice. He came back in, shut the door, and said, Fire, I know that. I don't know why terrible things happen, she said, crying hard now. I don't know why people are cruel. I miss Archer and my father too, no matter what he was. I hate that Mergda will be killed once she's had her baby. I won't allow it, Brigand. I'll sneak her out. I don't care if I end up in prison in her place, and I'm so unbearably itchy. Brigand was hugging her now. He was no longer smiling, and his voice was sober. Fire. Do I imagine I want you to be thoughtless and chipper and without all those feelings? Well, I can't imagine that this is what you want, he said. The moment I began to love you was the moment when you saw your fiddle smashed on the ground and you turned away from me and cried against your horse. Your sadness is one of the things that makes you beautiful to me. Don't you see that? I understand it. It makes my own sadness less frightening. Oh, she said, not following every word but comprehending the feeling, and knowing all at once the difference between Brigand and the people who built her a bridge. She rested her face against his shirt. I understand your sadness, too. I know you do, he said, and I thank you for it. Sometimes, she whispered, there's too much sadness. It crushes me. Is it crushing you now? She paused, unable to speak, feeling the press of Archer against her heart. Yes. Then come here, he said, a bit redundantly, as he had already pulled her with him into an armchair and curled her up in his arms. Tell me what I can do to help you feel better. Fire looked into his quiet eyes, touching his dear, familiar face, and considered the question. Well, I always like when you kiss me. Do you? You're good at it. Well, he said, that's because I'll always be kissing you. They're so stinking cute. I love them. And then finally, the epilogue. We're at the end. Flame was the way in the dells to send the bodies of the dead where their souls had gone, and to remember that all things come to nothingness except the world. They traveled north to Brocker's estate for the ceremony because it was appropriate that it take place there, and because to hold it anywhere else would be an inconvenience to Brocker, who must, of course, be present. They scheduled it for the end of summer, before the fall rains, so that Mila could attend with her newborn daughter Liv, and Clara with her son Aaron. Not everyone could make the journey, though practically everyone did, even Hannah and Garen and Sarah, and quite a colossal royal guard. Nash stayed behind in the city, for someone needed to run things. Brigand promised to make every reasonable effort to attend, and came tearing into Fire's Land the night before with a contingent of the army. It was all of 15 minutes before he and Garen were quarreling over the plausibility of devoting some of the kingdom's resources to westward exploration. If through the mountains existed a land with people called Gracelings who were like that boy, Brigand said, then it would only be sensible to take a peaceful, unobtrusive interest in them, namely, to spy, before the Gracelings decided to take an unpeaceful interest in the Dells. Garen didn't want to spend the money. Brocker, who took Brigand's side of the argument, was utterly pleased with the growing family that had descended upon him, and he talked, and so did Rowan, of moving back to King's City and leaving his estate, of which Brigand was now heir, to be handled by Donal, who had always handled fires capably. Blech. The siblings had been told, quietly, of Brigand's true parentage. Hannah spent time shyly with the grandfather she had only just heard of. She liked the big wheels of his chair. Clara teased Brigand that on one hand he was no technical relation to her at all, but that on the other he was doubly the uncle of her son, for in the loosest sense, Clara was Brigand's sister, and the baby's father had been Brigand's brother. That's how I prefer to think of it, anyway, Clara said. Fire smiled at all of this, and held the babies whenever anyone would let her, which turned out to be fairly often. She had a monster knack with babies. When they cried, she usually knew what was ailing them. Fire was sitting in the bedroom of her stone house, thinking of all the things that had happened in that room. From the doorway, Mila broke into her reverie. Lady, may I come in? Of course, Mila, please. In her arms, Mila carried Liv, who was asleep, smelling like lavender and making soft breathing noises. Lady, Mila said, you once told me I may ask you for anything. Yes, Fire said, looking at the girl surprised. I'd like to ask for your advice. Well, you shall have it, for whatever it's worth. Mila dropped her face to Liv's pale, fuzzy hair for a moment. She almost seemed afraid to speak. Lady, she said, do you think that in his treatment of women, the king is a man like Lord Archer? Goodness, Fire said. No, I can't see the king being careless with a woman's feeling. It seems fair to compare him to his brothers. Do you think, Mila began and then sat suddenly on the bed. Do you think a soldier girl from the southern Great Grays, 16 years old with a baby, would be mad to consider? Mila stopped, her face buried against her child, and Fire felt the rise of her own clamoring happiness, like warm music ringing in the spaces inside her. The two of you seem very fond of each other's company, she said carefully, trying not to give her feelings away. Yes, Mila said. We were together during the war, lady, in the Northern Front, when I was assisting Lord Brocker, and I found myself going to him a very great deal when he was recovering from his injury and I was preparing for my own laying in. And when Liv was born, he visited me just as faithfully, despite all his duties. He helped me to name her. And has he said anything to you? Mila focused on the fringe of the blanket in her arms, from which suddenly protruded a fat little foot that flexed itself. He said that he'd like to spend more time in my company, lady, as much as I'm willing to allow him. Still holding back her smile, Fire spoke gently. I do think it's a very large question, Mila, and one you needn't rush to answer. You might do as he asks and simply spend more time with him and see how that feels. Ask him a million questions if you have them, but no, I don't think it's mad. The royal family is very flexible. Mila nodded, her face drawn in thought, seeming to consider Fire's words quite seriously. After a moment, she passed Liv into Fire's arms. Would you like to visit with her for a bit, lady? Scrunched against the pillows of her old bed, Archer's baby sighing and yawning against her. For a short span of time, Fire was shatteringly happy. The landscape behind what had been Archer's house was a vastness of gray rock. They waited until sunset streaked the sky with red. They had no body to burn, but Archer had had longbows tall as he and crossbows, short bows, bows from his childhood that he had grown out of but kept. Brocker was not wasteful, nor did he want to destroy all of Archer's things, but he came out of the house with a bow that Archer had strongly favored and another that had been a childhood gift of Alice's, and asked Fire to lay them on top of the kindling. Fire did as she was asked, and then lay something of her own beside the bows. It was a thing she had kept in the bottom of her bags for well over a year now, the bridge of her ruined fiddle, for she had lit a blazing fire for Archer once before, and she had never even lit a candle for Cancerel. She understood now that while it had been wrong to kill Cancerel, it had also been right. The boy with the strange eyes had helped her to see the rightness of it. The boy who'd killed Archer. Some people had too much power and too much cruelty to live. Some people were too terrible, no matter if you loved them, no matter that you had to make yourself terrible too in order to stop them. Some things just had to be done. I forgive myself, thought Fire. Today, I forgive myself. Brigham and Rowan set the pyre alight, and all the party came to stand before it. There was a song played in the dells to mourn the loss of a life. Fire took her fiddle and bow from Moosa's waiting hands. It was a haunting tune, unresigned, a cry of heartache for all in the world that fell apart. As ash rose black against the brilliant sky, Fire's fiddle cried out for the dead and for the living who stay behind and say goodbye. And that's the end. It's still a good ending. Yes, it's sad. Yes, it's sad, but it's still a good ending. Oh. Because the next book is called Graceling. So, it's on the other side of the mountains. And then, once you find out about a certain... I'll say plot twist just for the sake of, like, that Fire was the first thing we read. Once we reach a certain plot twist, there will be quite the reaction. So, because they are connected. they do have their connections. Obviously, we've already like heard mention of Gracelings and things like that. So it's not entirely. And also, we got the like discussion of Gracelings at the beginning of the book. Though, I doubt anyone really remembers that. It has been a long. It's a subset of people. They're not like a separate species, because anyone born can be a Graceling. Any like human born can become a Graceling. Yeah, they don't I don't remember what the age is that their eyes change. We'll find out when we start reading the book tomorrow. But I know there's this like certain point when they are young that it like changes. You don't know right when they're born. Yeah, it's not like the monsters of the Dells. The Seven Kingdoms have their own thing, which is interesting that like on either side of the mountains they've got like this huge divide of like how the world do. Anyway, that is it. We are finished with book 1. I gotta go put my little stickers in book 2 for my sanity. She did set a big ass fire though, so you know. Yeah, but it was like really big. Also, she lit some candles. Mm-hmm.
Readings.
Oh, I don't know. I was locked in on the book. I have no idea.
Okay, sweet.
Like,
I'll be honest, I put two loads of sand.
Freaking amazing. Give me some of that.
Oh, yeah. The last half of the second fillet that I have is meant for the animals.
Oh.
Yes, they got a little taste. Yes, there's gonna be a picture in the stuff we made.
Dang.
fantastic.
Yes. Oh, but that ending is so sad.
It
I
is.
can't believe that they went into an epilogue.
Yeah.
It also makes sense as an epilogue.
Yeah. The gathering together for Archer's funeral.
Right.
The ambiguous nature of Mila and the king.
Man.
But remember, there are now, I thought there were only 3 books in the series. There are now 5 books in the series. I've only read 3 of them, so once we get to books 4 and 5, it'll be a mystery to me too. I will be reading it alongside you guys. We will be learning it together, and so you'll get genuine real-time Neko reactions to a book. But
oh my gosh, Chin's gonna have a freaking field day with that. Oh, I can imagine it now. Live Neko reaction. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, that would be so cool.
Mm-hmm. Okay, is stream ending time and bedtime for me. Well, actually, first it's pancake time for me, and then bedtime for me. Also, thank you, Hero, for pancakes. Even though you're the reason I have pancakes. Okay. Well, that is going to be it for me today, everybody. I really appreciate everyone sticking around, hanging out, and being here in general. We will be back again tomorrow for some more 2v8 killing, and we will start a fresh book, Graceling by Kristen Cashore, book 2. Technically the interchangeable first book of the series, because Graceling and Fire can be read in any order. I just read them in this order because chronologically that's how the world progresses. So we're reading it like this because that's how I want to do it. And that's how I think makes sense. So I will see you tomorrow. Look forward to the new book. I love you all so very, very much. Have a good one, everyone. Au revoir.